Fun to see if it does pop up at all. I know in the EVA games that were actually going on just earlier, we did see some disco. So it'll be cool to see if it actually does pop up. If anyone can kind of find that right spot to play it.
Were you missing anything, Boop,
Jam
from the
tidurku rusak
competitions that
gara-gara
we saw
mas-mas Bandung
yesterday? Was
lah,
there
anjing
anything that you were
nyalahin
like,
gua.
oh man, like I really wish I could have seen this?
Tidur tinggal
To be
tidur
honest,
tuh.
no. I think that what we were able to
Morning
see
person.
is
Nggak,
kind of just
belum
like
tidur.
what I was expecting, and I'd rather, we come in with like the strongest comp. Yes, I think some of the silly ones like Bard,
Gue udah
definitely
kayak
speak to my heart.
sejam
But overall,
rebahan
not
doang
really
kan,
surprising
lagi
outside of
hujan.
that. I am just like
Saya nggak tidur ya udahlah.
Fell into disco
Live
because that's what
anjing.
was offered, because it is something that could potentially work. I think it won the lobby in EU, so anything can happen. But as of right now, I'm not really surprised yet.
I'm really curious why we haven't seen
Gue udah
more
sejam
of,
dikasih
like,
rebahan
for
doang kan.
example, I swear
Tadinya
all
udah
of the
mau
lobbies
tidur.
that I play are absolutely
Kagak
littered
tidur-tidur
with
tuh.
punk reroll, and maybe that's another way for you to get a consistent top 4. Seems to work out 95% of the time, I would say, for a lot of those players. But hey, who knows? Maybe that's on the docket for today. Only one way to find out, and that's to get into our very first game
Tidur
of day
tinggal
number
tidur,
2,
Bal.
the TFT NA Regional Finals. So let's
Jangan
pass it
nyalain
over
gua, Bal.
to our casters,
Katanya untuk
Casanova and
tidur, Bal.
Gangly.
All right, thank you, Necra. It's your boys, Cass and Gangly, here to give you the first game of North American Regionals on day 2. And Gangly, Weijin gave us the preview. We've got 2 big study groups that are dominating. 10 out of 16 of the players here are from those study groups. Neither of them have lost any players. Can you break this down for me a little bit, Gangly?
Hari ini sih.
Yeah, I mean, Weijin gave us the
Setahu
preview,
gue
but
nggak
what
ada.
actually happened is he just straight up
Nggak
stole
ada
my
yang ikut
talking
nobar.
point for the opening of the show, so thank you very
Kita
much,
doang
Weijin,
udah.
for that. But yeah, like Weijin said, we have 2
Ya,
primary
kalau mau
study
ikutan
groups
ntar
left in
kabarin
the
aja.
tournament. You have the K3 Soju study group made up of people like Soju, Setsuko, Kiyun, Spencer, Prestivan,
Anjing.
and then the Weijin Iverson
Ini
study
lobbynya
group.
ngeri, coy.
Weijin replay Malala, Degree, and Ripple Overdrive. Not only are these 10 players still left in the tournament,
Lobbynya
none
ngeri,
of
coy.
the players in either of those study groups got day one.
Gila.
Every single one of them has
Sering-sering
made it into day
Sering-sering
two competition. I
apaan,
think
coy?
because of that, like Weijin alluded to, it makes for an extremely high level day
Nih,
two competition.
lobby serem
And,
ini,
you
coy.
know, we've got a big mix of both of those study groups
Ngeri.
in this lobby
Lobby
itself,
abang-abang ya,
alongside
Cok,
all
anjing.
of the big 4 potentially here with Dish Soap,
Ngeri
Weijin,
banget
Setsuko,
lobby
and
abang-abang, Cok.
Replay, as we will be heading to Golden
Kata
Symphony
Pado,
for this
enggak,
game.
gue
So it's
nobar,
gonna be a
anjing,
pretty
bukan main.
standard
Gue
level
nggak
of
main,
power
Cok.
when it comes to TFT games, when it comes to
Ketidur.
these augments at the very least.
Bangun tadi jam 5
How
sore.
we go about these study groups is we have these 2 main ones, kind of represents a lot of the big
Eh,
players in
lobby
North
abang-abang,
America
anjing,
within
ngeri
those 2
banget,
groups.
Cok.
But Dish Soap is specifically outside of the fold this time around. He's led plenty of study groups that have found a lot of success across multiple sets, but right now he's kind of more off doing his own thing, and it's hard to see if that will be a positive or a negative for someone like Dish Soap, where he creates a lot of the tech for players, but also we've seen the value of these study groups when these top players get together.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the
Mending lah.
history of
Ow.
TFT, right? How long has the
Kayaknya pada
joke been around that everyone's just copying Dish Soap's homework, right? People have these study groups
Bro,
where
kalau
they're sharing
bangun
tech, and
ikut,
like you're
katanya.
alluding
Kalau
to,
enggak ya,
if
enggak.
you are in a group and you feel like you are giving more than you're
diskutan
getting,
kagak
then
ada,
all of a
anjing.
sudden there's a pretty decent argument for someone like Dish Soap to say, will I actually get more of an
Nggak ada
edge
yang
by
les juga.
not sharing any of this tech with other people? Thus far, it's worked out. Dish Soap has made it to day 2. But
Pada
obviously,
tidur,
there's lots more TFT to be played on the weekend. So we'll see if we actually do find more success for Dish Soap because of this change. I do want to call out something though. As we're talking about the big 4, you made a great call out. All 4 of them in game 1, right? Something that I think really separates the top 4, the big 4, from the rest of North America. They make up 4 of the 5 players with the least amount of 8s in their entire career in TFT. The only person with fewer 8s in tournament is actually Soju, who has historically just been a don't go 8th kind of player in tournament. And it's fascinating to see all 4 of them in this lobby because, someone has to go 8th.
Yeah.
Weijin actually hasn't even gone 8th this
the whole
entire set.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal. He's been phenomenal. And it is really funny you say that, because the odds of one of them going 8th are just increased significantly by having all of them in the lobby, right? Like, especially when you look at the rest of the lobby composition, right? There's no slouches here, right? Weird was one of the top 4 yesterday. Malala is like the king of set 10 right now. Kiyun, one of the most consistent performers across set 10. Spencer, you know, hey, maybe out of this group, Spencer's the slouch for only getting 25 points yesterday and being the bottom person in. But when Spencer is your slouch, it's a tough lobby, right? It's very, very difficult to get.
Tenggelam, ya kah?
Spencer is one of those players I think that has had an interesting resurgence. He had a really strong first cup. Second cup at the Heartsteel was not able to actually make final day, but he's in that study group, like you mentioned, right? And so we know that both of these groups have prepped super hard going into regional finals, and thus far it's succeeded.
Udah mentok deh
Right
suara
off the
mic
bat,
gua.
let's just talk a little bit about what we're
Gitu.
seeing here. Replay does opt to
Kecilin
go
aja suara
for that
YouTube-nya
crown
dikit.
guard on the headliner Olaf, which we've seen succeed very well
Tiba-tiba jadi ada
throughout the
petir-petirnya. Itu
entirety
si
of
Bang
the
Amin
tournament thus far.
YouTube-nya dijual,
Really,
dia
really strong
live-nya di
stage
akun
too. Was there
keduanya.
any augment though standing out to you?
Gitu tadi namanya gue sempet mampir tuh main
Setsi was
nama dia
also
juga.
on an Olaf to start things off, and we do see the I can't remember the name of it, but it's 2s. It gives you HP for 2 costs on your
Too
board.
healthy.
Too healthy. So Setsuko has picked that up. Really good for early game win streaking, but also it can have, you know, more capping out potential if you play around a 2-cost reroll. And then the other one is, you know, Kiyun kind of committing to edgelords early on, right? Wants to play into that Riven. So those are kind of the 2 main ones I'm looking at. Is like, okay, this is kind of showing us some direction, and we'll see if that ends up sticking forward as we jump on board with Spencer here. And I see that we've got a Yasuo headliner with the Tournament, 2 extra Yasuos on the bench. So he could be looking for a reroll angle, as he does have Combat Caster as well. On the other side, he's running into Setsi, who does have, you know, this Olaf headliner. That's going to be a really good early game. And we see him using that 2 healthy to great effect with the Katarina and the
siapa
Nod.
Bang di game ini?
Yeah, the 2 healthy
Gak
line.
tahu masalahnya kalau lu
Relatively
ngomongin
unexplored.
soal
It's certainly
TFT
not a line I am particularly
susah
well
lu.
versed in. There's even
Kayak,
with a
oh
lot of
ini
2-cost
orang
reroll,
jago
because you
nih.
are often playing
Cuma
around
kalau
with
dia
super
nggak
fans,
ngehit
which
ya
are
ya
1
udah
cost, 1
gitu
cost,
loh.
3 cost. You're usually not playing that many 2 costs on your board. Setsuko obviously has a much
Susah
more clear
dibilang
game
kalau
plan. I think it's
soal
not something he would
TFT
take
itu.
if he didn't have a clear line or way
Kalau
that he
nggak
wants to
ngehit
play
ya
it,
ya
but it's
tetap
definitely worth
aja. Mau
noting.
sejago
It's something I
apapun
want to keep
orangnya
up
nggak
with.
ngehit ya
On
udah.
the other hand, though, I want to call out Spencer's board. You talked about the fact that he had the 5 Yasuos. We did see even yesterday at the end of the day, Kane opted to play Yasuo reroll, and we talked about it on the broadcast that if you're not able to
MF2
play high tempo in stage 2 with
ngeri.
Yasuo, it is significantly
Pagi-pagi MF2
what
ngeri
we see a lot of
coy.
people do is slam pretty much any makeable item and then use Superfan later on to pop it off and get BIS later on because you need those stacks. However, Spencer's items, I believe, were vest, glove, cloak, and you're really not going to be slamming any of those items. So I'm not entirely convinced that Spencer's spot for Yasuo feels that great, and maybe he'll prove me wrong. The fact that he has 5 Yasuos is really enough, but it doesn't feel like the optimal way to play this line.
I also think he might play it because he's Combat Caster as well. It's actually a pretty decent Yasuo augment. It gives him a lot more survivability since he casts extremely frequently, right? Like he's constantly casting his ability. He's kind of cycling those shields. It gives him a lot more survivability, especially those mid-game fights.
Yang bawah ngambil
augments, right? Late game,
gelar,
it kind of doesn't
anjing.
matter as much, but yeah, in the mid-game fights, it certainly can be. So we'll see if Spencer goes that route, because as you said, I think the items are like close to being slammable, but there's not really a ton of super slammable things on that board. And he grabs another glove, so if it was cloak glove vest, that seems very weird. So we'll check back in a little bit later and see if Spencer has like gone for that reroll, gone for the Yasuo, if he's just playing it to bridge the early game. But for now, Setsuko already back onto the Heartsteel grind. Looks like maybe 2 healthy. Initially, the thought was just for win streaking, and now just going to play around Heartsteel once again. Might just still scale into a normal Heartsteel board and utilize 2 healthy to just make his early to mid game boards a bit stronger And we see him playing
Ya,
2-2
ini
cost
gua
on
lihat
this
ada
board,
orang
just
ngambil
beefing it
tuh
up, maybe
healthy
making
aja.
sure he gets more kills.
Tumben.
Yeah, I mean, even if you think about it, and I hadn't realized this before, but in the
Udah
80
slam
flex
item.
line,
Kayak dia
most of your
komik
forward
gitu.
cost carries are going to have a 2 cost to supplement them, right? Right off the bat, I'm thinking Caitlyn and Garen. You have Aphelios and Caitlyn as well. You have Ezreal alongside Kai'Sa. I think there's a way to utilize the 2 healthy to make your level 8 really strong by playing cheap
Tiba-tiba
units
kuat
that makes your board more
17.
stable. So you don't have to dig as deep on
Set
level
baru
8
tanggal
and play around this
berapa?
hard steel
Pertengahan
80
Maret.
flex. So I want to keep an eye on because
Pertengahan
at this
bulan
point in time
depan.
I feel like Setsuko's
Udah bentar lagi
probably
tuh.
just going to look to play some sort of fast
Okay.
game. All right, well, that's pretty good.
Like
That helps.
he's just Mortdog's favorite, I think. I don't know. Like he
feel
finds the
thumbs up,
others
too.
naturally. The only Heartsteel unit he's missing is actually the 2 cost, which is the easier one to find, and hits the Heartsteel Aphelios immediately. 5 Heartsteel. We have seen Setsuko go for like
Kapan dia
1k
bisa
Heartsteel
begini?
cash outs from spots like this, and I'm really interested to see
Enak
how he
banget lihat tuh,
pilots
Cok.
this game, because right now he probably doesn't want to full loss
Tiba-tiba
for
5
Heartsteel 2,
Heartsteel.
but we'll see when Setsuko decides, okay, I can start
Raise the
looking for these
stick ini,
heftier
raise the
losses.
stick.
Yeah, up against Kiyunsport, who does actually, you're talking about someone who's trying to lose.
3 orang ke
looking to maintain
orang
that
kaki
5
raise the
loss
stick.
streak. He's
Iya
going to be able
anjing.
to do it with this board too.
Udah
It
ketemu
is
yang
playing a
paling
bit
lemahnya
the
lagi.
Live for Danger, I think the name of it. The Edge Lord
Bisa lu
augment.
streak abis ini, Cok.
And I don't. Was he actually looking to reroll Yasuo? He had 4 Yasuos, right? But I'm assuming. I feel like most of the time that you see this, it ends up being something like the Riven or Yone. I don't exactly know how popular this augment is with Yasuo in particular.
Yeah, I think it's a lot better with Riven in general, right? Because the damage ends up just being quite nice when she pops her ability, and then actually the cleave is actually quite good. And I don't know that Yasuo really makes that much sense, and it's certainly not an indicator unless you already were on an absurd amount of Yasuos. But we do see that Kyun was on level 4 still, and so there is the possibility that he is
Kenapa
looking for
gua
that
ngantuk
reroll.
ya
But
sekarang
if
ya?
Spencer was also in that line, we did see
Mana
Spencer
lagi
go to level
hujan,
5. So
lagi
either
kan.
Spencer noticed
Dari
Kyun
tadi
going for the
malam
line
tuh
and he
hujan
bailed,
anjing, bawaannya pengen
or
rebahan
Spencer just
doang.
never was going to go there in the first place.
Yeah, from what we saw of Spencer's spot, I
Kenapa
have a
pro
feeling
player
that
kebanyakan
after
suka
that
pakai
carousel where he takes the
bun-bun?
glove,
Gak tahu
that
gua.
is kind of the indicator of him ditching the
Lu kayaknya
Yasuo
kalau
reroll,
di-
because at that point he has
ditawarin suruh
absolutely
pakai
nothing
apa
to
nih?
slam, and instead he does
Tactician
have a
lengkap semua lu
position to maybe
ditawarin.
look to play around
Lu
something
mau
like
pakai
the
apa
Riven or the
bebas.
Yone, where
Gua pakainya
the additional
cong, Cok.
gloves I think will take you much further,
Udah paling bagus
especially if
pakai
you
cong.
don't have that early game tempo. However, not being able to full loss does complicate things a little
Ya
bit.
diganti itu udah tinggal bikin doang tuh.
And looking back at Setsuko, yeah, still just looking towards the
Serapin
cash
Rio.
out. He's playing around the Caitlyn as part of this board, but nothing too
Kenapa
interesting
punya
going on
Caitlyn
here just yet. We'll see
juga?
kind of later on what he goes for. Kyun
Anjing.
is rolling down quite a sizable amount of
Ooh,
gold
yeah,
on
he
level
did.
4, so it's got to be
Right.
Yasuo reroll happening over there. I'm wondering if he hits. There's another Yasuo 2-star. Is that just 6 or is that all of them? That's the big question here. It looks like he's still rolling, so maybe he has not found it. Maybe only 6. Oh, there it looks like one more 2-star. Is that that's
Dapat
the
tuh
3-star
Yasuo 3 tuh.
picked up
Yang
for
bawah.
Kyun. So he's got it. And I
Anjing,
mean, that's gonna be
jatuhnya
pretty nice.
tiba-tiba
With the Live for
jadi.
Danger, this is you know, a
Edgelord lagi.
synergistic augment. The items
Gila.
are actually pretty good.
Cerot.
Bloodthirster, Giant Slayer, Edge of Night, I think
Cerot.
is the big one that you
Anjing.
like to see. And
Cerot.
with the synergistic
Set.
augment and having
Set.
this online on
Set.
3-1,
Set.
maybe he can get this
Anjay.
stacking and end up in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, I mean this feels really good.
Tapi
I'm not
kita
gonna lie.
dibuang.
We talked about it
Eh,
before when
dibuang
you
lah.
are playing the
Oh,
Yasuo
raise the
line. You
stick,
really
anjing.
want to be able to play as fast tempo as possible and get those stacks. Because he's playing the open fort variation, what that means is that from 3-1 on,
Box
he
bun-bun buat
needs to
ambil
be able to
itemnya.
streak. And so
Kagak
having
ngaruh,
a
cowok.
3-item Yasuo, I imagine we're gonna see Kyun take some sort of combat
Tactician di
augment
sini
here as
kagak ngaruh
well. He's gonna be
apa-apaan,
trying to
coy.
streak the entirety of stage 3, make up for the
There we go.
stacks that he lost from
Nih,
stage 2.
Setsuko tadi kalau dia
raise the
masih
stakes
pegang
immediately
Caitlyn ya.
coming from Setsuko.
Gak
This
bisa
is
raise the
expected, right?
stick,
5
makanya
parts
dia
now
buang
going
lagi.
in. He's at this point. We've seen him do this so many times with Econ Augments. Setsuko's going to try and run this down as big as possible. I'm wondering if we get a double raise the stakes out of him from this and just try and free fall for like 8 rounds here.
Kalau
Going
mau
into a
main
massive
Yasuo
cash out.
harus
And I know
dapat
we've seen it
HL-nya
many
kali
times,
banget.
but
Ya,
On the right hand side, Key
Kalau lu
keeps
dapet
hovering over
headline
his
Yasuo-nya
offense for a
telat,
very long
pestanya
time and
telat
not
soalnya.
choose one, and then
Last stand.
with just a few seconds left, takes last stand. This is interesting though, because again, like I mentioned before, playing Yasuo from slower tempo does typically make it a lot harder to place in that top 4. I don't know if the stats you're going to be getting from Last Stand are going to be enough, but the augment itself, the benefits of Last Stand are so good for melee carries and will absolutely make Yasuo stronger. I'm just not sure if playing the slower game is going to be enough for
Harus HL gak bisa Yasuo mas biasa nggak
really
bisa.
just like the power
Lo main Yasuo hero, Yasuo-nya nggak HL nggak guna anjing.
So it is an argument that
Tujuannya
you don't
kenapa
really
HL
need
kan
much
biar
more combat
nge-stack
power
terus
right
tiap
this
bunuh
second.
nge-stack.
And during your strongest
bunuh
point,
dapat
being able to get those
stack.
wins
Kalau
anyway,
lo
you grab another augment.
Yasuo-nya mas-mas biasa ya gak guna.
Try and hope that helps you a little bit in that stage
pindah ke
to
sebelah,
not
mau
hammer
kemana
too
lu,
hard.
Bal?
And then when you pop Last Stand, it actually you do have this big power influx, and maybe you can look for other ways to capture boards. So that's quite interesting. We saw Setsi found the loss. He's going to have a huge cash out eventually, so we'll want to check back in once that box is about to pop, and see whether he raises the stakes once more or if he ends up going for that cash out. On the other side here, we see just a balanced budget being taken by Dish, so playing for that economy as he's put in Heartsteel as well, but playing around a KDA shell.
Pengen masuk ke notepad-nya.
Yeah, balanced budget is a pretty interesting take here. I'm not sure because, you know, this show had this relatively strong early game, was in that top half, was not able to streak entirely. Oh wow, the Yasuo, not exactly sure what happened there. The Yasuo not able to kill the Kai'Sa with 1 HP. That is really bad for Kyun. I'm not gonna lie, and this is what I was talking about, right? By not taking the second augment as combat power, Kyun's not able to streak through stage 3. This could be very, very bad. Again, it really just comes down to whether Last Stand is enough. That's the point you highlighted. If it is enough to tip the scales and give you enough power over the lobby, then it's totally fine. However, because he's a scaling unit that requires the takedowns in order to reach his highest cap, I am personally not entirely convinced right now that this is going to be the best way for Kyun to find a top 4.
All right, taking a little bit of stock of the augment. It's been Terra picked up currently. It looks like a Katarina reroll with that board. You see Weijin playing around Lulu and has gone for 2 healthy as well to try and supplement that board. A lot of the KDA units actually are 2 costs. So there's a way to kind of supplement there and get some additional bonuses. And we knew Weijin was going to go reroll with that golden ticket pickup as well. And then Weird was the other one kind of on a reroll line. Currently, it looks like a misfortune board. And then playing around this heroic grab bag to try and get there quicker. So that's a really interesting board as well, because Misfortune is not heavily played around in this tournament, or really just this patch. And we see it pop up on the other side here. It's with a Last Stand as well. And it's fully going to be Misfortune, right? We see this 5 Misfortunes. We've got 2 Bards. This is a commit to a Jazz board, and it's been pretty rare that we've seen Jazz boards played whatsoever. And usually it's been from a Bard angle, not from a Misfortune angle.
Yeah, this is a really interesting take here from Weird. I think this is a line that not many people would be willing to explore. In the current meta, among the 2-cost rerolls, a Bard is considered probably the weakest. It's the one that we're not seeing nearly as much unless you have kind of perfect conditions. And so Weird being able to play around the MF is probably the stronger variation if you can hit it easily. The thing that's a little strange to me is the Last Stand. I don't know that the Jazz board is one that I assume it benefits as well from Last Stand versus something like a melee carry, because, you know, the Omnivamp and the additional defenses are strong, but you aren't really getting as much value unless your carry is getting hit. So I don't know if Jazz is going to be the win-out comp that Weird is looking to play right now, but the fact that he was able to beat Kyun on stage 3 is huge. And honestly, if he can beat out the other Last Stand player early on in the game, it's going to make his game a lot easier to play.
Yeah, and I want to just point out something Setsuko does here when he's trying to play for this loss streak. I'm wondering if we do see raise the stakes, because this is a pretty big cash out already, so he could save some HP, but we see him sell out of the headliner. He found 5 natural heart steals, so he sells out of his headliner, and then he can get the items back.
Kalau dia masih lanjut nih,
and it allows him to swap in and out. So it's a really good way to make sure you can give enough board strength to kill units, but not be too strong in case you run into someone weak.
Great call out, and he does hit the cash out. It's the Radiant Rune Ant, which if you're looking to play around this 80 flex, you find something like a Caitlyn, even this Ezreal, going to be amazing holders of that Radiant Rune Ants. I feel like in general, there's a world where he can play. I mean, it's going to be some sort of dual AD carry, right? You can play either the Ezreal Zed, you can play Caitlyn plus pretty much anything actually at that point. It's, you know, it's very, very flexible. The fact that you have this Radiant Rune, you have the red buff, you have healing, means that you can flex this very easily between front and back line too. So this is the kind of cash out that I think Setsuko really did want, because it gives him immediate power, and once he does hit level 8, which I will say he's a bit more poor, he's you know, not as rich as he probably would want to be. The fact is he has a lot of combat power even at level 7, and if he's able to get some sort of 4-cost headliner, he will stabilize very, very easily.
And what a good bridge he found too with this this Yone and just being able to slam items on it. This is actually a pretty strong board that keeps the 5 heart steal in, and unfortunately runs right into Malala, who just hit this Katarina 3. We
Ini yang
saw pop up on the
Setsuko
side.
sih
So this
masih
is the
belum
round
stabil ya
that
gue lihat.
Malala rolled all the way down and spiked. And so Setsuko's
Bisa
gonna
jadi
lose
tusuk nih
another
orang nih.
fight pretty handedly, even though he did spike his board power. I think a lot of people would lose to Setsuko right now, but Malala just hit the biggest spike that he can possibly hit. Idealism, Twin Terror, Katarina 3, hitting the board is really, really good. Now Malala is in a pretty solid position. He's broke though, so really nothing more to do.
Kalau di
It's
bawah
just gonna be
5
how
hand
long
steal,
does this
5 hand
win
steal
streak.
cuma
And
3 ya
Harvest
kagak.
is a really solid offer to pick up when you are playing around this. It's double Hodge, so there's consideration for something else, but Harvest is like one of the best you can grab when you're playing around this kind of composition.
Now, I do want to point out that there are a lot of items on his bench, and because he's playing the Twin Terror, it is actually a little bit easier to itemize his backline, whereas if he wasn't playing the Twin Terror, he would be relying on finding that Zed or another crowd diver.
3 for re-relay.
Oh, very nice hit. Very, very nice hit from replay. I'm curious to see if he's actually going to put 3 items on this second Katarina. It will be obviously a lower cap, and it's going to be a lot harder to remove unless you literally hit a remover. But he does need to improve his board strength going into, going into the later stages of stage 4.
Yeah, we've got all the hits coming in. Everybody across the lobby is spiking their composition. That's going to put Setsuko in a tough spot. And as you're saying, right, Malala is not spiking his board completely. He hasn't slammed these items. And so when he starts running into these other boards who have just hit their 3 stars, it might not be enough that he has hit. Even though he's found the Katarina, he's got the comp online. But now we know there's this
Angel lagi kan anjing scaling
you know, Weird has a Misfortune 3. Weird is still not lost. This has just been tempoing with an Econ augment and last stand, which is insanity, right? This board has been so strong. It's still not losing. He just found a Bard upgrade. Is that Bard 3? I can't tell. Stuff went crazy. But we'll figure it out, right? We'll see. There was a big hit of MF, right? There's still a win streak going on for Weird. We jump over to replay. His augments look pretty solid for the Seraphine as well.
Oh, yeah. Remember, your roots is a really great hit when you're playing around the
akan
Seraphine, because
sampai 6
from here on
game
out,
di
you're
hari
looking
ini.
to essentially just play around these KDA units.
Tuh,
The
banget,
primary
ya.
condition for
Lagi
Seraphine to be
tepak
able to
tuh.
reach that top 2 is by itemizing an R.
Widih.
And at this point, with the tempo he's
Udah mulai
playing,
jadi nih.
79 HP in
Darah
the top 2
15
health
nih.
overall,
Lah.
level 7, 20 gold is pretty reasonable, I would say.
Sun
At
kah,
the very
brother?
least, there's a very good chance that Replay is able to find that
Kena
R2
blendur lagi
and
nih.
is able to play a very
Blendur.
high cap variation of the Seraphine.
Serot.
Yeah, and look at this.
Blendur.
Setsuko has not been able to stabilize. He's going to take a
Sun
huge
nih
hit.
anjing 5 hand
Everybody
steal
spiked
kill.
right after his cash out, and he was still poor. So
Dead.
Setsuko goes down on 4-3. He needed to kill 1 unit to try and continue to spike the board, but he just goes down. He had a lot of strong items, but no gold, and he couldn't find any upgrades. So Setsuko is just gone immediately. That is an 8th place to start the day.
Wow, yeah, so I had made the comment saying that if he's able to find a 4-cost headliner, he's going to be able to
Kan
stabilize
di stream
very
Setsuko
quickly.
lagi
But we
ngomong
did see,
tuh,
like you
what
called
the
out, he was
fuck,
so
katanya.
gold on 4-1 and was not able to actually fast 8 out of this 5 heart steal board. Because of that, he does not get away with truly upgrade board. I believe he did still go 8. It was just extremely poor, had no meaningful upgrade, and even though he does have the Radiant Rune Ants, he does not have the units on his board to make the best value out of it. So, man, Setsuko does not feel good to go 8th in game number 1.
MF 3.
Good news is you still got a handful of games ahead of this
Ini
one.
tinggal naik
Yeah, and the
level.
biggest thing, right, is like Setsuko gets the cash
Doang,
out, and then he
anjing.
runs into Malala, who
Naik
just
level
hit Katarina
doang.
3, and then he runs into Replay, who just hit Seraphine 3, and then the rest
Gila,
of the
nomor
boards
satu,
were not
anjing.
exciting either. There's Misfortune 3 that had just been hit right here. We just now on this turn, Spencer
Last
hit
stand lagi.
Ribbon
Iya,
3.
anjing.
I just saw pop up in
Nih,
the
ini
corner
orang
there.
kayaknya udah
So,
menang
like,
deh.
everybody is spiking, and even though, yes, that's the opportunity for the heart to
Caitlyn
for the
2,
spike,
Israel
it's
2,
kind of hard when a
Lucian,
lot of these
Mehmet,
comps are kind of hitting near
Kalius.
their, like, quote-unquote cap, right? They don't get a ton stronger.
Oh, 4
They get their 3
Itu
stars, and then they
Caitlynnya
need to
rapih.
find all their upgrades. They get, you know, significantly
Oh.
stronger, but the strongest upgrade they get all game is when they hit that 3-star.
Nih, ini udah menang sih.
Spencer taking the ribbon 3, making it, and then instantly losing, I think is pretty
Oh,
telling
difficult.
of where we're at, right? And I think in a lot of people's games, when you
Ribbon.
queue up on the ladder, you kind of have this mentality of,
Ribbon
oh yeah, as long as I
3,
hit,
4
I'll be
strip
fine.
6.
This is great evidence of the fact that hitting is not enough in regionals, right? Because players are going to be playing pretty
Caitlynnya
optimized
Rabadon,
lines.
Cok.
You have to expect other people to have very strong boards. And even though he has this Ribbon 3, he doesn't have the Caitlyn 2,
Map
doesn't
kalah
have
sama
the Diego
Riven.
2, and Ribbon 3 by itself is not
Aman
going to be
aja.
enough to carry Spencer.
Yang itu punya last stand aja,
potentially
Pung.
even to a top 4. It's actually
Ini
looking
juga nih
very,
liat preman anjing.
Yeah, I mean, going up against the Yasuo, I feel like this
Yanto,
could overall be a good
anjoy.
matchup because it's like,
Trot.
oh, I just have the better edgelord, right? Mine's a 3 cost, yours is a 1 cost. And we do see that the Riven is taking
B1
care of business
edgelord,
here,
B,
doing an
anjing.
immense amount of damage. We'll be able to deal with the
B1,
Yasuo. Not actually
anjing.
too close. So here
Trot,
Spencer has
anjing.
found a matchup that's quite good. Kiyun actually starting to drop probably quicker than he wants. He's at 29 HP. He has the last stand. But considering the HP of the lobby, that stand might just be the difference between like a 7th and a 5th here, because a lot of people are dropping in parity.
That's a great call out, because it's not just about the board strength. It's literally the fact that you get 1 extra life, right? That can't be understated. When the health of the lobby as a whole is close together, then just being able to save 1 or 2 HP is
Pas trip
usually the
7 orang
difference
scared
between a
semua
place.
ini.
When you can actually save an entire life, that
Ih.
might actually be enough, even if the board strength is still too low, to get Kyun a handful of other placements. I really love that call out.
Serem coy.
Here we go. Another item pickup for Spencer. Looks like
Red
potential
buff.
of just red buff or
Shojin.
Giant Slayer. Kind of feels like it's got to be red buff, of course. Yeah, red buff Shojin
Buff
as the options.
Shojin.
And hey,
Big
your
buff
favorite
Shojin
tech,
sih.
death cap on the Caitlyn. Coming in clutch.
Iseng aja.
We were
That's right.
talking about it earlier today before the show.
Anjing udah punya
How
Lucian,
people wanted
baik.
to dump those rods because of the new
GG.
text on death cap. It's not super new.
Punya
but the bonus
Lucian,
damage,
min
20%
1
bonus
bar.
damage. So even though
Bar
you know,
tadi
Caitlyn doesn't really use
jadiin.
AP that well,
Anjing,
her flat stats are quite
kena,
good, so percent damage ends up working out okay.
All right, hopping on board with Weird. Currently at 70 HP, playing this Jazz board from very high tempo, especially like you mentioned
Oh,
earlier, the
anti
fact that
heal.
you are playing
Gua kira mau
essentially
dijadiin
2
Queen, so nggak punya anti heal ini
non-combat
ya.
augments with the duplicators and then the last stand. He is 1 augment down from the
Bentar,
entire
kita yang
lobby.
Katarina
It is
kenapa
very,
punya
very
Lucian
healthy.
juga
From
anjing?
this point, it's basically a question of whether he wants to just try and
Itu kata kita
stabilize
Jess.
the board, or
Oh,
what I would
anjing.
actually
Oh.
like to do. Wow, takes a fight with
Oh,
Malala.
MM,
That
anjing.
is
Oh.
That is
Enak,
probably enough
coy,
for him
MM
to say,
oh,
"You forget I'm just gonna go 9 from here, right?"
Ngeri, ngeri,
This board
anjing.
can
One
tap
bar
out
off.
very high.
It's awkward because he's 1 barred off, right? It's like you kind of want to roll for that bard, but you are on level 8, so it's not like your odds are that good anyway. So maybe you're just like, yeah, I'll natural it. Just level to 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a 3-item bard right now
No.
either, right? I believe it was just 1
Seratus.
item on
One.
it. Yeah, so to me personally, I don't think that's
Seratus.
enough to want to stay 8, especially if you have the ability to just go 9 and then continue to
Tujuh
greed
kali.
because you have the last
Tumben
stand.
gue liat
But
yang main
man, you
Serapin
have to
jadi
feel pretty
7
good
kali.
if you're Weird right now.
All right, but on the other side, we are looking at Spencer fighting up against Replay. Replay has found quite a few upgrades, but the Riven has found the back line, and that's just going to be able to do it for this fight. Riven should be able to handle the rest of this, just cleaving it all down.
Riven 1v9, let's go, anjing.
That can actually deal with her. Yeah, I mean, there's an Akali, but this should just be a
True,
slow burn
true,
of Riven
true.
being a one-woman army, taking out the entire board of Spencer. And
banget,
of
anjing,
Replay. So
najis.
Spencer hanging on as Malala actually drops. So Malala took 2 big
Lucian
losses in a
OP kan?
row.
Lucian
One of
sekarang
them being
buat.
that near win
Kalau lu
against
punya
Weird.
kos
And
5
Malala ends up
Lucian,
taking a 7th here.
ada
Now
itemnya udah kuat
Yoon in the
sekarang.
hot seat, but he has last stand.
if you are Spencer
Mau
right now,
bintang
I
satu
think
doang
you
juga
really
udah
just
kuat
want to
kok.
pray for your matchups to go in your favor. He's
Broken
going to be
amat
looking like we saw.
Raven, kayak
He
gitu.
wants to play against something like the Seraphine, because Seraphine
Tapi
wants to play front to
masalahnya
back. And if you
gue
have Riven
nggak
dashing into the
suka.
back line, you can
Kalau gue mainin nggak
bypass
pernah
that
dapet,
TFT front
anjing
line and get
Rivennya
right into
males
there.
gue.
On the other hand, though, if he
Ih.
does play someone like Weird, who has a lot of single target damage, I think it may
Cut
actually
dead. Oh
spell
iya, Katarina
disaster
mati.
for Spencer. This is a matchup, though. He probably wants something like this,
Yasuo
right?
Riven.
Being able to
Kalah
fight
nih
the
Yasuo nih.
Yasuo one-on-one
Asten
with
udah.
a really tanky unit like this Riven, who will not just die to a single
Rivennya
ult,
kuat
does
banget,
mean
anjing.
that Spencer should be able to hang on, get another win, and Kiyun will now proc last
Rivennya udah kuat
stand.
banget anjing.
Yeah, and the way that this happened is while the HP bars were reducing in
Caitlynnya
parity,
dua
they're not
item mana
anymore,
tuh,
right?
anjing.
Only
Ngeri
Kiyun,
banget.
Malala, and Spencer took losses. So Weijin still at 39, may lose this fight, but still not going to be in striking distance of Kiyun. So Kiyun needs this last
Riven
stand
OP
to help
kalau
him
hit,
win
nah iya tuh.
multiple fights in a row, and I just don't
Oh,
see
Lucian.
it happening, right? The stats are good, but you run into Spencer
Lucian.
again, and I don't think last stand changes the outcome of this fight. I think Riven is just the stronger edgelord, as she should be, as a three cost instead of a 1 cost.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I don't know what
Riven
he
di anti-heal nggak bisa
that.
ya
I don't
sama
know if he
guard
can
breaker.
meaningfully upgrade his board. It does look
Bisa.
like he takes an Akali off the
Kayak
carousel.
gitu,
So if there's a way
permasalahannya
he
Riven
can
tuh
get
kan
Akali 2,
harus di
maybe
CC,
that
harus
is
di
enough for him to
burst.
win a few additional fights. But yeah, it's like what you're saying. It's not. Oh, sorry, no, he takes.
Tapi kalau di CC susah, dia punya
So still has the
CSS.
Akali 1.
CSS-nya hilang karena CC di
He
burst
has to
baru
upgrade
mati
his
tuh.
board a decent amount, but to be honest, he doesn't have that many ways to do it. He doesn't
Kayak lu
have
kasih
Qiyana
anti-heal nih,
on his
tapi
board, I believe, right?
Undi
That
tuh
would
nggak
be
ada yang
one way
nge-burst,
he could
Rivennya
get there,
bengong
but
aja.
without 6
Mau
true
ngapain, Bro?
damage, even with last
Kenapa
stand,
jadi
there's a handful of
ini?
matchups that if they have a lot of single
5
target
TD,
damage,
4
this
penta.
Yasuo could die very
Balik,
early on in
coy.
the fight.
Yeah, and the follow-up just doesn't exist on this board, right? There's no,
Kenapa
there's no
dia nggak
secondary
ganti
carry. and it's gonna be a
Kennen-nya ya
replay.
jadi
So we
5
could
penta
see
sekalian
Yasuo
gitu.
wrap and get to the
Tapi
Seraphine. We saw
Akalinya
it happen
juga
with the
anu
Riven.
sih.
But right now, he's kind of stuck in the corner fighting against Nico, and he's already taken a big chunk of damage. The rest of the board is kind of disappearing. You get a dash through, but back to the front line. So he's just stuck getting hit by an
Mati
Ari,
Yasuonya,
and that's just going to do it for Kiyun.
Kalah
So that's going to be a
Kosriro
6th
ini.
place finish
Cepat.
with this. Spencer drops down as well, but Kiyun will fall harder.
Spencer
So both
mati.
the
Spencer
Edgelord falling in 5th
apa ya?
and
Ya
6th
Riven
here, and
bukan
we
sih?
got our top 4. Replay Dish Soap, Weird, and Weijin Iverson.
Eh,
3 of the
Riven
big
mati.
4 as Setsi did take a tumble early on with the Heartsteel.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
Can
the lobby
Wilson
shaped up
Galaxy.
relatively what we were expecting it to be. 3 of the 4 in
Riven
the
kalau
top
masih
4.
berkata
But I
Riven
really
ikonik
want to
tuh.
talk about Kiyun's board just
Toto
for a second
mati tuh
before we
Riven.
move on, because this is something we have not,
Kayak mau
we've seen
wasian.
time and time again.
Bisa
We saw
jadi
it
sih ini
yesterday.
CC
If you're
burst,
trying to
CC
play
burst.
Yasuo not from ahead, you oftentimes are going to go
bisa
bot full
jadi.
because you bleed out far too much. I want to see
Anjoy
more
nyala
players
semua
play this
tuh.
line, maybe it from a better spot, but this time around, we're watching Weijin Iverson. He's playing this front to back kind of board, using this Senna 3 with a ton of damage.
Tangnya
But on
kopong
the other
banget.
side, you see multiple damage threats
What?
of the Caitlyn and the Ezreal, who are both able to stay away from the
Sih.
Qiyana. Because of that, Weijin will fall.
Kuat sih,
Disho, who
itu
does
depannya
have
kopong banget
the
aja gitu Disho.
economy augment as his second, the balanced budget, is able to go level 9, have a really
Ngeri.
strong multi-threat board, and honestly, he's positioning
Jadi
himself
itu
for a
hadiah flex.
very
Ezreal!
solid top 3, top 2.
Enggak sih yang ini
potentially
ada
top 1
flex.
for how the rest of the
Iya
team
bang, dia
will
pakai
go.
Caitlyn,
Yeah, I mean,
dia
this
ada
is
flex
actually
dia
just
jago
textbook
bang.
80 flex. This was playing
Bukan
around
gua soalnya, kalau
Heartsteel,
gua
but
nyebutnya
also just
Ezreal
recognizing that,
anjing.
okay, I don't need to play Heartsteel for very long.
HL Kit
I play
lagi
Valor
meta
budget,
kayaknya
I
ya.
put Heartsteel in, I probably got a
Semenjak
component or
ada
two,
update
which gives you
bug fix
still more
kecil itu
advantage to
jadi
have an extra
kepake
component
lagi.
over other players.
Jadi
And then just
kalau
move
Caitlyn
into the
kemarin
Teamfight
dia
Tactics
lagi
Mobile,
ulti,
Caitlyn
unitnya
and around
mati
the
duluan,
Ezreal.
pelurunya
It doesn't
kebuang.
have to be a big
Terus
cash out
kayaknya
like
udah
what Setsuko
dibenerin.
was going for. Now, Setsuko Spot
Ternicinnya
did
nggak
say,
live.
hey, you have an
Di
opportunity to
YouTube
go
nggak
for a
tahu
huge
gua,
cash
nggak
out. So I
ngikutin.
understand taking that line. But when people think Heartsteel, they're like, oh, the big cash out. No, this is a normal Heartsteel 80 flex line that Dish Soap has taken, and he's still at 52 HP. This is how you can play Heartsteel. It
Jin?
doesn't have to be from this full loss streak. And we see him just upgrading
Main
the
satu
hell out of this
Jin.
board, finding some really big spots
HS
here.
ya,
And now a
gak
Jin
nyala
could
juga,
possibly come
ganti
up.
Ezrealnya.
The one thing I think
Gila.
the board is missing is really strong front line, right? Because he's playing the variation that is Ezreal Caitlyn, you have a lot of backline required. You need a rapid fire, a big shot, and then you also want the Jazz. You have the Dazzlers in as well, which means you only have 2
And
slots for the front line.
back.
If the other board,
anjing
if he was
hilang
able to
tuh.
take out this Zac early, then he will be able to get to that front line pretty quickly. However, there's so many damage threats on Dishop's board that even
Keren nih,
if you take out
Dishop
one of
nih.
them, you have the
Ngehit
Ziggs, you have
coy.
the Caitlyn, you have the Ezreal, someone's going to stay alive and deal enough damage. So
Well, and what's great about Dishop's board is he has so
Dilihat
much
gini nyalain
immense
CS2
damage on
sebenarnya
this board.
cukup ya.
And the frontline
Tergantung.
items make his Zac very tanky for the first few seconds of combat. But you have so
Tergantung kayak
much damage that's all that really matters, is that your frontline doesn't evaporate immediately. And so you've got Crown Guard and even Shroud
Kalau
giving,
lo
additional stats in the
threatnya
first
nyala
start of
banyak,
combat, a big shield
ya
at the
2
start of
jazz
combat,
cukup.
and that compounds together, gives you just a little bit of time, and Dishop's backline is able to do the rest. And we're going to see Weijin here
Cuma
on
ntar
potentially
kuat
1
bangetnya di
life.
3
Does have
jazz.
this upgraded Kiana, which I think has really elevated the center reroll board.
Cara lu
Made
jadi
it
kuat
more
banget tuh
than even a
sebenarnya di
top 4
4.
potentially. But the big thing that
3
Weijin's
jazz,
at the
3
top of
jazz.
show, and what people have
4
been
harus
using the
si
center reroll for,
headline-nya
is his
jazz.
consistency in making
Cuma
top
susah.
4. So Weijin, job is done. He'll see how many placements he can try and scrounge, and beating Weird
Ini
is the
jangan
first
ada yang
step
pakai
as he
full
goes
trade
up
ya.
against
Pasti
his jazz board.
spot. Emang
yeah,
paling
it's a
kuatnya
good
kayak gini
matchup
sekarang.
Right now, Weird has not popped
Kalau lu
his last
ngomongin
stand yet,
set
so he has not
sebelumnya,
reached his final form. On the other hand,
set
Weijin is
9.5
really strong,
iya,
but he actually
turnamennya
wants to be able to try
trade-nya
and
sama
reach
semua
level
tuh.
9, try and get the 6
Vertical
damage in.
seret,
Even
pentakill
without
doang tuh
last
10
stand,
biji
though,
ini.
Weird is gonna eliminate
Kalau yang sekarang
Weijin
enggak.
Iverson going out and forth. Man, Weijin I
Sekarang
think
tuh
really was
paling
just praying to have
paling
1 or 2
oke-nya
more HP. If he could
masukin
get that
jazz,
6
nyalain
damage,
semua,
that might
udah
actually tip
itu
the
kuat.
scales in his favor.
Yeah, and we just saw Dishop pick up a Jin 2, and that's going to have to try and contend with this incredibly strong Jazz board that we have going on. And I mean, this is
masih
really cool to see, because
kuat,
this Jazz
iya.
board was the strongest
Build
comp
over
at like the
6
very
tuh,
beginning of
anjing.
set 10. It just like got
Itu
a bunch
patch
of nerfs because
kemarin.
this was like way too
Set
good for so
sebelumnya
long.
ini.
And then it just kind of disappeared. We'd
9
occasionally
Noxus
see it pop back up
Altristar,
with
nah.
like a Bard board or something like that.
Jin B2.
But now Weird just
Iya,
saw a
udah
spot and
ganti
said, you know
tuh
what,
Ezreal
this is
ini.
a great game for me to play
Udah cetak
Misfortune.
cetok doang
Went
tuh
for
Jin tuh.
heroic grab bag, so really committing early on to playing this reroll line. And it's paid dividends. This is a top 3. And this is showing how Weird has been able to be one of the top 4 players after day 1.
Mati.
This is going to be the last stand pop. But
Yang menang kayaknya udah
honestly,
Dishop.
top 3 with your Jazz board, I'm pretty sure that's like what you're playing for. You're
Kayaknya
playing for
main
a top 4
yang
with this
menang udah
reroll
pasti
comp.
si Dishop udah kuat banget
no,
buatnya.
I completely agree. Jazz
Dishop tinggal
can
naik level
have
doang
a
ya.
top 1, top 2 finish, but I don't think that the conditions we saw from Weird are
Itu kan megangin
exactly
unit
that.
orang
You
udah.
know, typically it's going to be around that infinite scaling of the That's Jazz baby. Even though it was able to hit really fast and ahead of the standard cadence of the lobby, you are playing, you know, at some economy down because you have the lesser champion duplicators. He does have last stand. I mentioned it before though. I'm not entirely convinced that the value gained from this augment is going to be enough. However, he might be able to just beat replay anyway because there's a lot of single target damage on Weird's board. Being able to get rid of that echo very early into the fight means that you can have access to the Ahri, access to the Seraphine, and it's not Ahri 2 yet, so the damage is not quite there
Jazz-nya
on
sih sekarang.
replay's board.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
gonna be
gonna
fun
Makanya
to
lu
initially, so
pertanyaan
that
lu tadi
should-
kan
I
kenapa
think Weird should be
trade-nya
able to clean that up.
sepotong-sepotong
It'll be
gara-gara
really
Jazz-nya.
stand to
Jazz
Dishop because
sebenarnya
right now
yang
Dishop
kuat
has run
banget.
away with this game. He played a brilliant 80 flex line, and it
Apapun
doesn't feel like anyone
komposisinya
is
lu
close to
kasih
his
Jazz tuh
power level.
kuat.
The
Masalahnya
Akali is doing some really good dashes for replay, but it is just that these gloves Akali, so the items aren't perfect. Looks like she does get to the back line, but not in time. The Jin just going to clean everything up, and Dishop is really just walking away. I don't think anyone can contend with this. We'll see if the last stand makes a difference, but realistically, just solid play out of Dishop, making a statement here in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Dishop
Oke,
most
nanti
likely
set 11
gonna
kayak
run
gini
away with
juga
this.
kagak
Very
vertical
hard to
trade.
see either one of these boards beating
Oh,
him,
enggak.
especially now with the Jin 2.
Yang penting ada headline dah.
You can see
Kesel
right
gue
now,
liat
Weird is
headliner
gonna be
anjing.
playing replay. And in that last fight, although it was the Ghost, Weird absolutely
Nyebelin, Cok,
dominated the
anjing.
fight. I'm curious to see if
Headline
Replay is able to get the RE2 online. Maybe there's some positioning things to try and get the MF away from the important priority targets early into the fight. But personally, I think Weird's going to take this one.
Lu kan sering jasit kok sebel sama headliner.
I mean,
Orang lain lebih nge-hit anjing.
that late part of the game, and there's no
Capek-capek gue jasit, maksudnya lebih nge-hit lagi anjing minta
this
di-hit.
might be the end of the road for her. We've got the Misfortune chewing through that echo. He gets an additional cast. He's lived for quite some time, but finally he falls in the back line. Still relatively untouched. Seraphine cannot get through MF health. That's going to be too much. Replay going to go down, and that's going to be a third for Replay. Weird moves into second, and Dish just has to find one more fight to get a first place in this game.
You have to feel great if you are Weird right now. This was a brilliantly played line. playing the ahead of tempo last game.
Tapi lihat waktu di shop aneh ya. Lagi cuma 2, tapi kuat banget anjir.
3 items itemized. I can streak through stage 3.
Baru lihat deh gue deh.
He lost 2 of his next 3 rounds. Weird on the other hand was able to find the 3-star MF extremely early, have a very high tempo board, and didn't even utilize last stand until halfway through stage 6. Because of that, the extra life gets him an additional placement, and now finds himself in the top 2. One more fight to go though. Who knows? Maybe there's a world something can happen for Weird.
Jago cok dia cok. Gue sering nontonin. Kalau mau belajar dia emang jago aja.
It's a third item for
Gak kayak gue.
Which is
penipu
not
aja.
irrelevant.
Ngehit
So
doang
we'll see
ya.
if that can actually make a difference. I mean, the Lucian can utilize, you know, some of the stats from last stand, but realistically, the backline axis doesn't
Kalau
really
kagak ada
exist for
HL
this,
tetap
so
ada
it's
2
more
trade
so
nyala.
just he
Apa ya udah
destroys your
lepas
front line
tapi
and
udah
then
lepas.
destroys your back line. So the extra
Indo
omni
kapan
damage
ada
is going to make much of a
turnamen?
difference. As
Nanti
we see
kan
this fight
yang
come through,
Nusantara Open
Tentacle
tuh ada
being the
turnamen.
first target,
Yang
then
tempat
gets
gue
to be
juga kalau
allowed
lu mau
before
ikut
too much value
ada
is gained from that
turnimen
would be
kecil
great, but
aja.
Misfortune just dying to Lucian on the other side, and now it's
Cerot.
finally the last few
Cerot.
fights. We get the edge of
Cerot.
night top, and there
Anjing.
goes
Edan,
the
ada
Jin.
flex
Dick Soap with
cuy.
still half his life remaining, able to find first place in
Tembak
game number 1
HL
of
apa
day
bang?
2 of the North American
Mbak
Regional
HL
Finals.
adaptif.
Man, a good showing from the big 3 here, right? Setsuko unfortunately falling.
Super fan-nya kan? Super fan-nya adaptif.
In first place.
Disco nggak ada yang make ya? Nggak tahu jarang dari kemarin. Tapi kalau di turnamen yang EMEA aja tadi kata casternya ada yang pakai. Kata casternya sih yang EMEA punya ada yang main disco aja. Nggak tahu udah dari kemarin gue liat yang NA yang dia tontonin nggak ada yang main.
Of course, and Replay continuing that dominance, right? A third place is phenomenal, and I think a player that we need to keep our eyes on is maybe
BB, Rabadon plus adaptif. BB wajib apa bisa ganti Sojin? Kayaknya wajib deh. Wajib deh, cuma kalau nggak dapet lagi itu kata Cipung nggak apa-apa. Soalnya blue buff-nya tiap lu ngulti kan damage-nya nambah terus. Cong. Tolong banget, Cong. Tadi Robin make, oh ada, tapi di lobby sebelah bukan yang kita tonton. Kenapa disco nggak ada yang pakai? Karena Peter belum masuk turnamen nih, goblok anjing. Barna harus dis, enggak juga. Oh, kalau mau main bar trio, barnya nggak wajib jazz kok. Bagus kalau dapat jazz, cuma kalau nggak dapet ya udah nggak usah dipaksain. Yang wajib bar 3 nah iya tuh. Cuma rungkat TF min 1 lah. TF min 1. Yang kayak temen gue nggak hit banget. Ini karena nabrakin orang Yes lah ya gimana bang? Men, kulpak, reroll, dapetnya itu bang ya gimana? Hitnya itu, masa salah saya bang? Bar 3 di round 5, goblok aja. Oke, dulu ah. Lama-lama ngantuk kan? Oke, sampai game 3, game 4 tidur dah. Ini video cerita awal mula set sama Akali pacaran, bukan, Cok? Akali sama gua, Cok. Oh enggak, video cerita awal mula set sama Cipung jadian. Satu kok main HS lucu tadi. Udah pasti kamu itu pas trip 3 kalah, tai. What about me? Pas trip 3 mati aja. Kalau di Twitch sudah dikatain influencer mod aja, tolong.
There's a lot to talk about here. I'll just start out by saying that.
Yeah, it was oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, like, I think, like, the reason why is because I think a lot of the stuff that we had in that pre-show ended up coming to fruition when it came to this lobby. We saw the reroll and we saw the 4 cost, ending up winning the lobby, right? So just to put it into perspective, we had reroll go on 6 boards. Cat, Seraphine, Senna,
Ikonnya parah banget, HS 300 lebih nggak ada gold sih, Pak. Gue nggak ngerti itu kenapa si Setsuko duitnya miskin banget. Perasaan tadinya kayak 40, 50. Tapi dia miskin banget, terus kayak pas gue lihat begitu cash out levelnya 6, duit 50. Aneh banget gak sih? Biasanya kalau emang lu strik dari awal kan duitnya level 7 lah gitu loh. Ini enggak nih.
4 cost carry, capped heart seal board after cash out, or 80 flex, it's gonna be super tough, and we're gonna be trying to the rest of today because it's not always gonna be.
Gak sih, gue kalau misalkan main ya sering lihat itu orang di 3 strip 5 udah level 7.
People not playing reroll, right? Last place was Setsuko playing, full heart.
Kalau nggak gitu ya, biasanya level 6 deket-deket level 7.
4 cost carry with his headliner, but he also
tapi duitnya sehat gitu loh, tapi enggak. Miskin banget, gila.
And whatnot. We had, Malala go out in 7th. We had Kyung go out in 6th playing Yasuo reroll. Then all these other rerollers that you were talking about, kind of just
Gold
splashed
dari
throughout the lobby.
Iya, kan dia lost
And
like
it just felt like a
kan.
very high roll
Tapi
lobby for
miskin
the
banget
most part.
kan itu.
Pretty much everyone hit. And I think that really contributed to the downfall of Setsuko in this one because he got 5 heart seal online so early. Had already had all the other units, then actually hit the headliner Aphelios, and I thought he had just basically won the lobby, right? Like he got it online, it was, I don't know, 2-5, 2-6 or whatever.
Iya, hype-nya gede banget yang 10.
When he finally gets that cash out, which was a massive one, he got a Radiant Hurricane plus another complete.
Dia invest, kayaknya invest gede banget buat set 10.
But from that spot, he had 35 health, and his board looked more than strong enough, I thought, to be able to kind of, get him through that stage and be able to get to 8, then roll down to 8 and probably stabilize. But the problem was, everyone had kind of already hit. So his first round after the cash
dia
out,
investnya banyak banget tau yang set sekarang. Set sebelumnya nggak wah ini tuh.
But like everyone was already hitting their 3 stars, so very likely he's just running in a 3 star after 3 star after 3 star.
Selama gue ikutin Setsuko, dia kadang ya kalau buat nyari HS gue nonton pas dia udah dapat headliner.
So a bit of a tragic game for him, but it just shows that there is a
lot
of risk in playing
these
Hasiel
sampai sekarang
stakes lines. If you're playing in a
kalau HS-nya nggak dapet natural, gue nggak akan sengajain nge-roll. Miskin banget kalau nggak aja.
Too fast for Setsuko, and it kind of got out of control.
Yeah, if y'all need a little visual, imagine going into the hyperbolic time chamber, training for hundreds of years, coming out and realizing everyone looks exactly like you now, right? And it's like all that work, all that setup, unfortunately, isn't going to pay off. So unfortunate for Setsuko because I think if you're crossing the eyes, that should conceivably bring you there, but the lobby said no.
Yeah, scouting's going to be super important to make sure you're also not playing a contested line so that everybody was able to actually get all of those up and running.
Gue nggak demen headliner. Ini set dimana gue mempelajari ada yang namanya headliner, sistem cara kerjanya gimana headliner atau chosen gitu kan. Tapi gue nggak suka. Gue lebih suka yang biasa.
Yeah, I mean it is just gonna be really tough lobby.
Menarik sih, jadinya gue belajar gitu. Coba ya udah, makasih ya ilmunya gitu. Makasih infonya nya Mas. Saya nggak mau lagi ya. Mager anjing main headliner.
Especially in the lobby that we're watching, the lobby is just ridiculous. It's so stacked. I think 4 arguably of the biggest favorites for the entire event are all in that one lobby, right? So it doesn't really take much to go wrong to be able to actually pick up a 7th, an 8th, a 6th, whatever. These players though who did have that rough first game are going to have to really hope that they can bounce back quickly. Otherwise, they're going to have to start really playing a bit more risky and playing only for those very top spots.
Pas 1 sekarang paling kuat kayak Olaf sama
it can happen to
V.
anyone. I mean, we saw
Itu
it happen to
kuat.
Setsuko. It
Pas
definitely can
2
happen to any of these
tuh
players. Mala as well, finishing pretty low. These are 2 guys who
Gak
have
inget
been
gua.
crushing this set.
Cuma biasanya
And
pada
on the
main
flip side
reroll
of
kos
things
2.
too, look at some of the consistency
Kos
that we have
3
from
gak
a
tahu.
couple of our
Kos
players
4
that have
Ezreal
some of the
anjing.
highest average placement so far.
Ezreal,
I'm really looking at
Poppy,
the fact that Rain
Jet,
and Weird are able to
Lima,
get those second
Yuri.
places in their lobbies respectively, because that's just going to help build that up, right? They were already sitting at around a 3 for AVP, so anything that you can get above that is going to help.
Kos
And
2
that honestly
Gragas.
makes things so exciting.
Gragas anjing.
This next game is going to be really important.
Also, worrying trend for
Nggak ada
Rain
yang
Flight
mau main
gets a third,
Gragas,
so the
cuy.
average placement
Oh, yeah.
crashing.
Anything,
after yesterday.
it's crazy, right? Anything
Yeah,
under a first would have
man
brought
is
it
slipping.
down. Right? Isn't that
He's
crazy?
falling off.
Yeah, also Rain getting second is also contextually important because Rain does really well when they start off in those kinds of places. So, I'm, again, kind of piggybacking off everyone.
Pos 5 kalau HL-nya
Yeah,
B3
so I
kuat
definitely
semua.
can't wait.
Iya
We're just
anjing.
about ready to get into
Iya.
action. So, we are going to hand it back over to our incredible
Bedanya sama
casters,
Chosen yang dulu
Casanova
apa?
and
Gak
Genway, to
tahu.
bring us through the second game.
Cuma setahu gue emang sistemnya gini deh.
Alright, when it rains,
Garen
it
reroll aja
pours,
belum dulu.
Gangly, and
Ini
Rain
nggak akan
was
ada yang
back
mainin
on
deh. Gue
top
sampai
in the
sekarang masih
second in that first game.
bertanya-tanya
Really
itu
excited
Garen
to
tuh
watch here
gimana
in
sih
this
mainnya.
next game here, because we are jumping lobbies over to the other side, and we'll get to see kind of what was happening over there. And Rain being able to pick up that second place was huge. Kaiwing grabbing that first, and actually Rain had
Lah,
talked
Soju,
about how
2 poin,
he and Kaiwing
loh.
talked a little bit going into the tournament, maybe done some prep together. So seeing
Loh,
success
Soju
from
2
both of them,
poin.
Yeah, I think where the other lobby was kind of made up entirely of this gigantic star power, we have a lot of interesting, maybe albeit smaller stories going on.
Yang
in
mana
the
yang
lobby
orang Indo?
right
Gua
now. The
orang
players that I
Indo.
have my eye on, though, I really
Orang
love
Bandung
that we
gua.
get to see both
Indo.
P3 Soju and Prestivin playing in
Udah
this lobby
spam.
together. We talked about it at the top of the show, 2 primary study groups who have been
Soju sekarang gue liat lagi sering main Penta.
stand on
10
it.
of them. Oh man, wait.
Wandering
you're saying-
trainer.
Gak
stand
tau gue
on
nih
it.
jarang
There's
main.
no way we actually
Wandering.
see a wandering trainer on game 2, right?
Aduh,
Nah. Wow,
multi
Trent-
talent wandering
I
trainer
actually
aja. Hampir
almost
tuh
never
game
see
jadi wandering
those
trainer.
Come on. We could have been
Big
wandering
shame.
trainer game.
Garen
It
reroll
could have
7
been
kali
wandering
belakangnya
trainer
kopong. Nah iya itu
with
yang
3
gue
people
bingung.
stand on it, and
Orang
didn't
bang
get
gak
it.
kena reroll
That
bang.
was
Iya Garennya tebel
multi-talented.
aja.
We
Backline-nya
actually got the worst
apaan?
one.
Nggak tahu bang, pokoknya Garen aja udah bintang 3. Goblok anjing. Gue ke Setsuko dulu teh bang, oke tete di jalan.
Towards the end, after stage 4,
Why not trainer lah ya, gak tahu.
that is a throwback to, what was that, set 7, right? Dragonland.
Dragons. Yeah, it was the Dragon
yeah.
Horde.
Dari Hackstill kemarin ke
Where
Soju
players will
kurang.
get an influx of
Ke
resources
Soju
that they
kemarin
can,
menang, Jo.
reroll and spend their money to get what they want, or they can take the first
Soju
stage. It's gonna be an
kemarin kan
influx of resources
ini
towards the
tiba-tiba
end of stage 4.
Kartus
But I wanna
3
while we're
anjing,
starting off
apa
with Reed, he's a
tahu.
player that I think flies under the radar for a lot of people, and I think it's
Susah
worth
anjing
noting
masuk
this
novet,
is by
goblok.
far
Bal,
Degree's
bal.
best set of TFT. You might remember Degree from back in, interestingly
Masuk
enough,
novet,
set 7,
anjing.
where they went second place in
Ya udah mau main
Dragon
reroll nih.
Final Cup of the
Udah
Set,
ada Kennen,
to regionals, but
Lilia,
since that
tinggal
second place, they've never
Kennen,
placed
Niko,
top 8.
tinggal cari
They've been
Lilia.
kind of, I know, not even kind of. They've been very
Kyle
inconsistent
Olaf,
since
beuh.
that. They've made it 2 final days.
Hidup
of tournaments,
bahagia,
and they'll
cuy.
get day 1 in the next tournament.
Olaf
This
nih,
time around,
ambil
though,
gak sih
Degree's
Olaf?
putting themselves in a really good spot. They have a sub 4 average placement across the entirety of set 10.
Ani masuk
Obviously,
dong.
they're here in the second day. By far, Degree's rising star performance, we're seeing it right
Lilia
here.
jadi
We'll see
51,
that
goblok
through the
anjing.
rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see that success in Degree. Another player who's kind of
Sumpah
just
paling
been that,
nipu anjing.
you know,
Lilia
tier 2,
dapetnya
tier
beres
3
kon 4
players
tolol
for quite
anjing.
some time. He's always somebody who's like, okay, if it
Ngerol
does
banyak
well,
gak ada
it's
Lilia.
not the biggest shock in the
Loh,
world, but it's also just like,
mana?
it's not expected. And now actually having a set with consistent results is very exciting. As we jump on board with Rain gonna grab Salvage Bin. We've seen this actually been a pretty popular augment kind of across the board. I think a lot of players are just valuing being able to slam early items, save
Jelek
HP, and
banget
then pivot
dapetin
into a
Lilia.
strong board late game and build out
Bengong
best
dah udah
in
ini udah pasti
slot.
lu
And I
strik
think
dah
that,
udah.
you know, Salvage
Ikhlasin,
Bin just allows
coy.
you to do that with ease, right? You can actually just slam all of your items all the time and then turn it into exactly what you want in the late stages.
Gue ngerasain tuh main
Brandon
Kaiser
did
Recall
just
Lilia
that,
sampai
but ended
ke-6
up
gak keluar
passing on an
nangis.
Olaf headliner and is playing around this Lulu. And I think that was the most interesting part of this is, you know, none of
Enggak
the
sih,
items were streaming
udah
Olaf,
cukup
but
tahu
just in
aja
general,
nih.
that unit has been good.
Gerol mana ya?
Just gonna pass that up and instead,
Sebiji
the
doang
player
nggak
on this Lilia
nongol-nongol.
and look potentially for a super fan opener.
Gerol banyak Lilia udah
definitely
tahu
not
tim
the
planer
strongest
gak ada
early game,
satupun
especially
nongol
you have
anjing,
to assume other
goblok.
players, yeah, like we're seeing right
Tolol
now,
banget
the
anjing.
Olaf alongside the Superfan opener from Degree. This matchup
Makanan
in particular,
penambah
it
stamina
actually
bang, gua
might
habis
be
sakit
okay
lemes
because you have
banget
a decent
badan.
amount of single target damage of the Bard,
Gak tahu gua biasa
alongside the CC of
Biasanya
the
biasa
Lulu,
kalau
but
habis
yeah,
sakit
even
ya
with
udah
that,
makan
Degree
aja
is
yang
just gonna
banyak.
have a much stronger early game. I don't think Reigns
Ada
will
kan
be,
masanya
trying
kalau
to
lu udah
contest
baru banget
too much
sembuh,
board
lu
strength up
makan
front.
pasti
I
banyak
think
banget.
instead we may see her try to stabilize a little
Iya,
bit more
cara
on stage
recover
3,
cepetnya
maybe
gitu
make a
doang.
3-2
Udah
transition
makan yang banyak
alongside
aja
the
udah.
salvage bin like you called
Ada
out,
makanan apa lapar dikit
and maybe utilize some
makan.
of the lost streak economy to put herself in a
Lilia
better
Rio
spot
plus
later
5.
on where she can slingshot her way back into the standings.
Yang menang bukan yang dari Vietnam itu ya.
Alright, speaking of the Olaf
Beda
earlier
nggak
and the way
sih?
that people just use this early game,
Ini
but
kan
no,
NA,
they
ini
have
masih
another board
regional
from
juga.
Tywing playing around that, and support cash actually picked up. This is not an augment we've seen a ton of.
Emang
Support,
mana yang dari
like they kind of
Vietnam?
had this day where everyone wanted
Sate
support
ular.
items. They were trying to get as many
Gue gak
support
pernah
items
tuh makan ular
as they could.
gitu-gitu.
And more recently,
Gua
we've seen a lot
orangnya
less of it,
takut.
where
Nggak sih.
stationary support
Geli
used to be
gue
just
kalau
an
lihat
auto-click,
hewan
whereas now
melata
it's
anjing,
kind
gak
of few and
bisa
far
tuh.
between that we see this.
Ih.
And this is just, you know, I'm wondering if Kaiwing's selections were just not that good early game, or if
Ada
this is something
regional
that,
SG.
he's maybe been valuing that other players are not.
Ya tadi gue sempat nonton
I
si
see on the other side of
Riven
the
2.
board,
siapa tuh namanya?
that is a Riven 2
Simpanse ada NOBAR yang SG.
heroic grab bag, the double
Nontonin
lesser
si
duplicators,
Kejawas.
and used one of them. From what I can tell, looks like she used one duplicator to make Riven 2 early. Maybe trying to play
Si
Riven from
Riven.
ahead. This is a unit that you normally don't just automatically play Riven when you get Riven played dropped from nowhere.
Rivennya udah
However, if you have the
dijadiin.
opportunity to both make Econ and make Riven 2
Dibully
on
Olaf
2-1-2-2, maybe this is the way to play
Terus buat
Riven
apa
from
dia
stage
naikin
2. We
Rivennya, anjing?
normally don't see that unless you're trying to play some sort of open fort Riven straight into the 3-5
Capek-capek
This is something that
Riven
Krona and I really believe in.
dikuatin.
Krona and I have talked about this line a lot.
Kena
Where if you
Olaf.
dropped a double 3 cost that is like a reroll 3 cost line, and then you're offered heroic
Main apa nih
at the
Robin
start
udah
on
Titan
2-1,
sama BT?
just taking heroic, slamming the first one, and holding the
BT
second
doang
one
ya
is just
itu
an
ya,
incredibly
Titannya
strong
dari
way to
itu.
play into that reroll line. You're already
Titannya
committed to your line,
dari
you know what you're playing, you have the 2-star already, so even if you don't full win streak, you'll probably full win streak,
Titannya
but even
dari
if you
super
don't,
fan.
you'll have a very strong board early on, you're not going to lose too much
Pasti
HP,
pivot sih
and
ini,
then
dia
you
nggak
can
akan
just
komit.
build into your composition, econ a lot harder, and greed out even more for the comp. So I like
Ini
it quite a
orang-orang
bit.
level
The
pada
Very went
ditus.
that way,
Iya.
and I think she will be rewarded. She stayed a little
Orang-orang
streak to make
TFT
more money,
kebanyakan
even
live-nya
though
di
she could have
Twitch, yang
tried
YouTube
to
nggak
level
sebanyak
and look
itu
for win
cok.
streak. And I think
YouTube
that is an
biasanya
interesting decision,
mereka
but I think
punya
that it
channel
makes sense
buat
because the Riven item
video
was
doang,
Giant Slayer,
atau nggak
so you're
live
actually
double
not
live, atau
guaranteed to
nggak
be that
Twitch
strong.
sama YouTube. Jadi kayak kalau orang kita mah live YouTube udah ya sambil live TikTok aja.
headliner, which is very strong on stage 2. One of the reasons it's especially strong, is we're seeing it right now, is how well it
Jarang
plays
yang
into the
dua-duanya
Olaf,
aktif.
who is considered by many to be one of the strongest
Oke.
stage 2
Kalau
headliners.
aktif
So
dua-duanya
if you
pun
can
ya
play
dia
some sort
double
of
live
direct
udah.
counter to that, like the Vi, then you can put yourself in a really strong spot to maybe not full streak through stage 2, but certainly pick up wins. And with all the streak changes that came in set 10, being able to find early wins in stage
Juga
2
sih.
is the best way to jumpstart your economy.
Untuk gue. Orang gila mana nonton TFT jam 5 pagi.
Two of note on the early carousel. We didn't see any spots that were specifically streaming for a single item. And so just kind of taking stock of what's happened in the early stages, right? We have 2 win streakers at 100, Kaiwing and Degree, who will be looking to win streak all the way through Krugs. And then Berry is on the loss streak, but I'm not sure that she's committed to that. I wouldn't be surprised to see her flip this loss streak early because of the fact that she was playing around Riven 2.
Disco.
We're looking at Ripple's board. He's got metabolic, so he's going to keep healing up throughout this stage, throughout the game. And he's going to go to level 5 pretty early on here on 2-5.
Disco.
Yeah, he has the early Cassante. I'm going to assume that he finds that Cassante before he
Keren
gets
juga
metabolic.
orang luar mainnya
Because, you know,
subuh-subuh.
surely I'm
Di sana
going to
siang
a
bangsat,
Heartsteel unit
bukan
early
mereka
on,
mainnya
but
subuh-subuh.
unfortunately,
Siang
really,
di
Carousel
sana
does not
anjing.
have Heartsteel
Di
online,
kita
and
doang
it's in a
subuh
weird place
anjing.
right now where you're kind of playing around
Is
this
that
combi that
Disco?
is kind of strong, like you're
Gua
doing
gua
damage,
dukung
but
dia
it's
nih.
not gonna be able to
Triple
do
overdrive
with
gue
the
gue
strongest
ingetin
boards in
namanya
the
cok
lobby.
pemain
However,
disco cok.
it's
Kita harus
one of
mendukung
those
pemain
units that
disco
is good
anjing.
into the single target melee units like this Olaf. So there's a world where now, even looking at it, there's just too much HP. Yeah, even with the matchup being decent
Disco
for
susah
Nami,
soalnya.
this is a weird spot for
Harus
Ripple.
spesifik
I'm
banget.
I'm really not in love with this. You have the metabolic, but you're not making super great.
Lo kalau mau main disco tuh harus spesifik banget. Unitnya harus itu, itemnya harus itu. Ganti dikit langsung nggak guna disco tuh.
Just kind of looking at it, like, wow, how is Beery losing
Punya
so
pivot.
hard with a Riven 2?
Kalau sampai pivot nih,
Did she bench it to keep loss streak?
nggak akan gua ini lagi tuh.
Rain selling board.
Trauma.
Rain is contesting Beery's loss streak to go for 5 loss. So is very like trying to bench Riven? I mean, Beery definitely cannot contest Rain if Rain wants to lose. It's just not possible. You're not gonna spend half of your augment on this Riven 2 and then sell it. It's just not like a real thing.
Biri did scout it, so Biri is aware of the fact that Rain is half open here. We'll see if they fight each other. No.
Nggak ketemu.
Ripple
The Greek High Wing though, that's the other one to watch, right? Is that gonna be
True.
Tuh kalau dia nato ada gini-ginian tuh.
Rain will keep the loss
Unitnya
streak
sengaja
guaranteed.
dilemahin, ngeliat anjing yang ini lustriknya parah banget
High
nih.
Wing and
Lemah banget, dilemahin sengaja kalau yang sama-sama lustrik.
As Biri has kept the loss streak as well.
Biar
We'll
duitnya
just wait and
sehat.
see. I mean, Rain of course lost this fight.
Ripple does get Heartsteel online now.
Jax masih GG nggak?
So
Masih
a little
gak
bit
guna
later,
kan
obviously,
GG.
but having that in
Masih
the first
masih
stage,
GG gak guna.
Agree able to keep
Wasn't
his
against
streak. Kaiwang as well.
Both
They
of them.
dodge each other. 200 streakers going into stage 2 or going into stage 3.
All right, so
Sweet.
Rain
Spot
playing
feels
towards Senna reroll, it looks like.
Itu kalau dia
Yeah,
dapat
quite
headline
nice too,
Senna
right?
tuh
Like,
bukan
being able to play
Kennen.
the
Oh
Rabbit
anjing udah
Dashers,
langsung
or
bahagia
have the
hidupnya tuh.
Morellos as well. There's a lot of flexibility with these
Dijual
items.
ya
I think if
Senna.
you're Rain right now, you feel really good about your spot. We're probably going to see a relatively deep 3-2 roll down from Rain to try and find Echo 2, find the
Nih,
headliner Senna, and if
pasti
she can hit
Reaper
those,
nih.
she will be very strong for the rest of stage
Jual,
3.
jual,
However, we are
jual.
seeing on
Echo
this side
tuh.
now, this is what the Riven board has become. Biri was able to maintain that 5 loss streak as well,
Iya.
so she's also feeling
Echo
quite strong.
safe.
Does hit the Hodge as well. The items are pretty
Jual.
decent here, right? There's a lot of different
Open
ways to
sword.
kill swords.
Anjing
yeah.
blue buff.
Having a second
Bajing.
rod, or excuse me, a second tier is actually probably the hardest component to kill in this composition, but it's not impossible. You can play something like Sojin, Caitlyn, but you're definitely using one of those for the Hand of Justice. Not sure when Biri is going to be trying to turn this
Pusing nih
around and like
pasti nih.
snap this loss streak into a win streak.
Pusing
Leveling
nih
to
dia
6
nih.
right now isn't going to actually look
Dia tuh masih
isn't gonna be
harus
looking
nyari
to, improve
hijab.
the board strength all that much just yet though.
Harus
Do you think
nunggu
she
tuh.
can stack
Dia butuh
fast
hijab
until
buat
3-5
Riven.
and then just full set?
Cing di slam
Like,
blue buff.
ooh, blue buff slam.
Why?
That's not what I would have expected. IE is the other open item now. But blue buff, that would not play on Riven. So that's looking at your secondary carry. But
Masa
who is
sih
your
dia
secondary
Riven?
carry? Usually Zed is the only person you'd like
Dia
to see
buatnya
that on.
blue
Maybe
buff,
like
anjing.
Ezreal is another blue buff user. I
Oh,
mean,
anjing.
blue buff slam. That's not something I would have
Punya
expected
Piego tuh.
whatsoever. And so
Cheat.
curious to see where this spot goes. I feel like 3-5 is when we need to check back in
Aku
with
dukung
Berry,
Kain.
because considering the
Gua masih
free level, I
tanda
don't think
tanya
she's
itu
going
orang
to
cewek
push
apa
on
cowok.
3-2. I think she's going to wait. So we'll see what this pickup is. Martyr, 2 health.
Gue masih tanda tanya itu cewek apa cowok.
Brandon Resolve is
Not bad.
pretty good. But it's
Kain cewek. Kemarin
Nick
ada yang
Caitlyn's
ngomong trans katanya. Gue nggak tahu
Man,
dah.
I'm very
Iya kali
confused by
anjing.
this blue buff slam. I'm not sure if there's something that I'm
Daidem
missing
dia.
here, but it
CWK
does
itu
feel
goblok.
could have very easily played
Daidem
around
lagi.
the Giant Slayer, Hand of Justice, then use
Tanda
this
tanya
additional
besar
sword to
anjing.
start making
Cara ceknya
Caitlyn
harus
items. I don't
langsung
necessarily
uji
feel
coba
like
di
your
lapangan
item
cok.
economy is
Oh,
any better by
anjing.
using both of those tiers
Harus
at once too, because
anjing.
you're still going to be looking for some sort of healing item and then
Goblok
trying
anjing.
to find the
Mentang-mentang
troops
subuh
or
obrolannya
either
tolol
Shroud
anjing.
or the QSS. I feel like the only thing that blue buff is really doing right now is adding a little bit more CC to your board, but because you
Trans dia.
are trying
Serius?
to slingshot your board at 3-2
Aw, ah.
rather than
Aw, ah, gelap ah, nggak ikut-ikutan anjing
I
ah.
don't know that the board strength
Nanti
here
gua di
is
cancel
adding
tuh.
to the overall shape of Biri's board in a meaningful way.
Vi with a blue buff, I don't think changed much as far as these fights are going, right? Like, you could have just not slammed an item also. But Biri is going up against Soju and actually will find a win. It looks like, oh, maybe not. I spoke too soon. That's going to be Olaf running through this. making
Mantap,
the
cuy.
win happen. Honestly, for very,
Momen
a
penta
loss like
tuh
that's probably
Soju.
just better. You're actually making just more gold, and you're not losing too much HP from that fight. So I think she'll take that. And we saw on Soju's side, he is fully committed to going into an 80 flex line, and he's playing around the Olaf. It's just very static on how we've expected people to play right now.
Ini channel TFT kan bukan channel pelangi. Iya.
I thought I saw that. I was very confused.
Wah, gak ikut-ikutan kalau pelangi. Gue gak masalah sama pelangi selama bukan gue yang disentuh gak apa-apa, Cok. Gak ikut-ikutan pokoknya gue. Kalau pelangian gue skip.
Level 6 instead. We'll see what she's cooking up instead though. But right now we're hopping on board
Trans deh,
with
Bang.
K3 Soju, one of
Trans
those
gal
steady
who likes
group
playing
members
video
who
game, mostly
has
TFT.
dominated the
I'm
field
decent
thus
at the
far.
game.
Yesterday we got to see him play a really cool pentakill board
Kenapa?
that eventually did end up
Tahu
with the
anjing.
3-star Karthus, but I
Gak
love
ikut-ikutan gue,
watching it.
Cok.
I think
Anjing.
there's a lot of people in the field right now that are leaving pentakill on the table.
Beneran
and are not
trans
trying to
gue
play
cek
it
di
from the
Kenapa
tempo.
lu pada ngecek sih anjing gabut banget deh.
Yeah, a great thing that Soju's got here as well is we can see that Soju is playing
Kalau dia
around these two
skip
crit
dah.
items, right? He's got Last Whisper and he's got Hand of Justice, and that's going alongside. He picked Jeweled Lotus when he realized that he has all these extra gloves, all these crit items, and Infinity Force also giving crit. And
Gagal
by
ngaceng
having these
tuh.
3 different sources of crit in his itemization, and then getting
Gagal
Jeweled Lotus,
ngaceng,
it
gagal
also
ngaceng
allows you
dulu
to
tuh.
compound off this crit on whatever user you give it to. Ezreal will use that so well, like 100% crit on his third cast. Caitlyn can do it also. Just really, really solid use of
Eits,
optimization
tertipu kamu
to go
bangsat
alongside with your augment selection. And so we see as we get onto the carousel here, trying to see what else gets picked up. Soju's going to end up grabbing a rod, which doesn't really fit into the 80 flex just yet, but we'll see where that rod ends up.
Kalau ikut
As
tegur.
we see a cash out potential from Ripple, but instead he decides to raise the stakes. So he's just going to go for Lost Streak because Berry goes to
Wih
level
gila.
7. We are probably seeing a roll down over there to try and upgrade
Lah,
the board.
elunya aja gak nongol di
There
Discord
it is. Goes to
anjing.
level 7, fully rolling, trying to find
Nah, gua ke setting dulu. Soalnya Discordnya belum masuk
pickup
soalnya.
of these ribbons. Ends up finding an upgraded Mordekaiser.
Itu
And then from there, we also just have a
Ribet,
pickup
anjing.
of that Viego to go alongside with it. So Viego is going to hit
Coba
the
tes
board, go
ngomong ke.
alongside this Mordekaiser. Got those two together. We got the Pentakill online.
udah hilang deh
And then
gua.
on top of
Kur.
that, now we do have another item
Kur.
on the ribbon. It is going to be a pickup of the Blood
Udah,
Booster,
udah.
but
Udah
Blue
apa?
Buff Viego is also not really the unit we would expect to see Blue Buff used on.
Tes
So Blue
update
Buff is
berapa?
still,
Emang ada update?
Giving me questions, Gangly.
Hah?
I'm
Update apa?
very confused.
Yang di
by
mobile doang
what
kan
we're
yang
seeing.
update, nggak tahu deh berapa.
Ada yang main edgelord.
Yeah, it looks like
Udah
Gangly's
dari
having
awal
a few
itu.
connection issues, but we got this going through.
Meta TFT yang auto win
I'm
apa?
also very
Apa
perplexed
ya?
by this blue. I mean,
Kemarin sih
it's still a good item overall.
Kel
to slam, but I
reroll
just
ya,
think that
Kel
the way the
reroll,
isolation was, it didn't
Riven,
make a ton of sense.
Ade Flex
But
itu
now
ya beda.
Bree's,
Kyler,
composition
Riven, Ade
kinda
Flex,
coming
Sena,
together. It makes a lot of
Serapin,
sense. This is exactly what we
Katarina.
kind
Kena
of out
6
of
true
this board,
damage.
and you early on
Oh, dang,
got the
hit.
Riven, and there we
Hah?
go.
Sena,
That's
iya,
exactly
Sena
what she
tadi.
was looking for.
Waduh,
Trying
baru
to
36
find
udah
that
jadi,
Riven
Cok, ini
headline,
mah.
who's already on 6 Rivens.
Udah win streak
So
doang ini.
finding that now,
Ya tinggal naik
Berry has
level,
spiked
tambahin
to
Jess.
rank
Nah,
6,
udah
maybe a
ongkak-ongkak
little
kaki
later
dia
than she
anjing.
actually thought
Oh
she
enggak,
could.
Rivennya masih
Because of
butuh
the
hijab,
greed
deng.
going to 7 on 3-5, but
Gampang
still
itu udah
getting
jadi
a
kritikalnya,
3-star,
Pit.
3-cost
Gue emang
Udah
dah-
ada kritikalnya.
Emang dapat
Such an
magic resistnya gue
incredible
tanya.
pickup for Berry,
Dapet.
and it's going alongside having the edgelords and the pentakill already on the board, right? Pair
Akun tweet
Viego
serain
Puasanya
apa
nggak
bang?
ada
Nggak
event
tahu.
live.
This
Kayak
board
2
is
tahun lalu,
really
for
ready to
12
spike
jam.
even harder,
Agak anjing.
and
Coba
should
aja lu
make
search
it
di
to level
Twitch
8
serain
as quick
TFT
as
ya.
possible. Should be a great way to win streak, because you look on the other side, people are still playing their one cost headliner
Ryan ini dia
as
penyanyi,
filler
cuy.
for now, and so it is just going to be that Jinx going
Beda
through.
negara
Not
bang.
able to find much more, and Berry is going to take that win. So
Dia
now
suka cover-cover
she's
lagu
stable,
Jepang
she's
itu.
gonna win
Emang
streak for a
iya?
while, and we need to take a look at the
Iya, anjir.
rest of these boards and see what people are on. Is, you know, Soju still on his Olaf,
Nama channel
Highwing
YouTube-nya
still on his
Rainage.
Olaf. A lot of people
Bodoh
still
amat.
just playing around their one cost
Anjing ini
headliners.
berantem
You see
Olaf.
Soju at first going into an 80 flex line, but he stayed on level 6. He looked to push to
Ngadu
level
Olaf,
7 when it comes to
anjing.
3-7 here, maybe 4-1.
Ini mulainya dari jam 4
4-2,
guys.
he can
Setengah
start
4
even
sih
try and go for
bacotnya,
it
jam
fast
4
8,
startnya ya Pit ya.
considering he's
Apa
Iya,
jam berapa
jam
Pit?
4
good amount of
startnya
HP,
tadi.
but it does feel like some amount of rolling on 7 is going to need to happen. We see him push 7.
Itu kenapa
on
ada
3-7
Poro?
here.
Oh,
We'll see
mapnya
what
ya.
he gets off of neutral.
Tahu kali.
Itu ada Poro yang jalan tuh anjir.
So the big thing to
Itu
look
kayak
forward
lagi
to
dikasih
as well
makan
for
di
Soju's
Aram deh.
board is we
Ada
talked
Iya,
about
bener-bener.
Lotus and how he's got
Ih.
a couple of different options to go with. And he's also angling for pentakill. And this is something that we saw Soju do in the meantime, right? We had seen Soju play around pentakill yesterday he found a first place
Bandung Open TFT udah buka regisnya. Ada lagi Bandung.
Ada coba Bandung Open coba.
Gila. Baru kelar kemarin cuy.
Boardnya itu. Oh, mapnya ada pokoknya. Ini biri-biri tinggal naik level masuk Jazz.
Terus dia dapatnya juga 8 bit nih, bisa main Kathleen.
Tuh lihat tuh, nggak ada hijabnya kur.
Tenang cuy.
Tenang.
Itu udah jadi, dia bisa jadi Sojin. Oh enggak, dia ini dulu ya.
Ya juga, itu jadinya cepet banget ya dia.
36 loh anjir. Itu 36 kalau main pang kadang Jing belum kelar tuh.
Level masih
Pitar itu turninya. Bah, gila Pitar cuy.
Ikut gak sih Kur?
Ikut gue tuh ya ke Bandung.
Itu online anjing. Itu online anjing, gak usah ke Bandung kok.
Ya kecewa kalau nggak ke Bandung gue nggak jadi ikut guys.
Goblok. Terus lu mau gua akomodasiin ke Bandung gitu?
Gue mau nasi kanseng bang.
Anjing. Ini orang judi tai. Gold cuma 20 ngerol anjing level 8 gila.
Tuh nggak dapet tuh.
Sumpah ini nih gambaran server saya kalau main ranked begini anjing. Naik level.
Buset, poinnya cuma 1 pit berarti mantan top 8 tadi nih.
Itu, ini udah pusing nih palanya nih pasti nih. Mana judi lagi naik levelnya gila anjing.
Went 8, and you kind of have to wonder, how he's going to be able to try to pull this back because he doesn't really even have gold.
Darah 38 sebenarnya masih bisa satu round lagi sih.
At the same time,
iya cuma nggak tahu
if he
deh.
doesn't start stringing together some wins, like he's going to be dropping health like crazy with basically a full 1-star board.
Kalau menang di sini sih nggak terlalu rugi sih mungkin ya.
It is a tough spot
Kalau
to be in.
kalau menang iya.
Tapi
menang
sih.
sih.
On the raise the stakes, so this is going to give him
Ya oke lah, seenggaknya nggak ngurang dulu darah cuy.
Hopefully allow him to
Slot sisa berapa? Gak tahu bang. Si Tonki yang tahu. Cuma harusnya masih banyak. Kalau lo mau daftar bang.
Itemnya sih mendukung parah Jin. Tuh oke.
Aduh TF.
Aduh, Miss Fortune Jazz-nya aja diambil nih.
Pasti.
Enggak.
Discord
Bisa diambil sih.
Ini
Yeah,
diambil.
he's digging so hard because he wants a carry headliner, I
Soalnya
think, right? But
bruiser
now I
ya.
think he needs to buy this Zac. So he's gonna put in the Zac. At least he has a carry
Jazz.
for that
Kira bakal
carry
diambil tuh
item,
Jazz
but,
tadi, Cok.
all 1-stars besides that.
Iya,
his
padahal
board
kalau
is
dia ngambil Jazz juga
really
harusnya nggak
weak. He
dulu.
does have good items, but
Nah, iya, betul.
it's gonna be tough. If he can't actually get this Ezreal upgrade,
Kayaknya
he has a
Sojin deh
pair of
diambil.
Ezreals, but he's even struggling to decide what he wants to actually buy here. So he's not slamming his items in, and he's gonna take more damage as a result. Just now, is he actually getting those 3 items in on the Ezreal, and we'll see if he can kill much, but he's gonna be on 1 life here.
Yeah, this was a really bad transition from Ripple, right? So the
Bonek
initial
dong
part of
ini
it was fine because he low-rolled what he needed from his cash out, right? He got
Jangan
some
lupa
very
guys,
strong
sekarang
items, but
malam
he
nih
needed gold
Saban.
to actually turn this
Oh,
into
iya
a real
kah?
board. And then from there,
Apa
he
tuh?
got everything on the board, but then not
Gue
getting
juga
the
lupa
items
kalau nggak
out.
salah
He wasn't
malam
able to close
karena
many
sebelum
units. And there
Ramadan
was
gitu.
certainly a world where Ezreal
Belum
could
puasa.
carry this fight.
Bulan
if he
puasa
had full
kapan?
items from the very beginning. The positioning ended up rough as
beberapa
well.
minggu
Ezreal
lagi.
jumped all the way to that back line and gets Urgot
3 minggu
turning
lagi
on him.
kayaknya.
So I think
Oh dia
Ripple,
tiap tahun
in a
maju
spot
ya?
where that was a board he
Iya,
kind
maju
of wanted to
11
see and
11
could
sampai
have
12
beaten,
hari.
and there are other boards that are gonna be a lot tougher for him to deal with.
Anjing.
Yeah, I mean that's a tough thing,
Udah
right? And we've
akan
seen this
ada
a few
masanya di
times.
hidup gue
It is
berarti
just so hard
lebarannya bareng
when you
Natalan
have a
cuy.
clear line in mind when you're playing raise the stakes. You're like, okay, this is what I'm gonna get. This is what I'm gonna go for. And then none of that happens.
Min
and
satu
now your
Sena.
entire plan has to go out the window. You have to instantly figure out, what you want
10
to go
Maret
for.
puasa.
If you're not just
Oh.
seeing that headliner that you want immediately, you have to
Eng,
realize,
puasa
okay,
duluan,
when do I
Cok,
need to
baru
settle?
nanti
When
ganti
do I
set,
need to actually just buy something?
Ya,
Pertama
Senanya
kali
min satu.
ingat keberadaan puasa kapan tanggal puasa ya? Kayaknya bulan Desember deh.
And you're in these really tough spots. And that's kinda, I
Gila,
think,
nge-roll
where he
down
found himself here,
60
as you
gol.
said, very
Mana
lucky,
ya
hoping for a
Kena
lot more
sebiji?
gold, being able to actually slingshot himself into a strong board that way.
Tenang,
Radiant
si Ren
Venom
ini
only
sudah
helps
berpengalaman
if you have
cuy.
good carriers for it. he did get that Bruiser Zac headliner, and if he
Kemarin
can
dia
get the
juga main
Ezreal
Senna
too,
nggak sih yang
then
comeback itu?
maybe he can
Kyle
start
ya?
to stabilize. But
Nggak
yeah,
inget
Ripple
gua.
could be out of there in a hurry. We saw it happen to Setsuko last game. We saw it happen to Appies when he
Pagi,
kind of
cuy.
failed his transition yesterday. So it's definitely not an easy thing to master.
Yeah, I mean, it's the rough part, right? It's kind of the
Nisf.
low roll that you can get on the
Bacanya
raised stakes, is
Nisfu,
where
bukannya
you
Nifsu
end
ya?
up with a cash out that doesn't work for your spot, and you've sacrificed all that HP. And we see it happening to Ripple, right?
Nggak tahu, Bang.
Soju
Aku
did find the Pentakill line. He
tidak
found the
login di-
Viego to go with the
tidak
items
paham.
that he was setting up for. And
Jual
now
lagi
it
nggak sih,
loses
Bang?
because he cannot
Waduh,
compete with
agak
these boards that are so incredibly
kampret lah
strong.
gitu.
Now he's got
Oi.
10 gold to work with. Let's see what he can find. Nothing? All right, that's expected.
Brutal. I mean, he gets 4 Bruiser, but man, like you need upgraded carries.
Z ini Ezrealnya permasalahan nanti Z juga satu anjir.
Yuck, that's rough. There's just, I mean, it's,
Ya,
it's not even like you can
depannya
sell a
tebel,
pair and
Bang.
roll. You just have to pray that you somehow win this next round, and then maybe with the PvE phase, you get enough gold to hit Ezreal Z. Like, because if he actually had upgraded Ezreal and Z,
Mari
the
kita
board's not
lihat.
bad at all, right? And he's gonna get additional cash outs.
Oke,
You know,
mungkin
maybe
masih
there's
bisa
some world
menang.
in which he can
Belum
stabilize.
jadi Senna
He's fighting
cuy.
a Senna
Iya
reroll
sih.
in
Ari juga no
before,
item.
they actually
Senanya
hit
masih min
a Senna
satu,
3, so that is
kasihan tuh.
pretty lucky. But I'm not certain that's
Pas
going to be
trip
enough.
6
Maybe because
main
it's just
Senna
all
hero
in
min
Senna
1
2,
sih,
so I think this
pusing
is
malah
actually
itu.
a bit of a bailout.
Masih
Getting
chill
one of the
dia
best possible
cuy.
rounds
Oke,
you
menang
could
harus.
get. And we'll see if it's
Iya,
going to be
menang.
enough, because the Zac looks like it
Yang
should be able
Riven
to
tadi
push
yang
through
mana
here.
yang
He will
biri-biri
survive,
ya?
gets the PV round. That is actually so big, because this game
Dia udah
is
menang
still
deh dia.
comebackable. It is a very difficult
Kalah dia
situation,
anjir,
but you
barusan.
never know.
Iya nggak sih?
That's right, Ripple might be back, and so am I. It's
Red buff.
Treasure Dragon.
He's back, baby.
The Treasure Armory online. Ripple does get a little bit of an
Dead
influx
Blood?
of gold.
Bisa Dead Blood
He can't,
nggak sih?
here's the thing, he can't
Buat
roll
Z?
his Treasure Armory all too much, right? Because he needs every bit of gold he can get to try and upgrade those units. However, he now has a little
Lucian
bit of
red
redundancy,
buff.
I would say, with the double red buff on his back line. I mean, whether or not this is actually enough for him to hit his units is also left to be said. I'm not really
Mbak Ryan nggak
gonna have
ngehit.
any of the resources
Mbak
to
Atau
win the
masih?
next fight.
Oh iya,
He's got one more
monster.
chance though.
Mbak tuh
I
masih
almost
dipanggilnya
to
Bang,
play devil's
bingung
advocate,
jadinya.
argue the other side where he should have rolled, because you can get treasure armories where it's
Soju
just
main
gold,
penta harusnya.
right? And I
Harusnya
feel
udah
like
penta,
that
dia
is
build
the
up
bailout from
penta
this
dari
spot. He
awal.
doesn't need more items. What's he gonna do? Slam those items onto like a level 1 Lucian? It feels kind of rough. Like maybe you roll once or
Okay.
twice and get something.
It
Wah,
is
kira
tough, right?
dapat Z nih.
Because there was a little gold in that one, so he's
Yeah,
like, oh,
nggak
okay, I
Kayak red
have
buff-nya
some gold,
dikasih
I
ke
can
Z.
get a little more.
Yeah, nggak tahu.
Versus you could roll
Oh,
and it's just only
magic
items,
dari
and
mana
you
nih,
roll, and
anjir?
it's only items, and you roll. and,
Tadi
like,
cash
I
out
think it's
terakhir.
more common.
Screwed either way if you don't get full gold. That's my
So
question.
maybe.
Mas
right? But I do
aslinya
think that,
goblok.
okay, he's on a pair of
Dari tadi
Ezreals.
gue sama
So
viewer gue
getting
ngomongin ini
essentially
gue.
was, what, 8 gold?
Ryan dipanggilnya Mas apa
Shot
Mbak?
looks to actually
Itu
match
masih
that
dipertanyakan
Ezreal
cuy.
is probably worth trying for, because you just that one upgrade,
Anjir.
considering you went to 4 bruiser,
Ini
you
siapa
have
namanya?
this Zac
Setnya
with
tuh.
really great items,
Item tangan tuh
like,
aja.
that's probably enough for you to be stable for a couple more rounds, and I think that is worthwhile in consideration to just take that. And we see
Dusun
Ripple
Robin.
might even be able to win on this Ezreal 1. It's very close. The Zac stun's coming through. Oh, they stopped the cast
Wih,
from
bertahan, cuy.
the Karthus, and so Ripple finds a kill.
Oh,
and Robin goes down. So
akhirnya.
Ripple has at least evaded the 8th place.
Jing.
Wow, the
Selamat
all-star
nih
backfight
game
actually
Ripple
has to
Cok.
be the
Tapi
instant
not for
double
long
on
sih
this
harusnya.
Siapa ya?
The Akali was
Sisa
on
level
both
9
Lucian
ini sih
and
sisanya
Ezreal,
sih.
But because of the healing coming
He got
through
the Ezreal
from the
too.
Gunblade,
Susah
he was
sih ini.
able to keep both those units alive, survives one more round, and now, like you're saying, has the Ezreal too. Ripple is looking like he's
Harus naik level,
I don't
harus
know. I don't
upgrade
know if he's
pos 5-nya.
We've seen boards capped so high that like
Mana
hitting
pit kalian
Zed
Ripple pakai
to
disco? Iya juga ya anjing.
in of itself is not
Udah lah,
enough.
gue gak mau
The
dukung
thing
deh,
is,
udah
he's a
kalah aja lu
really
Cok
strong
anjing.
front line, and you have a lot of boards that
Tadi
are
dia
straight
angle
from the
disco,
match, right?
terus tiba-tiba gak main disco Cok anjing. Nipu anjing.
Carries basically, plus an insanely strong front line with 4 bruiser
Okay,
and a
nice.
radiant item on his Zac. Like this
Hadiah
is
flex.
What, but
this is
Zac top?
comebackable, and he's even got metabolic booster. So if he actually wins, throughout the next handful of rounds, like he's
Ya,
gonna be
menang dia,
healthy
Cok.
enough that he could potentially have 2 lives.
Honestly, the Zac's kind of a beast too. Like all the AP he's getting, he's actually healing so much. He's doing a lot of damage. The CC as well. Like
dapat bar lagi.
this board is actually looking a hell of a lot better than I think we
Level
initially thought.
9.
I think it's all coming together entirely. And as you said, Metabolic is actually
Dino
a
ada
really good
turnamen
call out here
TFT nggak,
because
Bang?
he's just
Itu
a couple
official
fights
kan,
away from being 2 lives instead of 1,
tanggal
right?
27
And that's
tutupnya
really, really
Nusantara.
important as we get to this late
Ada
game.
Cok,
Especially when you're just
Bandung
trying
Open
to,
ya.
at this point,
Bandung
maybe just
juga ada.
outlive Prestivan, outlive
Yang kemarin
Kaiwin,
Jabo ya, Pet, ya?
and, see how far you can take it. The board
you're
still
going
has a
for
ways to
first.
cap. Maybe you can go for first, but
That's
it's
right.
udah bintang 3 nih.
still a much better spot.
Tapi
And
true
Ripple
damage-nya
was just
3 ya?
on the brink,
4.
but finding that Ezreal living one
Ya,
more
4
fight
maksudnya.
was massive.
Diinjek
Emang
nih.
lebih kuat 4. Kuatan mana sih 4 daripada
Soju
6?
once again on this pentakill line too, right? We
Tergantung
saw it yesterday. I know
sih.
on the whole it was not super successful in day 1, but I think Soju's
Gua main
kind of playing
6
it
kayak
with similar
kurang gitu
conditions.
aja.
He's playing it from ahead, knowing my goal is not to play for
Tergantung
first right now.
sisa
My
aja
goal
sih.
is to
Cuma gue sih,
outlast the low rollers.
kalau
in my
misalkan
lobby by
lu udah
playing
punya
high tempo,
item
going into this very cheap,
Sena,
relatively speaking,
jadi
board on
kayak
level 8.
ini
And
kan
if I
selama
can
ini
have
pakai super
enough
fan makanya
HP
masih bisa 4
ahead of the next person below me,
PD
then I
udah
might
super
be
fan
able to
masuk
squeeze
kan.
out
Kalau
4
misalkan
I
Senanya
really
udah ada
wanna see
item,
it.
kayaknya
I mean,
KD-nya
it's basically the
diturunin
same
deh.
line he played into the Karthus 3 yesterday. Obviously, this
Exactly,
is a
yeah.
game because he didn't hit that. But Olaf is a really strong item holder for a
main tuh
lot of
item
these
buat
physical
si
damage
ininya.
lines. And I think Soju, from the play that
Apa
I've
namanya
seen
itu ya?
from him so far in this event, he is just
Ilawi.
really favoring playing
It's my
uncontested
fault,
lines.
chat,
There's
anjing,
so many people
Robin.
playing towards these Ezreals and Caitlyn's and things like that. He's playing more
Ngechat.
towards Pentakill, I think, because he's saying no one is clicking Viego, right? Like in a lot of these
Dia
cases,
ngechat
he's
di mana?
feeling somewhat uncontested. So
enggak
I
ini.
think he's more comfortable playing that line, as you say,
Apa?
keep your health high, try to play a
Fever
stable
gua
board.
si Iqbal
But it
yang
does
ngomong
always
gitu,
make
Cuk.
you nervous when some of the people that are really low on health are getting some strong boards, right? And I think that is a bit of the case in this game. Like Prestevent, wouldn't necessarily be a free win by any means.
Bentar, ini
We
orang
know
kok
that Cole
nge-hit.
obviously is healing up. He's on a 4-win streak now, and if he can get
Wah,
to
nggak
level 9 with
dapat
his
dia nyari
board and start
akali
to
ini
add
ya.
in extra luxury units, like he could get first, unironically, in this one.
Yeah,
Gua nggak tahu
Prestevent's
dia nyari
board,
apa.
he's kind of playing the similar line.
Yeah.
The difference, though, is that he's playing 30 HP down. And that's
Ya,
what
tapi
we're
nggak bisa
saying. It's
masuk
all
lagi
about
juga sih
playing
akalinya.
from tempo, right? Because the board is certainly not weak. You have
Kecuali
7
dijual
pentakill
tuh
online with this
trashnya.
Viego. However, it's very rare
Tank
that
dia
we
aja
see these
kopong, bro,
vertical
bintang 1
pentakill
semua.
boards win out
Ya,
entirely.
Trash sih yang
There's
dapat.
always going to be someone that's capping a very,
Paling
very high.
nyari
And until
itu,
you
apa
get that
namanya?
Yorick 2
Yorick.
online,
Pentakill aja.
there may be a board that can
Berarti
actually
yang
take it
kena
out.
hook,
However, this does not seem
iya
to be
kena
one
hook
of those.
trashnya bakal
Kill 2
turun damage
is still
semuanya.
on the board for degree.
Anjing nggak bisa
Mordekaiser
dibunuh,
2,
Cok.
most of
Wah,
the time you're really
kampret.
relying. Oh my
Wah,
god,
gila.
wait a second.
Gila.
Diego's just trapped on
Mati.
the board too.
Itu hasilnya kayak blitzcrank anjing.
Gangly, Mord is the best unit in the
Itu
game.
si
But the thing
Prestiven
about
itu
Gangly is
bisa
that
ketujuh
he's
aja
actually
udah
so
ajaib
on
anjing.
those
Gua orang
characters
dia
that he's
naik
going
level
to kind of hit
80
that
gold
wall.
pencet D
But
anjing.
the boards are gonna keep capping out. But yeah, that is one
Bisa ketujuh aja gak ke 8 udah syukur anjing.
back in the pool.
Orang
Kan
ngejudi.
anjir yang ke-8 tadi si Ripple ini, Cok.
Enggak, itu si yang barusan kalah itu yang naik 8, 20 gold, doa
This is also
anjing.
really nice. So Ripple just got another cash out, and it's at the 11 gold cash out, I believe, that you can get.
Kebiasaan
He
anjing.
did hit a Thieves
Kesel
Glove, so
gua
it's still
orang-orang
really
begitu,
nice.
Cok.
When you have something like an Alawi that's naked, they can just kind of slap that on. Like his itemization is
Satu
so good.
ko nomor
After
4.
this next
Iya,
PvE phase, he's likely going to get a third item for his Lucian.
Itu karena
You can see he's
Kyle-nya
holding
kagak sih
gold,
heal
so he's
terus.
thinking,
Iya,
you know what, I'm
Kyle-nya yang
stable, I
nolong
can go
itu.
to 9. I actually
Kyle
agree, there's
2
basically
Gwinso
nothing
sama
for
Gunblade
Gold for
jadi
Nate
gitu.
anyway, so
Makanya Kyle recall
in
kuat
his
gara
position,
itu.
I would rather
Susah
die
mati
with
depannya.
gold than be rolling forever at 8 because if
Tapi
you go
ketemu
9 and
Luxury
you're
roll
rolling
nangit
there,
anjing.
like you can definitely get a first place from this
Iya.
spot. It is
Emang
definitely
ada ya di
winnable.
lobby lu
Like, he
yang
did
main
take the loss
Lux?
last
last
Hmm.
fight. Yeah. He
Ada
lost the last fight,
jir,
but he
yang di
symbolic.
request
He's
Kel
been able to
sekalinya main
heal
Kel
outside
ketemu
of
Lux.
that one
Anjing
life
emang.
range.
Orang
Now,
gila mana,
back to
Cok,
one
main
life
Lux,
range, but
Cok.
he is held on and he's now in a
Gimana
spot where a
caranya
lot of
gua
other
nge-counternya,
players are
Cok?
on
Harus
single
punya
life and he
Ilawi
can hold
anjing.
on for
Itu
his
pun
extra
juga nggak
placements, but
mempan anjing.
he's good call. There's nothing more to roll for. If he goes to 9, Ripple can start to actually
Anjing,
look for that cap out to win the game.
Udah nggak mungkin menang kayak lawan Lux.
Highwing sitting at 1 life left for this fight. But however, I want to call out the fact that Kaiwing is playing around the Akali, which is an 80 flex variation that is maybe not as popular, but certainly can be strong. We saw Replay go first with it yesterday. Right now, I think Kaiwing's trying to determine whether or not they want to actually play it.
Ya,
They're completely
nah.
broke, so it's very hard
Kayaknya
to
ngambil
transition out of it.
Sojin nggak
But
sih?
they're one
apa
fight away
Guinsoo ya?
from this Heartsteel cash out, which might be able to push them over the edge. But with
Butuh
only
Sojin
one
nggak sih si ini?
life left,
Oh, nggak
you run
Guinsoo
into
ya?
something like the Senna
Si
reroller,
apa
and you
namanya?
have all these frontline
Lucian nggak
units,
butuh ya?
and it's going to feel really, really tough to win.
Lucian biasanya full attack
attack
speed.
speed aja ya.
Alright, taking a look.
Atau nggak
Highwing
damage
and
sekalian.
Ripple both on one life. We got the
Dia
split
nggak butuh
screen to see
mana,
where their
loh.
fights go.
Gila nih.
Going up.
Pemenang
Ini
kita,
nih,
Riven.
Riven
ini yang PR nih.
Riven 48 bit, Jess. Anjing udah tinggal injek-injek orang dong anjing.
Gak mati-mati anjir, emang gak ngotakin Riven asli dah.
Not able to get through. She's still full health. Gets to the backline. Ripple. It's gonna be a 1v1 Zed versus Riven. Zed does he have the damage? He does not. And Ripple goes down. Ripple. After all of that work,
player tuh,
fighting his
Riven
way
tuh.
back. Where will the placement land as Degree
Musik, bukan bal anjing, dia bukan di lab. Musik monyet. Beda channel anjing.
And I felt like with the positioning, he had a good shot against Riven because Riven was opposite side. But I think it was a Viego that got to the backline and just instantly killed his Ezreal too. Like his Ezreal did nothing, and it even had healing, right? Like it had a Hodge on it. So I was pretty shocked to see it die when it was opposite side of Riven that early on. But with the Ezreal going down, you just don't have enough to push through these really tanky units.
Dia
like
main apa sih? Highlightnya nggak reroll sampai bintang 3.
The cash out from that last fight now is going to be up against Soju's board. Soju, I believe, not locked in for top 4 yet, right?
Pukul doang tadi Van, numpang bang. Oke bang, bang.
Hopefully that he's able to earn early on in the fight is going to be enough. But oh my goodness, on the left-hand side, Degree going to take a very big loss on that. Is it going to be enough to scrape out a 4th though?
Yang menang udah biri-biri tuh semenjak Riven bintang 3.
And that's exactly what Soju was playing for, though, right?
Ini sih bagus banget sih formasi yang ini nih. Wah anjir,
kosong
anjing ngeliat begituan anjing.
This is something that they're
Riven sakit amat. Ini
saying there are
baru kuatnya Riven reroll. Rivennya 8 bit, headline-nya kan bintang 3, nah sisanya masukin Jess, nyalain apapun yang bisa nyala. Kuat banget anjing. Udah nggak jelas ini Riven Jess. Edgelord kan nggak usah banyak-banyak.
Lebih gampang nyari dibanding 7 Edgelord.
Iya.
Kalau 7 Edgelord harus punya Kain kan?
Edgelord banyak-banyak tuh scam aja. Edgelord banyak tuh sebenarnya main ginian scam. Ya udah attack speed lu kencang, damage lu mana gitu. Kalau kayak gini kan 48 bit Jess nyala, udah.
Weh, 10 pentakill bang, mana tadi main pentakill?
Pong nggak sih?
Malu-malu gitu bang, ambil aja.
Yeah, I mean it really worked out for. And the thing about this is, you know, when you're playing against these Riven real comps, you're always so hyper focused on the Riven. The Riven actually got burst down by what was a true damage already on the other side, but it almost didn't even matter because Caitlyn is a real threat. Like, look at the Caitlyn items at this point in the game. We have full 8-bit stacks, plus you have a Viego that's also going to be putting out some decent damage. Obviously not the super high roll.
Sacet ketemu tank bengong ya.
But Caitlyn can sometimes late in the game with full stacks be out damaging your Riven and is really a threat. That makes this comp cap out high and be able to go for the
first place.
Yeah, and the big thing we looked at in that fight too was the value of Martyr once you have this late stage and 9 units on the board. The healing that comes through is massive. As Riven has made her way to the backline.
Jalan enak banget tuh ke belakang anjing. Sekali tampol mati weh.
Terus ngekit itu juga kayak nggak niat gitu aja, kayak gitu dikit doang.
Iya.
Hilang aja.
Oke banget anjing Riven Jess. Tiap kali gue Riven nih pasti nggak dapet yang 8 bit. Kalau dapet yang 8 bit biasanya min 1 Rivennya monyet ini.
Really creative play from Biri, a line that I think a lot of players may not always be taking.
Pagi pangkit, halo pagi, Agusan.
First place.
Yep, and I think it's so strong when you can start getting those early 8-bit stacks, right? When you have a Riven, because it was GS that she'd slammed early on that Riven, so you're getting those 8-bit stacks.
Itu Riven 3 counternya apa dah udah kayak auto win.
Hit the Caitlyn too. You don't have to wait for that ramp up of getting that high score to be able to actually get enough extra damage out.
Counternya apa, Pit? Ada flag super jadi.
It's crazy too because of the loss streak in particular, which is a lot of fun. Because a lot of times you do it and then you just like
counternya hard steal.
Stacks, but she still got to create those stacks. And then did the full loss streak, just got really rich, and then just being able to capitalize. Beautiful watch. We'll let the analyst desk break it down a little bit more. We're going to go to a short break. They'll be there when we return. Don't go anywhere.
Belum tidur bang, baru bangun. What the fuck? Baru lihat ini gue trailer.
Nah, itu lab tim e-sport atau apa kok ada 2? Itu study group. Ya kalau di game kayak MOBA tuh guild. Di MOBA, di MMORPG guild. Grupnya gitu loh. Mereka komunitas grup yang emang belajar bareng juga.
Siapa?
Itu yang LAB lab.
KDA atau Penta 10 mah udah auto win aja.
Kayak misal nih Kurohiko dia bikin kan Discord namanya Kurohiko TFT KTFT. Nah udah jadi grup itu bisa tuh. Jadi kayak lab sama. Counternya ditabrak 3 orang, ntar antri tusuk goblok aja. Sampai game berapa Kur? Hari ini Kur?
Sampai game 6 lah, nggak mungkin kita nobar nggak sampai game terakhir dong.
Apa, gue mau tidur.
Soalnya pasti sampai game terakhir cuy, semua orang nobar mah.
Gua bisa ninja tengah jalan tuh, nge-lag bilangnya.
Tapi gue yakin Peter sih setiap game 6 sih.
Ngantuk Kur, gila lu anjing.
Gue tau Peter dia bakal ngopi bentar lagi cuy.
Udah tuh. Gak
Nambah
ngaku.
lagi sih katanya.
Bas. Tadi Eonnya malah blunder bikin Rivennya ke belakang. Udah pasti gitu cok, Eon Jonnya kayak gitu. Yang bagus cuma Diamond Hand bisa nahan unit.
Welcome back everybody to
Lah,
the TFT
jadi berdua
National
analisnya.
Finals.
Bilang
We
satu.
are 2 games down in day number 2, which means we've got 4 to go. But before we head into our next game, Boop and I are here to break down what we just saw. And it's so interesting to take a look at this lobby compared to the very first lobby that we followed for the day, and just how differently their play styles are. I mean, in lobby 1, we saw a lot of reroll compositions, but this lobby was all about the forecast flex.
Yeah, and a little bit more AP, I would say as well, Necra.
Yeah.
So I think what that really shows is just coming in here with just 1 or 2 lines that you're like, hey, I'm gonna
Masih
do
nunggu
AP
ada yang pakai
flex
Garen
really well,
reroll
and I'm just
3
gonna
Archenja.
cross the finish
Nggak
line
bakal
with
aja.
that. That's just not gonna work out for you. The
Garen
players
3 sekem anjing.
remember what we said in the
Tebel
early
doang,
part,
damage-nya gak ada.
mistakes are gonna be magnified.
Gue masih bingung sampai sekarang kalau misalkan lo main Garen 3 tuh backline-nya apa nih?
Harusnya di 8 bit banget kayaknya.
Oke nih Garen lu bintang 3 tebel. Kalau backline lu gak ada damage-nya buat apa nih?
That third place with the Seraphine reroll, and then Berry taking that first with the Riven
Bangnya
reroll,
udah
but
sehat, gak tahu
everything
gue
else
belum ngobrol
pretty
lagi sama
hotly
dia.
contested. You see,
Penghilang
like,
dari
everyone
lane
on a
anjing
lot of
Bang ya.
compositions. The KDA super fan line is very
Nomor
impactful.
8 Monster
And just
reroll.
across the board, there was a lot of Viegos as well. But I think the bigger
Caitlyn
storyline
sih
here,
gue gak
Boop, is
begitu
just seeing
demen.
who actually made that top 3 as well.
Yeah,
Halo,
I would
Fikra.
say that the newcomers, quote unquote, right, are really crushing it right now. I wouldn't consider Rain a part of that. That's
Maksudnya kalau lu
Kayak
main
ditidur lihat
in
ini.
my opinion.
Semangat
But to
pagi
have, you know,
cuy.
2 out of the, you know,
Hari
you know,
Minggu,
top
pagi-pagi
3
tuh
pretty much, you know,
semangat.
set 10,
Orang
set 9
pagi-pagi hari Minggu tuh nonton
is an
Doraemon
awesome
Kur,
thing
bukan
for
TFT kan?
TFT. Though I do want to
Kita udah dewasa.
right? While we can celebrate this a lot right now, traditionally the
Udah
best
saatnya
team
kita
kind of
move on
start
dari
slow on
Doraemon.
day 2, weirdly enough, and then really pick it up at the end because they've kind of been here before.
Nobita
They
udah
know how to
nikah, Pit.
experience those emotions.
Oh
Where
iya.
people who are here, maybe their first, second, or maybe even third time going through it, it's going to be a little bit harder to maintain because of just going
Backline
through
dia
things for the
cakap-cakap
first time
kali ya,
again.
Cok.
So while I'm
Ampas
really
anjing
excited, I
Garen
would
3.
hope that the success is repeated. It's going to be tough to do throughout the rest of the day.
money
Space-
person banget. Yoi.
Next Space Ezreal dinner. Emang iya?
Telat
dah.
Masa dinner?
Percuma dinner juga. Orang tinggal 1 patch lagi terakhir aja.
Kayaknya nggak mungkin deh Ezreal dinner nggak sih?
Wow.
But Rain on the other hand, I want to praise her some more, right? Because her AVP is going up. Like
Sudah
that's
dewasa
TFT
atau
per
sudah
season berapa
fantastic.
bulan?
Like already
4.
started out the day coming
udah
in with
dewasa
an
sih.
AVP of what was
Belum setua
agreed,
itu sih.
and so just continuing with
Bro
the
sih yang
second
gue
and the third
denger
today,
umurnya
it
mau
just gets
nyentuh
better from
kepala
there.
4.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I think we talked so
Gua mah
much
baru
about
OTW
replay 'cause
kepala
one
2
winning
anjir.
Green is wild, and we briefly mentioned
Gila.
that second brought
Kepala
his
satu aja udah
his
ribet
AVP
kur.
down,
Mau 2
right? Which
anjing.
is just a crazy. The fact that I put those
Biar yang
words in
sebelah
that
tidur,
order
cuy.
is ridiculous in my opinion. But you know that is the case, so I think Rain might have
Udah
been able
sarapan.
to go a little
Belum, baru
sneakily
ngeteh
up
doang.
there and maybe take away some of the pressure of constantly being looked at, especially for AVP. And we also heard from Rain yesterday, being in second is kind of her favorite thing. She
Kalau
started
udah
in
lewat
second
season itu
today,
reset tier
second
lagi,
in
iya
AVP,
full reset
so
sampai
this
ini
seems
ya
to
Pit ya,
be,
sampai
honestly, some of
bronze
the
ya.
best
Iron
play
Apa
anjing.
ini lah,
Rain has done, and I
kalibrasi.
think we're all just happy with
Iron.
the deluge right now.
And hey,
Oh,
second
Iron.
place
Bukan
would be good
kalibrasi
enough to get you
gitu.
into the
Enggak,
Trumbull
Iron.
Championships
Tapi
as
kalau
well
lu
at the
menang
end
kan
of the
plusnya
day.
gede.
Top 3 spots
Yang
overall
5
from
match
the
pertama
weekend,
itu loh yang
as
kalau lu
well as a
menang
player
dapatnya
that
gede
does
banget.
have the best average placement.
Nih itu.
Kaiwing and Dish-Soap also tied
Tapi
at
yang
the
di 5
first
match
spot
pertama itu
because
lu
of
bisa
that
lompat
first
langsung
and
kan,
that
kayak bisa
second.
ke bronze ke gold,
So
enggak ya?
great
Enggak.
start for them for
Oh,
these
enggak tuh.
first
Ya,
2 games
tapi
of the
plusnya
day. But
gede kayak lu
during
menang
this
nih
upcoming
plusnya
break, we'll be
200,
seeding the
300
lobbies,
itu
which
yang bisa
means
kelihatan loncat.
new
Makanya orang kiranya
possibilities
loncat
when it
padahal
comes
kagak.
down to
LPG-nya gede
who's
banget
playing
emang.
against each other in these lobbies. I'm pumped to see if we get a worse
Di
lobby
nerf
of
nonton
death
PB-nya
than lobby
14.5 sih Mur.
That-
Oh,
That
buff
could
di
happen,
Kesante
but
sama
again,
Apelius
like, 6
lah.
players, I think again that everyone came in
Eh,
doing a
kagak
lot.
ngaruh
Tapi
sih.
gue
It's
juga
very,
ngerasa
very
Kesante
different.
juga
So,
lemah banget
and I also
anjir.
just want to give some props to Dish Soap. You know, Dish Soap does have that, you know, monkey on his
Di
back.
nerf
It's not
mulu.
necessarily being able to lock in the win, but arguably one of the most consistent TFT
Kesante
players
dijadiin
of all
pegangan
time.
doang, nggak ada
Like
Arstil,
said, the
rungkat,
early
anjir.
stages of TFT.
Kesante
He is kind
kalau
of
bukan
hard to
Arstil
fight.
sekarang
You
udah
know,
nggak
earlier,
worth diambil.
Dish Soap is the people- is
Atau
the
enggak
person
kalau
that you can
Sentinel
study
boleh lah
and
Sentinel
so
4
good to
baru
see.
ada
So
gunanya,
it's
kalau
really
enggak
great to see
anjing.
number 1 actually come through and, you know, perform like that because Dish Soap is one of the best.
Well, can he keep it up? Only one way to find out. We're gonna take that break, reseed those lobbies, and come back with game number 3.
Lah. Tadi udah rehat lagi.
Dari kemarin kan gini tiap game.
Gue
Kita
baru
2
sadar
kali.
aja.
Rehat sekali beres game. Analis ngomong udah rehat lagi buat main. Jadi lo udah download itu belum? Masuk lobbynya mereka.
Kagak.
Padahal lo aja observernya bego gue. Gue jadi kostring Kurohiko aja.
Gue malas downloadnya aja.
Sabun cuci main gak tak. Ini mereka main terus cuma gak tahu kayak kita kebagian nontonin dia apa enggak. Kita dapat
Kalau
lobbynya
rank
dia
hijau ke
atau
gold
enggak.
atau silver? Semuanya ke iron nih Pit.
Iron.
Hadiahnya sih katanya taktisian nama emot ya.
Gak tahu deh kalau itu.
Lo kenapa nggak ikutan? Ini kan server mana nih, nggak tahu sih.
SG
NA anjir.
yang bener lu, ini SG tuh.
Itu di kiri atas NA e-sport anjir.
Mana itu kecil tulisannya nggak kelihatan SG itu cok.
Parah cik, matanya kecil cok. Dan merempit.
Maaf bang,
Ngantuk sih.
dari lahir.
Antuk dari lahir Peter cuy.
Nonton di Twitch dapat taktisian kagak tahu anjing.
Paling mentok-mentok dapatnya ini emot, tapi kayaknya nggak ada deh. Biasanya kalau dapat gitu bisa ada ngiklanin di sini gitu.
Iya nggak ada.
Buat nonton. Itu pas Vegas doang dulu deh.
Kalau lo nonton di Twitch, kalau lo mau nonton POV playernya, player-playernya pada
biasanya mereka
nge-stream
pada
di
stream
Twitch.
ya.
Iya.
Baru bangun cuy. Sinergi favorit lu apa Kur? Apa ya?
Demasian.
Oh, gue lupa ya.
Tadi nonton Soju ngamuk-ngamuk. Udah pasti, Cok. Streamer TFT bukan streamer TFT kalau nggak ngamuk-ngamuk kan. Gimana Bang, kasih jam tidur rusak lagi? Biasa aja. Bukan hal yang
PVP
baru.
Power kapan? No info. Gue emang pengen main Bundle City itu cuman Bundle Tel itu cuman masih belum dikirim-kirim sama Riot. Apa kita bajak aja, Bang?
Hello everybody and welcome back to day number
Maksudku
2
apa
of the
kita
TFT
bajak aja
NA
langsung di
Regional
dalam kan bisa
Finals.
bertani,
I
coy.
am Nektar,
Oh.
Azale, and we're gonna be taking through this
Langsung aja
next
kita
game
beli
we've
terus
got
kita
upon us.
bajak dalam
2 games
sawahnya,
down,
cuy.
Azale. We have 4 more to go, but I feel like
Mending
the pressure's
bajak di luar,
really
bajak di
mounting for some
dalam.
of these players already.
Yeah,
Aduh.
absolutely. I was just looking at the score sheets. There are some
2
big
XKO
favorites
nggak
that
tahu
are
dari
pretty low.
kapan.
Obviously, the top 8 are going to make the final day. Robin Song's down at only 5
Nonton sabun cuci.
points. He's in 13th. Soju
Yang
is in
lobby
12th.
abang-abang, coy.
Who had a really good day
Ada
yesterday.
bekas
He's
juara
down, but
berturut, coy.
Lala is in dead last at 16.
Itu Bilala
places in a row.
juara 2
Some
kali
of these
loh.
players, really are going to have
Woi,
to step it
showtime,
up,
Bang,
and we're
showtime,
in
Bang.
another
Nggak ada yang mau,
really
ini palanya
lobby
sakit
here.
semua tadi.
Lobbies have been reshuffled. I mean, the top 16 is just ridiculous.
Diancam.
Nggak ada yang mau ngambil for fun, Bang. Let's go, Bang.
Bang, ini turnamen ada duitnya for fun nih.
Looks like no one wants Showtime. Prismatic Symphony, though, a lot of people on that. And I'm actually kind of surprised for a competitive game to see so many on Prismatic Symphony, and we're gonna get it.
I am too, honestly, because when you
Kayaknya
think
cuma
about
Lord doang
the
yang bikin
amount of
sanity
variance
aman,
that
selain itu
top
cuma
TFT
bikin
players
maka-maka
like to
game Rio.
avoid. I feel like you can get a ton of that when it comes down to these prismatic
Gak
augments.
yakin
So I
gua.
wonder what these players are going to get offered and what
Game
direction
Riot
they
yang nggak
decide to take
marah-marah
with those.
itu
Because
ini, cuy.
it becomes really an
Game
interesting thought
Echo,
experiment. Like,
game
what kind of
Silas,
augment do you
game
pick
Nunu.
first when
Nih,
you know that
game-game
you're going to
offline
have
nih.
3 prismatics at your disposal?
Disco.
Exactly. I mean, it really depends, I think, on what sort of line the players want to play,
But-
what items they
Ya,
have. They already think that they
tarik
have a pretty
Guardian.
darn good board before they even have
Coba
to select that one
disco.
augment. Maybe they're going to play more for tempo. We could see some more kind of greedy moves, if not. But the thing is, when you do go
Ambil
eco
nggak sih?
augments in a prismatic lobby, it's so
Tinggal
risky
nyari Nami
because
loh.
the amount of combat power that the combat augments bring can really ramp
Tahu,
up the
Cok.
pace of the lobby, make you
Orang
take
kena
way more
benci
damage than
disco
you would
ya.
otherwise do. So there's a lot of tough decisions in these lobbies, and just to be frank,
Turn ini ngajarin recall sama slam. Emang metanya begitu, metanya lagi banyak recall sekarang.
Way higher than it is when you're playing a gold or a silver lobby, right?
Metanya tuh sekarang lagi banyak reroll, terus kayak kalau nge-slam item emang
when
dari
you think about
sananya.
combat augments, my mind immediately goes to something like Jeweled Lotus. You get like 40% crit chance, which can help.
Ada
out
item
any
slam,
sort
ada
of
item
board.
slam, makanya
And
terakhir kan
usually
yang
when
gue
I see the
stream
Jeweled
main
Lotus,
TFT, main
at
disco lupa
gold
tadi.
or
Oh iya
even
ya, nggak
silver,
bisa
I'm like,
asal slam kalau disco
I feel like
aja.
there's something better I could be taking here. But when you see it as prismatic, I'm like, oh, that's an instant grab.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, right? Because Jeweled Lotus has so much power in the late game, but early game it's outclassed by a lot of these other augments, right? So, if you do see it early game and you're going to go for it, you have to know that you're going to be, struggling
Pumping
against some of
up
these other
Jinx
boards.
pun guys sih.
Things like roll the dice that are going to give you those
Best
rascal
man, bang,
gloves.
bang.
Like that is just going to make you win
Bang,
so
bang,
many rounds.
bang
early.
sabun, bang,
Hologram,
bang,
if you have
bang.
a strong headliner can make you win
Bung,
a lot
bang.
of rounds early. Freaky Friday can be really strong as well, just getting you these early
Ini mah
items
bekas
can be very,
wibu
very
banget.
powerful. But there's so many different ways
Itu lagi dijual
that
lagi
you
tuh.
can go. Roll the dice.
Bajaknya
I'm
maju kan?
expecting the dish soap would
Bajaknya
go
maju.
towards that.
Bajak kan emang
He's
maju
someone who
aja.
really does
Jadi bisa mundur
prioritize
juga.
that kind of early power.
Ini
And
tuh
this is the
bercandaan
highest
ini,
average
Cok,
place for
nanam
the
padi
first
maju
augment
aja.
of any prismatic in the game.
Iya, tapi
So
itu
if you
bukan
feel that you
bajak
have a
namanya, Cok.
decent board that you
Iya,
can
nanam
play,
padi beda.
Radiant Rascal's Glove is just insane.
Gua orang
right? Like at the
pertanian
end of
nih.
the day, you're getting 2 radiant
Gila.
items on your board.
Gue kira lu
You're probably not
pertahanan.
going to be playing Punk Reroll or anything like
Waduh,
that because you did
11
actually just
100.
immediately level, sold off some of the extra copies. But that's 2 radiant items on the board.
Set ini
immediately.
cuma di
And
disco
I'll be
yang nggak
interested
bisa
to see if he's
asal
gonna slow
slam.
Titans
Iya.
to play around, melee reroll or
Disco
anything like that.
harus
But that feels
spesifik
like
begitu,
less of
nggak
Dipso
boleh slam
style. He's
item
much
lain.
more someone who really does like to prioritize playing towards those 4 cost carries.
I think the Rascal Gloves will certainly help out with that.
Living
And
Fox
when
nggak
you
main
have
Haxel,
such a
ah.
strong
Living
start by
Fox
having
mah
that
kagak
pump
usah main
synergy
Haxel,
online,
kagak
those
apa-apa.
stacks can
Selama lu
really
bisa
make sure
bertahan di
that
game.
you're getting the most value out of your lower cost units.
Lagi ada bug tuh
Maybe that will
Living
be
Force
able to
itu.
carry him through
Kenapa?
these first couple of rounds. But like,
Living
take a
Force
look
yang
at that.
jadi item
That's
on kan
total
kalau kita jadiin
domination
item
for
kan.
this very
Enggak.
combat.
I mean, it's just
itu
almost
what the
impossible to
force
beat
ya.
Iya,
Rascal's
itu what the
gloves
force.
early
Jadi kalau
on,
misalnya lu
unless
punya
they super
ini,
low roll the
lu
items
udah
that
nyala
they get.
super
Like,
fan nih.
radiant items just have an insane amount of power,
Terus
right? So having
lu
200 board this
ambil
early is just worth so much. Like,
ini
if your
what the
board is
force,
absolutely insane,
terus
you also
nanti
have really good combat augment, then maybe you can
headliner
beat
lu
it.
tuh bakal
But largely,
ngeluarin
it's just
ini
like a
orb
free win streak,
item
and especially here,
trrrr
he's actually
gitu,
gonna use
unlimited.
the punk
Hah?
reroll, I believe there. So he
Jadi item
does get
super
the
fan itu
Vi,
di convert jadi what the
upgraded, which
force.
is gonna
Jadi
feel
gitu terus.
really, really nice. So now
Anjing.
Vi 2, and it rerolls the
Lu cek
items.
deh,
And now he
sampai
has this
full
godlike
item. Jadi
So this is
kan
the
orb
guaranteed
kuning
win,
itu kan
I have to
terletak
say,
di
unless he's playing
tengah ya.
someone else that
Itu
is, like,
kuning
really
itu sampai
insane.
pekat banget,
But I
Pit.
just can't imagine being able to punch through this.
Saking numpuknya.
This is
Tapi bisa
Vi.
diambil.
There's also some other interesting options.
Bisa, bisa.
So here,
Lah, itemnya
did
mentok
take
dong,
Wolfcamp,
anjing.
another really strong
Iya,
early
sampai
one.
diliatin
Here's
sama
getting that
orang
second
ngebugnya,
unit.
terus
And
sampai
hologram,
diliatin sama
I'm
orang
seeing
dia
a lot of
ngambilin
people
item
these days
rame
just
yang
forced
nontonin.
into blue reroll with hologram, really liking that. So that's a cool strong option. We saw Soju.
Aduh, mak, gue nelpon guys, bentar guys.
People that they actually played against was playing
Yang gue
Living
bilang
Force, so
menang
it's
Steel
much more
Cup
of like a
dari Fit
scaling
tadi
option,
Billy Ken
where
Carry
every
bang
10 player
ketiga
comes
sih
shooting an
ternyata
additional
nggak ke
artifact
satu.
gamble. So a lot of different choices.
Oh, itu dia
And
dari
Setsuko with
Fiat.
level up. I feel like this is
Oh,
classic Setsuko.
baru tahu
This
gue.
is like he is the person that
Gak
Yeah.
boleh ke TF
when
pakai
there's
sterak.
fast 9 meta,
Oh lu, gua kasih
that's the guy you
sterak
wanna
di
go watch,
kepala
'cause
lu
he's the
mau
one who knows how to
anjing.
do it best.
TF
Even
pakai
that
sterak
Fate in this
minta
position
dipukul
too feels
anjing.
really nice to be able to hit some of those big comps early, like especially if you're gonna go Heartsteel here, you might have a better shot of being able to hit that Ezreal headliner if you decide to stay within that Heartsteel line and just AD flex in general. So it feels really nice to be able to
Dari
have that
Fiat pindah
3
ke enak.
Heartsteel start early as well with that
FT ada
Heartsteel
custom nggak? Enggak
Cassandre
ada
headliner.
Dims.
Going up against Dish Soap though, this is
Adanya
gonna feel
lu
like
bikin
where we
lobby
get a chance
normal
to just
game
continue to
aja,
see
normal
the
game
power level
berdelapan.
here. It's gonna be the
Belum ada
two
custom.
Nars actually now instead.
Yep, just playing it double Gnar, really strong individual units. That is going to be getting the Mosher bonus as well, of course. from
Kecuali
the
lu
Vi.
main yang
It's just- you
ini
can see the power
super
of Rascal's
turnamen.
right? Like the Vi just
Kayak
doesn't
mereka
even
ini
die
pada
until a
mainin
single unit, which does suck.
custom.
Setsuko, his first game
Kalau
of the day
seperti kita biasa
was
mah
that,
kagak.
that Heartsteel game. We got the 5 Heartsteel, raised the stakes. Wasn't able to actually get anything, or maybe it was the second game, excuse me, but wasn't able to actually get anything from it, and ended up going 8th. So. Was a bit of a rough one, but he is back and he is playing level up with Heartsteel, so no combat power there. You definitely want to be able to get those early cash outs.
Oke, ya ada yang mau main
Get an
dulu,
incredibly
coy.
strong board. You can obviously go fast
Yang punya hologram juga
to be
teh.
able to try to get a 4-cost headliner. In my experience playing with a level up a lot, I generally feel like unless you can get to 9, you're not
Real
going to be doing that
Choki yang
well in the
impersonate
lobbies,
mak-mak
though,
ngamuk soal KPU.
because there's so much combat power in these other
Yang gue
armors,
lihat
you
ini
just
orang
need to have
impersonate soal
better set of
background
traits,
api cuy.
better set of units, and when you get to 9, that's when you can more realistically start
Garen
getting
item
more of
aja
those
sekarang lagi
legendaries on
broken
your
ya?
board and get your
Nggak
board
tahu
to
deh.
a point where hopefully it can
Gue
kind of
jarang
just
sih nemuin.
outpace what other people are
Apaan?
getting from theirs.
Garen item
I was
and
even just
Arsen
taking
Joseph.
stock of some of the other prismatic augments that we have in the lobby. Wasian
Ya
Iverson
lagi
did
OP
take
deh,
them
tapi
before,
kalau di
so
rank
we'll have a
kecil.
radiant item to continue to reroll until he's happy
Ya udah bintang
with
2
the
aja tuh KL-nya bang.
outcome. And then we actually have 2
Wah,
Freaky Friday
anjir.
players as well. You were just talking about how Infinity
Itu dia
Force
Pandora
is so
pada
good,
koin,
but
ini sih
the
udah
Tapi dia
Radiant
Pandora juga
Rage
sih. Pengen
Blade-
cepet aja daripada nggak kepake.
Was that a reforge into that? What just
Anjing.
happened? Because he had already,
Itu
we already
bagus
saw his
banget
items
si
reroll, so I'm not sure
anjir.
if he just reforged
I
into
think
that.
he just
insane.
reforged that. What a high roll.
That I was because I was gonna say like the risk of playing.
Tapi dia
of
kalau
playing with
ngambil
Pandora's
Jing
as
juga
prismatic
sebenarnya nggak apa-apa kan
is
ya.
that if
Seenggaknya
you are
bintang
only
2
willing to
gitu.
take a
Apa dia
specific
nungguin yang
item,
lain dulu ya?
sometimes you just have no item for a really
Sayang.
long time because you can roll back and forth between useless stuff forever, right? With a
Dia
game
mau
that
nyari-
is that
dia mau
early and the
nyari-
Radiant Rage
ya,
Blade,
dia kan
he's
lagi
just playing
lose streak
kill reroll.
juga. Jadi
He's
kalau
just
dia
locked in
kalah
on
lagi
that.
tuh
There's
dia harus
almost no doubt in my mind. I can't see him ever pivoting from it. He is on a 4 loss streak though, and again, you're gonna get pounded in these early rounds if you
Rest
do
the
not have a strong
stake.
board because everyone's combat
Wah,
power is
langsung
gonna be
pencet,
that much
Cok.
higher. Now it's kind of question mark.
Belum
time. I was gonna
kapok
say,
ini
is he gonna
Setsuko
go for raise
anjing,
the
tadi
stakes?
dia
No
still
hesitation.
5 nih gua.
Does raise the stakes again.
Kayak
But
satu
this
di
is gonna
lobby
mean Setsuko
anjing.
is gonna take a lot of damage because your board is gonna be so much weaker than your opponents with no
Marah-marah
combat
lagi nih
element
orang
and
nih,
with
anjing.
no real upgraded units besides that headliner, no items.
Gua kemarin ambil
Yang
hologram,
api.
dapat mirror, Ezreal ada 3
Setsuko is gonna
goblok
be in a
anjing.
spot where 4 more
Iya,
losses
benar,
here is gonna
Minju.
put him relatively low on health. And because
Tadi
he doesn't
ketemu
have
Pang
that
4
5
HLV
heart
mau
seal,
serem 6
I was actually
kok serem
really
ya
worried
selama
about
ini gue
potentially
kira V itu HL
winning a
gak.
round, so he still
Gue
has even more risk
kalau
for it.
nonton video
And
gue
maybe his
banyak
read
gue
is
main
that-
Vivian
okay,
gitu
so
aja.
he for sure with the Aphelios in the front line, he thought someone could actually lose to him. So maybe
Kalau
someone
nonton
else
video
sold
gue
their
ada
board
tuh
that we
beberapa
hadn't seen, or maybe he
reroll
was worried that he could
tojok
actually
anjing.
beat Wade and Iverson
Sumpah tolong
because he wasn't
banget,
playing a
good
headliner.
banget tuh.
But obviously you cannot afford to win
Keren
from that
banget cara
spot,
save
but
komponen.
this just
Lah,
means he's taking even more damage.
I mean,
Kita
look at
ngantuk
that already.
tidur.
Like you run into Malala, who does have the
Biasanya item udah
Freaky
bagus, tapi
Friday
juga dari bawah nggak
augment,
muncul.
Ini udah
that
mau main
Infinity
Ani
Force
kayaknya nih.
Olaf is just absolutely dishing out
Bukan Ani,
damage.
apa Lulu?
This, at least at Krugs, is an opportunity for players
Lulu.
to get a couple more
Harusnya Lulu
items,
sih ya.
maybe get a little bit of
Kalau
gold,
nggak Lulu,
find
fake.
a way to stabilize. But I love that we're
Oh
checking
iya,
out
fake.
Kyun's board, because this was one of the hologram
Fake
players
sih,
who
bisa
summoned
juga.
briefly as an
Item
opponent for
blue buff.
somebody else, and just being able to get the spell weaver in
Cukup
already
kayak
feels nice,
Iqbal
like
tuh
emo,
sejenis aja.
and it's a great
Lulusan
pivoting
Piltover
point
kan.
for that Lulu, which is already
Yang
on the
bangun
board.
pagi calon orang
Yep, absolutely
sukses.
does have that
Amin.
Lulu already, but you know, just
Yang belum
trying
tidur
to keep
sampai
himself
pagi
high
gimana,
as
Bang?
possible. It does also have a duplicator
Calon
that I assume was
meninggal.
just from some sort of orb, which is also going to be really, really nice when you are playing these reroll lines. Obviously, he's not going to be going for any 3. You know, maybe he picks it up and sees kind of like if he just randomly hits it. But from here, you're definitely, I think, going to be wanting to play towards that Lulu. And we'll see when he does actually sell off his Annie. You know,
Kayaknya
most of the
dia mau
time,
main
if you
effects
keep
sih.
your board relatively stable, you'll just wait till 7, roll then. But sometimes if people are really feeling pressured, they could do it a little bit earlier. Now over here on Wage and Iverson,
bahagia itemnya, Bang.
roll to stabilize.
Jadi
He's actually
pung
getting
aja.
lower than
Lah.
Setsuko. So knows he's in a bit of a
Lah.
good spot. He buys that Pantheon. It is just to buy some time and kind of preserve some HP. He's going to sit on this Pantheon till 6.
Paling
then
habis
likely
ini deh
sell that,
kayaknya dia
roll
mau
back
jual
down,
masih.
and really dig
Baru nyari
for that
Kale
Kale.
ininya.
Because he does now have basically the perfect Kale items here. He has the Radiant Rage Blade, he has the Gun Blade, and then with Super
Di
Fan, he
level
gets that
6 aja Pak
second
dicari.
Rage Blade. And if he can actually hit this
Halo,
Kale relatively
Raffi.
early on, it is
Yang
going to get
ngechatnya sekali.
insane.
Yeah, Wage and Iverson is now going to be going
Udah
up
bangun, cuy.
against that 7th place player, Setsuko, who has raised the
Direct
stakes.
enjoy
Checking
you.
in on his board, it does look
Halo,
like he's going to be able to
Raffi.
take down a couple more units, but that's still a huge hit here.
Gua udah
And I
nonton
wonder
Avatar
just
sampai
how
ketemu
much
bumi.
HP Setsuko's even going to be able to have heading into
Ya agak beda sih
the
dikit
rest of
ceritanya ya pas
stage
ketemu bumi.
3. But Soju
Iya.
as well. I love being able
Itu
to check
yang
out his
dia
board, because for the
Avatar
most part,
ketemu
we've seen
bumi
Soju
kayak
as
dua
actually
cerita
one of the only
dijadiin satu
players
gitu loh
to
anjing.
tend towards the Akali and
Dua
the
cerita yang
Karthus,
mana?
which we were even
Ada
seeing yesterday was a composition
yang
we hadn't
satu kan
necessarily
si
seen a
Enge
whole
ke
lot of,
tempat
but he's so flexible.
orang-orang bisa terbang
Yeah,
semua
I think he's
dikiranya
really prioritizing playing lines that aren't contested,
orang-orang
right?
ini kan
Now,
pengendali
options
angin
here for
taunya
Sage
Oh,
bukan.
iya, iya.
can be quite
Nah
strong,
udah
like
baru
those
ketemu
can count
bumi
low
itu.
roll. Cyberbolk is just
Kalau di
insanely
filmnya
popular
disatuin
amongst
aja
pro
di
players,
yang
so I think
Netflix
it's almost always just
di
gonna be
satu
instant
tempat
slam.
aneh banget.
Especially when you're playing Cyberbulk with another item augment, it's really nice because you can spread those around and get even more value from it. And
Terus
because we know he's
karakter
playing
buminya
Living
bikin
Forge, he's
gua
gonna
kesel
have
aja.
multiple additional artifacts, you know, on his
Thailand-
deck.
Kayak kurang
It's even
lucu
more
gitu.
value there.
Iya.
With these slams,
Thailand boy
it
sama
feels like
caster
he-
Epep
is he
mana
actually
bang?
gonna
Kok cuma
commit to
berdua
this?
doang
I think he
tidur
is gonna
kayaknya.
commit to playing
Tadi gue
towards
sendiri nih kalau
this
gue belum
cat
bangun.
reroll.
Wow.
I don't know if he's gonna bail out and maybe try to transition this to something else later, but the JG makes me feel like he's kind of committing to it, and this is gonna be interesting to see how this actually works out for him, because cat reroll has not gone well, I think, for
3 cerita
bits
sama yang
anymore.
masuk gua
It
iya.
hasn't looked good.
Ya
I think
gitulah,
that the
ribet tuh.
stats on it, we always look at Katarina reroll
Sama yang
or
masuk
even
gua
just
itu kan
crowd
emang
divers in
di ini kan,
general
emang di bumi
as
kan.
a really great trait to put into your
Bed-
team, especially if you can reroll the Katarina.
Beda
But I
deh
feel like
sih
the
gitu,
damage
Pak.
that
Nggak
we've
inget nih.
seen from this cat
Juga
just
nggak
feels
inget aja.
so
Gua nggak
underwhelming
pernah
if
nonton
it's
ulang
not hitting
Avatar,
the right
anjir.
targets or it's not doing
Coba
enough.
nontonnya di
In
di
this
global apa
instance,
Indosiar
it
dulu ya?
does
Global,
look like at the
global.
very least you're taking down a couple of units.
Abis
as long
nonton
as it's
Avatar
keeping
pengen
the
nikahin
pull off,
Katara
you're
sama
feeling pretty
Suki
good.
ya. Suki
But this is
siapa?
also like just
Katara mah jauh cuy, bagusan
getting
yang
stakes
Avatar
in.
yang
Iya,
anak
Katara.
Yoshi anjir.
I don't know.
Katara.
That's
Yeah.
Yang Kataranya gue nggak
I'm
ini sih.
unconvinced, I guess I'll say.
Yang itu
Yeah,
tuh
I
yang
mean, we've
Kyoshi.
seen a lot of people hit the
Iya, itu
Katarina,
on
but
different
just
level,
kind of
kecantikan
Anjing
juga.
cakep banget
And it's
cok
also
begitu
playing
dihapus
Yang
tuh.
pas
the
masih-
country variant
iya.
because he didn't actually hit
Gua
the Pride
kaget.
Diver Katarina, which is much
Gue
worse.
tonkin banget.
In my
Pas dihapus
experience,
make
you
up
can obviously
anjing
slide
cakep
in one
banget.
screen, that's fine. Oh my god, Wage and Iverson already has Kale 3 by the way.
Pas
Langsung.
awal sih
Wow.
biasa aja,
That
aduh
is
kok nggak
insane.
cantik
Have a
gitu.
really
Pas
good
pakai
game. And
itu
he's
kayak
got a
biasa
moon too,
aja.
so that is
Okay,
actually
he's
nuts.
stable.
So
Tiba-tiba pas
he is
dia
in a
push,
really good
waduh.
spot to push high
Waduh.
level and maybe win out this game.
Bentar ke
Setsuko here,
toilet,
this is
nih.
going to be his last loss. You know, well, hopefully for him. Before
Tuh
his
Suki
cash
bang
out.
Portalnya
yang di
apa,
Kyoshi.
Kor, tadi?
Oh namanya Suki.
Apa tadi portal ya? Nggak inget gue.
We're gonna see what he gets.
Punya
and we're
aku
Iya,
gonna
namanya
see what
Suki.
gets done from
Ah,
there.
iya, punya
He
aku,
obviously
eh.
is spending a little bit of gold here. He's trying to preserve some HP, so he went 7. He did go
Soka
below
hoki
50
banget
here
di
to try to
sosok
preserve
kan.
some HP.
Iri
He
aja
he
anjing.
put down some items, so he's committing
Tolol.
towards an 80 flex line. with the even trap, with the crown guard, with the red buff, we know what he's playing.
Lucky glove nih sama Kadian TG tuh.
Can he hit and can he stabilize from there? Because for
Gila,
sure he's
Lucky
gonna have
Glove
to roll
ya.
some at 8, right? So it's
Oh
gonna
iya
go
dia
into
Lucky
PvE round.
Glove.
He's
Pantes
gonna get his
item itu
cash
the
out,
best banget anjir.
probably hoping to
Iya,
get some
Cok.
gold. And then if he can go 8 and quickly hit a good headliner, like an Ezreal headliner or a Zed or something along those lines that can hold the items, maybe even a Caitlyn.
Indonesia bisa
He's gonna
masuk
be able to
remix
then
scramble
hopefully
gak sih?
stabilize and then push 9, maybe even push
Oh,
10.
gua
And that's where you can actually win from this
sumpah
spot.
gak tahu.
If he gets stuck rolling at 8 though, he's not gonna have a good game. Like he's gonna get
Prismatic
really
Prismatic
passed
Symphony
up
tadi.
by some of these other players who have those combat augments and some of these players who are already coming online. Like, you know, you run into Wage and Iverson, who
Wah,
already has
ini
scale
bisa
3
ada
as he
yang mau
starts to
ngambil
get,
telur
these
nih.
additional traits in, gets edgelords, gets
Bang
pentakill,
telur,
super fans
Bang.
online.
Indo cuma setahu gua masih berkembang deh TFT-nya, soalnya kan baru mulai rame pada main TFT-nya sekarang kan.
So you're
Jadi
always
ya
gonna have
masih butuh
great
waktu.
items, and
Here's
that's
the roll.
something you could totally play around. But it's gonna be a Zac pickup immediately from that roll down. Just wants to have something good in the front line. You've got the Ahri as well for another just good 4 cost in the back. The Spellweaver too with the Sentinels. Do you think this is going to be strong enough, though? Because he didn't really have a whole lot of gold to work with.
Yeah, it's tough, right? So this is one of these tough situations, and he is so good at evaluating these spots, but I really am not sure if this is enough, right? Because he's committed obviously to the AD line. You can't just kind of put the items onto the area, maybe because the GS or something like that. Yeah, so the GS obviously works both for the AD line and for the AP line.
Udah ngambil Giant Slayer kayaknya mau lanjut Ahri
And he's really just hoping that he can stabilize, win some rounds, and then be able to go 9, right? And the reason he picked up this early headliner is because he doesn't want to get trapped playing, this game where you're just rolling down, searching for something really specific. So he's hoping that Bruiser Zac would stabilize him with the 4 bruisers, and then he can maybe just natural into some better item holders and then move from there. But this is really, really tough because he's
mau ikut turnamen Bandung Open tapi di Jakarta. Daftar aja itu online soalnya.
Good item holder, and he still needs to kind of be able to go 9 realistically to have a good game.
Langsung kontak ke WA-nya aja.
Setsuko's kind of in a terrible spot
Itu
if he
online,
can't just natural up some of these strong units, and especially with some really strong players in the pool. If Setsuko runs into the wrong player, he could just be toast.
And this is something that
Gak bisa, saya kemungkinannya VN sama SG kalau set ini.
And only so many points, and he really needs a good game to start to turn
emang
around
Indo
his
gak
favor. Meanwhile, when we take a look at Spencer,
Gue penasaran gimana cara Mordok pas lagi live dia bisa munculin headliner ramai ininya anjir. Apa portalnya aja?
Ngechat ke Mordok Bang itu gimana ya?
Abang ini yang developer aja. Kurang anjir.
Yeah, I mean that would be pretty interesting. We'll see where he does end up going. You know, I haven't really seen a lot of success
API
with
khusus
that.
developer
With hologram, you know, almost.
Gamenya dianya kan game dia aja tiap main pakai developer konsol aja. Pasti bagus kalau itu gara-gara di developer ya.
I've seen people play it with Ahri, I've seen people play it with Akali and so on. But one of the things that really makes the Lulu hologram so effective is the fact that it's actually spamming out CC. It's being able to actually, you know, have
Bang, tadi darah gue tinggal 7 main fast 8 terus dapat Ezreal tapi nggak ada bar sama MF, gue langsung ke 8. Bagus.
So he's going to sell the headliner now and he's going to try to stabilize here. Remember, he has level up,
itu kerjaan
so
modnya
his
bang.
do cost a lot less.
Oh,
If he
modnya
gets some good gold here, you know, maybe
oh
it'll
iya.
be interesting to see if he tries to push straight to 9 before he rolls.
Di Twitter sih, di Twitter.
Because his board is really garbage right now, right?
Berarti dia pakai apa kira-kira ya? Pakai item kalau nggak pakai streamer bot tuh kayaknya.
And only gets the one chain, gets a little bit of gold, but like
soalnya
not
di
any
Twitch itu
obvious items that he would want to be able
API
to
untuk
slam
live
here
chatnya tuh
either.
lumayan bagus
There's an
jadi
Ezreal pickup. He's gonna be
bot itu
rolling,
bisa
knows that he's in a tough
mendeteksi
spot.
setiap live chat dari modnya, terus nanti bakal mengubah yang ada di PC-nya gitu.
You don't want that. Now you don't even have gold to really buy anything if you hit it. But there's the Ezreal. That is a crazy potential bailout here for him. He's gonna have to.
Doesn't have gold.
He's gonna have to sell some bench.
Yeah.
He's gonna buy 100%. Doesn't have ideal items for it because again he got that chain, which really kind of sucks.
Ini jual tadi.
You know, so he's gonna have the GS, he's gonna have the red
but
you don't really want to slam Shojin. He just feels that it's desperation time. So the Shojin is basically gonna be his blue buff. The GS is gonna be his IE, and he's just gonna hope that this is gonna stabilize him, and he can start to win here. He does have Persil back in as well, so there's some potential if he can win. You know,
itu ada si Egi orang Indo, saya tadi lihat pas saya regional.
Well, that was a critical win over Malala to at least
dia pernah bahas di streamnya katanya biar nggak banyak yang nanya. Gue juga kemarin sekitar minggu lalu juga udah mikir nih untuk win loss gue tuh rencana gue ngambil dari live chat gitu ada moderator tapi
Oh, binary
Live chat
airdrop
YouTube
would
masih
have felt
kurang
so
API
nice.
He
API-nya.
just slammed all his items.
Itu
That's
yang
tough,
Egy
right?
emang
And prismatic is
Indo,
garbage. You
orang
basically have
Indo,
to take roll the
Egy.
dice or binary, but he has no remover.
Mana
So you
Egy?
Orang
basically have to take
satu
roll the dice.
SG loh.
I don't really feel
Yeah.
like you have an option. That's tough. If he hadn't
Server
slammed that
SG dia rank
Shogun,
1
but
coy
you
si
can't say it's a
Egy
mistake
itu.
because he's so low on health, right?
Yeah,
Like,
he had to. It definitely
Nggak
felt like he had
memperlihatkan
to.
diri ke
yeah, I agree.
permukaan, cuy.
But
Tidak
binary
tahu
would have
gitu.
been way better from his spot. Roll the dice is much worse.
Gue aja
later
baru
in the
tahu
game,
orang jago karena
as far
join
as
Discord
like,
Kev
the value that
si
you're getting
Neko
from
itu
that,
aja.
especially if you don't have like lucky gloves or some sort of combo. He also doesn't have a
Kan
super
ada
strong
ini
lucky
Kurohiko
gloves
orang jago.
holder on his board.
Waduh.
You know, generally it's around a lot of these 4
Dia
costs.
kan mau
Things like
main
Poppy, like,
apaan?
if you could have a Poppy 2 or something like that to slam it on, it can be
Itemnya
really
sih
high
disco,
value.
disco
That's
gak
something
sih
that
bang?
can
Gas
kinda
bang.
make use of almost anything that you do roll into.
Iya,
But
item
there's
disco
nothing
tuh udah ada
great on his
Sojin juga
board, but
tuh.
that's
Itu
Guinso
kind of
maksudnya.
the variance, and especially in these
disco
prismatic
nggak sih
copies,
itu?
you know, if you hit
Trashnya
it
aja
that
udah 3
augment,
biji,
it
6
really
biji
hurts
aja
the
gitu. Oh nggak deh hologram.
Spencer, on the other hand, was able to take Unleashed Arcana on top of the
He's dead
hologram.
disco,
So he
and-
did end up selling all the disco units he was holding on his bench in favor of being able to pick up
Jir
this
itu item yang
Thresh headliner.
portal yang jarang
But
buat
now
gua
I
ambil
wonder,
itu
do
item
you
yang
try
ngasih
to go for
itu kan ya,
something
item itu kan ya.
like the Ari
Buka portal
hologram?
augmentnya
There are a
itu tuh
couple
yang
of
ketiga.
options here, I think, within the AP line that he
Yang
could tend
ketiga.
towards.
Iya,
He's
Yang
gonna
ngasih
get this,
Rabadon
like,
kan ya.
Rabadon,
Mordecai
Jewel
if he wants
Gauntlet
it,
sama
just for an
tongkat.
extra bit of sustain. We'll have to see
Yeah.
where he ends up taking that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean,
Kata
the Thresh for
Kejaos
now, I think,
server
is
SG
fine.
di
You know, again, a lot of the people
regional
do
asli
like,
SG semua.
hologramming
Iya
units that
kan?
have CC. You know, that can
Nggak
definitely
tahu.
provide a lot
Yeah.
of value. You know, having that really strong
Bagusan
frontline can
akali
be nice.
KDA apa true
And we'll see
damage.
where he wants to go
Tergantung
from there.
butuhnya apa,
You can go
kobuannya
towards
sama
Ari,
apa.
but
Kalau
like,
sama
you know,
kaktus,
bagusan
bagusan
without
KDA.
items, which is
Kalau
gonna be your
lo
hologram
mainnya
unit,
yang
isn't gonna have like a
ini
tremendous amount of value. It's not super tanky. It's
buat
not gonna
bunuh
do that
tank
Tahu
ya
nggak,
bagusan TD.
but
Apa?
you're not always
Bug
gonna have the ideal
KDA,
choices. Here we have
akali.
Malala who's playing
Apa?
hologram, so it's a Riven
Jadi
3
triknya itu
hologram.
lu harus
Does
dapat
have double
KDA
Infinity
true
Force plus the
KDA
Hodge,
atau true
so
damage
some
sekali.
interesting items
Oh.
there, and the Riven is gonna at least, you know,
Jalan
provide some
dua-duanya,
Terus lu
guys.
space
masukin
here.
ke board.
We'll see if it's gonna be enough to get this
Enggak.
win. Looks like it should definitely be, as this
Terus
is
lu
just a
masukin
Senate
ke
2
board.
still.
Nah,
Really
terus
nice
lu
to be able
reroll
to
dulu
actually
tuh.
run
Nanti
the
kan lu
setup
bakal
player
nemu
when you're
headliner
one
lagi kan
off.
habis 4 kali roll. Nah,
Soju, you know,
lu
has still
ubah
not had
akalinya
gear.
tadi. Yang
It's
tadinya
4-3,
misalnya
he's
true
dead
damage nih.
broke.
Lu ubah dulu
And
dia
he
jadi
is in a really
KDA.
rough spot. He's already really
Terus
low
lu
in the
jual
standings. He
akali,
needs
terus
to
lu
hit
beli
this
headliner.
desperately,
Headliner itu nggak
or
bakal
he's
jadi
going
headliner,
native.
tapi dia bakal jadi
Even if
langsung
you
bintang
hit
2
this
gitu.
spot this late, hitting a Senate 3 isn't always going to save your game.
Jadi
right? Because
misalnya
people are going to have these higher cap
lu
boards.
dapet yaitu
And with
Blitzcrank
Senate actually
headliner
win out,
gitu.
you
Pas lu
generally
beli,
need to
dia nggak
get
jadi headliner,
a
tapi
lot
dia
of
jadi bintang
secondary
2.
carries, other
Hah?
things online that are going to be able to kind of set you up for success in the late game.
He also took Inferno
Wih,
contract.
fitur
Gue lihat
cuy.
di
Like,
lidak.
just like taking a
Ada 3
stock
sih
of
bug yang
now,
ditemuin
like, all
sama
of the
ini.
prismatic augments
Bisa
that were
dapat
chosen, like, taking
headliner
Inferno
walaupun
contract
lu
feels
udah
like he was
punya
almost in
headliner
cheat
di
mode a little
di
bit to,
board.
like, have to try to spike.
Nih,
Well,
Jadi pas lu nge-roll nih,
I'm gonna
lu
say,
pasti
taking
headliner
from
pas
contract
nge-roll.
and not having Senate 3, that is like an egregious low.
lah kan waktu itu gue
Like,
pernah
that
2
is-
headliner
that's
satu
so
board
brutal.
tuh.
You're supposed
Ya,
to
yang
three-star
itu
your whole
juga
board
ada, yang
with
2 headliner
Inferno
satu
to
board
be
itu
able
juga
to
masih
actually
bisa
do
bug.
anything, right?
Betul.
Like this is supposed to be a board where you're getting 3-star Echo, 3-star
Tapi kalau
Nico,
yang itu
3-star
kata
Senna,
si
and you're trying to use that
kata
to get
si
yourself a top
lidak
4.
sih
The fact that he didn't even
itu
get
nggak
a
tahu
3-star
caranya
Senna
gimana katanya,
is
tapi
horrible. Like that
dari
is
yang
so
dia
unlucky,
lihat lu
honestly.
harus cepet-cepet
When we
nge-buy
first looked at that
sell
previous fight, I didn't
headliner
realize
katanya,
that
itu
he
bisa
was taking
kejadian
from
nanti katanya.
contract. So I mean, not hitting by 4-5 is already bad. This is
Wah,
an egregious
min
low
satu
roll,
Senna iya,
like
Cok.
illegal overall. This is rough.
Orang nganjuk satu komplek
This
sama
is
Billy
not
Ellis.
looking good.
Keren.
This might be an 8th here for Soju unless he's
Yeah,
able
he's
to
dead.
turn it around here. Like, you even have the 1-star Ari, the 1-star Akali, no way to be able to upgrade those, and you're running into Biri
Bayangin nih.
who is
Bayangin
starting to
dulu.
get some stuff online. You can
Ada
see
orang
Alawi really helping out in the front, and
ngambil
that's it.
namanya
Soju's
Infernal
out of
Contract,
here.
dapat
That is
duit
huge.
banyaknya. Kalau
Yeah,
dan
that is
nggak
really
jadi bintang
brutal
3.
for Soju, and
Terus
that's
apa?
just-
Ke-8.
His chances are starting to kind of slip away a bit here because he
Terus
is
dia tinggal
very low
bilang
points. I believe
game
he has 5
scam
points,
anjing gitu.
you know, coming into
Udah
this game, he's
pusing
gonna only
balanya.
get 1. So being only at 6 points after 3 games basically puts you in a spot where
Itu masuk bak
you
abis gak
almost
sih
have
si
to go
Kuko?
like
Nggak
first
tahu deh,
to
nggak
be able to get out, right? Like
tahu
it's pretty desperate times.
Sing
at this
keren
point.
gini. Ada
Setsuko
flex
has
coy.
stabilized. He got Viego too. Viego, another really good Rascal Gloves holder, so that is very nice.
Wah,
looks like we get
Kylo
that pocket
telur sih
created
ngeri
as well.
banget
Now we
anjing.
have 7 pentakill,
Ini udah pasti
3 edgelord
slot kan
here.
ya? Slot 1.
And it is not a super fan board, but there's a golden
Super
egg.
Ini gak kelihatan
Fan.
anjir berapa
If we
ini
can actually
berapa turn.
stay strong enough to cash us out.
Ya,
that is
lawannya
definitely a
Riven
path to a
anjing.
first
Udah
place,
kelar,
but
Cok.
He's getting low, and golden egg
Tapi itemnya nggak yang
is
perfect
so
sih.
risky. Like, he just got obliterated. He was at 29 before this. He is now going to be getting really low. He's at 18 health. If you take a bad enough loss,
Leduk emang gitu bang, nyari-nyari bug.
He is probably a mile away from cashing out this golden egg, and
kayaknya lu juga deh bang, lu bugnya.
Because even if you're winning all your rounds, if someone takes
Leduk researcher yang make yang abuser.
Power swing
kayak Soju Infernal Contract,
like you're just getting nothing. You're getting no augment, and their board is getting monstrously stronger, so it's super risky.
Hyuna took the Jeweled Lotus as well for that third and final prismatic augment, so you have a lot of chances
Infernal
to run into
Contract
somebody that has increased the power of the board tremendously. At the very least, you have a little bit of breathing room here. You've got Raptors. Maybe you get something else to pair with the belt.
He can beat Raptors, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Tapi kalau misalnya lu level 8 dulu terus baru dapat Infernal Contract gimana, Pit?
Enggak pernah sih gua, jadi enggak tahu.
That is the bright spot, I guess. But if that's
kan di 42 ya. Kalau level 4 dulu. Nah,
it's gonna be a
apa
bit
diturunin gitu levelnya?
Kayaknya nggak akan dapet, enggak tahu gua.
We'll see
Gua
what
nggak pernah
he gets done, but
gue kalau ngambil Infernal Contract pasti di 7 soalnya nggak mungkin di 8. Dan kalau 8 gue nggak pernah ditawarin Infernal Contract, jadi gue nggak tahu.
Potentially 1 life, 18 health is very low. If you get blasted, you could
counter pang
have just the
Imo.
1 life. He should have 2 lives.
Apa counter guys ya?
But
Nggak ada counter
exactly
guys.
he is actually cashing out that egg. He's probably gonna need
Counternya adalah kamu
if
nge-hit,
you're getting
udah.
bosses, you're not really getting very close to it. You only get the 1.
Kalau bird lu lebih kuat ya, lu menang.
Ya paling counter apa lu bikin item GS, Guard Breaker,
Anjoy,
Giant Slayer.
Gila Caitlyn-nya kayak Caitlyn gua kemarin cuy. Runan tuh damage emblem aja.
Hilang dipukul.
You're able to get a couple of true damage champions online, and even just with the emblem itself, it feels like Caitlyn does way more damage. But it is going to be down to the set at the moment with those Radiant Gloves, and I think the Akali is just so strong at this point.
Gak bakal keluar Infernal kalau udah level 8.
Oh gitu. She is dealing so
much damage,
and the red buff certainly helps out with that attack speed too.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to get in the backline, has pretty good backline access with this comp, and Dishsoap, lost the backline very early. Wage picks up another loss, so he's on 3 health. Would love to know how
jadi ingat Anirol Milala. Pas itu sih Anirol masih kuat sih, sekarang udah kagak lagi.
So surprised. I really wonder what his options were, because I felt like with the super early Kale 3, with the Radiant Rageblade on the Kale, I thought he was in a great spot to be able to actually, push for potentially a first place.
Sama kayak beberapa augment lainnya, misal Cruel Pack juga nggak bakal keluar di last augment. Ya kalau nggak bakal muncul di last augment masih oke lah. Cuman ternyata dia juga bisa mendeteksi level gitu aja.
You can see the Lucian is picked up in that back line. We'll see if this Kale can get it done.
Yeah, you got the Viego as well that he was able to 2-star, but it's just not going to be powerful enough to get through that front line. And Weishin Iverson does not get a chance to cash out that egg. That is
Weishin dibaca sama dia, cuy.
And there are a couple of players that are not too far behind him either when you take a look at the next 4 on the top.
Yeah, and it's gonna start getting a little bit scary for some of these people that are up towards the top. Biri, she has been on a pretty big streak here, and I think that it's gonna be enough to potentially get it done. But the CC, with those double threshes, is gonna be able to get that win for Spencer. So Biri takes a loss. Setsuko is going to be getting pretty scary.
Kuat banget ini lobby abang-abang anjing. Orang jago semua, Cak.
Kuat juga ya main kayak gini cuman modal kali doang.
Iya, woi.
Ada pentakill sih.
Pentakillnya buat apa juga sih, Kus? Pelengkap doang anjing.
Reduce damage mungkin ngaruh.
Pelengkap doang itu, Cak. Setsuko adalah Wahyu Popiriro.
Masa Milala kalah enggak sih? Ribbon reroll nih bang.
But when you've got this Ribbon that's just absolutely shredded,
gitu tuh.
that 8-bit has as well.
Yeah, and that's
terus di heal lagi sama ininya.
Malala was able to get. So and I think it was an 8-bit Riven, right? Like if we could actually check Malala's board, so that would be
yang telur mana yang telur?
This is
Wasian hilang.
Like when you get 6 8-bit, you have good items on the Viego, you have good items on the Caitlyn. 6 8-bit adds so much damage. It is crazy.
Woi, ada healnya, Cok.
Anjing.
Ada anjing,
kocek.
Oh, that was so close.
One auto.
agak telat
That is
berarti dikit.
wild. I thought with that dash for sure
telat
that
kayak
set
gua.
was gonna go down.
Kali
but
dua,
that's
kali
gonna
dua,
be
kali dua.
3 detik
British
gitu
will be able to
kayaknya.
take. Now looking at the
Jadi
carousel, I
lebih
feel like
cepat
there's
dari
some very
Kuro
nice
nih gue
items
nih
here.
kali
I think
dua
Bruce
nih.
was able to get
Beuh,
upstairs, always super comfy,
kali
but
dua gue lama nih gue.
Just was able to beat that thresh.
Mending lu kali dua juga. Iya ini lama banget kali dua, Cok.
Udah kelar lu ininya carouselnya.
Udah.
Anjing.
Mampus gue kali dua. Lagi liatin Riven.
4 8-bit 5 edgelord. The spat obviously really still valuable because
Lah
it's
iya,
just
kok
putting
tiba-tiba
so much
bisa
extra
ketinggalan
power
jauh
on
gini
that
ya?
Diego. It does make it very much a triple threat team. It is not that kind of like
Tahu.
guaranteed first place that 6 8-bit can
Bang,
be.
kenapa gue suka
But
nemu
still
orang
really
nge-keep
strong
headliner
setup,
di bench
with the
ketimbang
hologram
terus
as well, having that
nunggu bintang
additional
3 buat
just kind of
dimasukin.
tankiness,
Hah?
that additional space that first Riven is going to be able to make.
Nge-keep
is pretty
headliner di
big.
bench
And the
ketimbang
Diego with
terus
Last Whisper as well
nunggu
as the
bintang
Sunfire
3.
Cave,
Ya,
it's the
dia
healing
nunggu
debuff,
bintang
it's the
3
armor
nggak sih?
pen, and it's just kind of trying to set up for that Riven.
Karena kemungkinan yang
Yeah,
bintang
and you
2
can see
di
just how
boardnya
much
udah
work
full
it's putting
item.
in as well.
Iya.
That steadfast heart is just really not helping to save that. Maybe the Ari is able to get some single target damage, but
Wah, anjing.
she is quickly
bisa
being
menang ini dia, Cuk.
overwhelmed. So
Cepet
Spencer
banget
is
anjing
going to
ini.
lose this combat. And I love too for this board with Malala having the 8-bit spat. You also don't need to run the Corki, which is super nice. I think you save some room
Oh,
on your board for
dia
something
dapat
else that's a little bit more
spatula ini
impactful.
8 bit.
But
Iya.
another very close fight here. That Akali is putting in so much work here for Biri Biri, whether it's
Gila,
getting
ngeri
access to that
banget Akali.
backline like you were mentioning, or just cleaning up a couple of units there.
Yeah, and very doing very well despite not actually being able to
Woi,
level up a lot of these
Corki
units.
itu.
Has two
kok Corki aja,
two Viegos, two Karthus, hasn't been all that
Poppy
great.
reroll ini, Cok.
And over on
Onion
Setsuko's
King,
board,
anjing.
he took a loss. He's on 1
Oh
life.
iya anjir.
Not able to
Bukan-
actually find Lucian 2, unfortunately. That's really what you would want. Now, selling off the allow, he's realizing the desperation time here. Knows he needs
Mana
that
Poppy
upgraded
ku
carry.
ba?
Not
Auto
gonna
win
be
nih
able to
banget
find
ya?
it,
Poppy
unfortunately.
udah auto
Does
win
have
nggak sih, Vin?
2 Poppy 2s.
Apa? Poppy
There is,
3.
slight angle for a Poppy 3, but he has to be able to win the
Enggak.
round first. And I don't think
Enggak.
his team is going to be able to get it done against this double Riven 3.
Ini
with the
Wahyu
hologram.
anjing ini.
I think that's so
Mainnya Poppy
interesting to see
3.
hologram being
Oh,
played
nggak
in
Poppy
that way
3
as well
Tusun.
because of how much we talked about maybe a couple of the AP lines that you could go down. But hey, this is sort of the creativity that we need to see from these players in order for them to find that edge
Kayak
of
nggak guna bang
competition.
Poppy
And
2
maybe
biji
it's
bang.
just the edgelord edge right there. It is going to
Kayak
be
meninggalin
a
Herstil
big
tadi, Bang.
knockout though. Setsuko going down in 6th, and the lobby is even closer than it was when we last checked in with the last
Terus
knockout.
TFT
Yeah, it's
apa?
incredibly close.
Karena
And
lu
Setsuko,
bisa
again,
mainin di
another one of those
PC
players that
dengan
really
grafik yang
needed
lebih
the points. He's
mantap,
at 6
full
points.
control with
Soju and Setsuko
keyboard,
both really low
with
in
full
the standings,
view,
coming on
dan
into
hero-nya
this
League of
game.
Legends.
So they're in a tough spot now, not being able to
Bisa
actually
ambil
pick up
kebahan,
very many
Bang.
points
Terima
from
kasih
this.
TFT Mobile.
Soju was in 7th and Setsuko was in, Soju was in 12th and Setsuko was in 13th coming into this game. And obviously you need top 8 to get
Kameranya
that
hilangin,
final
Bang.
day.
Iya, maaf.
There are still 3
Lupaan.
games after this, but you're definitely in a,
Maaf,
in a
maaf.
really tough spot.
Poppy
Good,
lagi
'cause you
meta
have to
kah?
change up your play style as well,
Ya,
right?
bisa
And you know that
dipakai.
you need to play for those first, second, third positions. You have to
Apa
be a little bit more
nih?
riskier
Tapi
in
yang
the
kuat
play,
sih
and right
Poppy
now that risk is
Imo
not
sih.
really paid off for Setsuko with those Heartsteel cash
Kalau buat
outs.
main ini ya,
Dish
kalau buat
Soap,
main
though,
AD Flex,
just
kalau main
got
monster sih Poppy monster ya
ultra
harusnya.
strong.
Yeah, that was a really nice hit actually. So he goes 9. He didn't have a lot of gold to roll, but instantly got the Z2 upgrade, and he got a Thieves Gloves from that PvE phase. Or
Itu
from
tadi
that,
kalau main AD
last,
Flex itu
little
mah
item that he
sedapatnya
popped.
aja sih.
So
Kalau
he's gonna have a
dapatnya
Thieves
Zex
Gloves. He
tadi
has
ya
Lucky
main
Gloves. He has
Zex.
so many itemized carries. That Z2, pretty nice spike, gets him EDM. He doesn't have Crowd Diver in right now for it, but still, 2 items on that Zed with the Lucky Gloves. He has so many threats on this board, and he is really looking scary.
Yeah, he's able to kind of switch out one of
Anjing,
those
hilang
true
semua, Cok,
damage champions
anjing.
for something like the Kiana to be able to get that Crowd Diver online. But, I mean, Spencer is just
4
out
TD,
after
EDM,
having to
Jess,
face
Lain mana?
this
Gak dapet
strong
kita
board
lobbynya.
from Dish Soap.
Itu-
So we do have our top 4 that have been decided
Tadi di
in
lobby,
this
di
game
live chat
3.
gua ada kok orang
And
gagal
Dish Soap
ngateng
is
anjing.
above everybody right now. He just
Dikira
took
Rain
the
cewek
hit,
kan,
and
aku
he's also
dukung
win
Rain
streaking.
anjing.
It's gonna be hard to
Loh.
take him down now.
Yeah,
Loh.
it's gonna be really hard since we last saw Fury
Ada
Fury's
loh
board. She's
momen
been able to
anjing
get some
ngomongin
upgrades, though, which is
Rain.
gonna be feeling pretty nice. So the
Ternyata
Diego
dia
2 came
panggilnya
in, the
Mas.
Karthus 2 came in, so those are some of those key upgrades that she was gonna be rolling for here. Would love to be able to cap out around, getting a
Sakit
Yorick
dikit
2,
Caitlyn
those kind of
TD,
things, but
Caitlyn
not really
TD
gonna
4
have the gold
tahunan
to be
sih
able
udah
to
pasti
go for
sakit.
it just yet. And we'll see how she's going to do. Kyun has
Tapi
gotten
sekarang
that Lulu
Caitlyn juga
3,
udah
was going
diperbaiki,
towards
mana
it with
sekarang
the
lebih
hologram. We'll see how this
mantap,
can perform.
ultinya juga udah pasti
Especially when
kena.
we've seen just how
Kena Lulu.
impactful that CC can be. There's nothing really stopping some of these big stuns
Lulunya
coming out
nggak tiga
from
ya,
the
Pet ya?
Lulu. The Karthus
Tiga
still has a
itu.
chance to cast though, so we'll be able to take out
Oh,
that
sempet tiga
backline.
dibikin
And
tadi,
now it
mantap
comes
juga.
down to the Sakali we have seen just be such a finishing move. And Biri is going
Iya,
to
masih
take
kalah,
this
cuy,
win
gitu.
Keren
again.
gini tadi
And
kali
now has a
membantai-bantai
little bit
itu.
more gold to work with. Gets the Ari and
Bah,
hopefully that'll continue to just
ganti
keep
gak
that
sih?
backline super strong.
Yep, gonna be
Emang
a
paling
pretty good
mantep
spot.
emang main
Kyun, though,
KDA
still
aja.
has some gold,
Ganti
so
gak
Kyun
sih?
has room to grow. Either can roll more on 8, try to get some more 3 stars, or push towards 9, because he was on 40 gold before even getting the interest from that round. So now he's still sitting. He knows he has 2
Anjir
lives.
Lulunya, Cok.
It's a PV round next. So
Iya,
he's likely
hologram
gonna be going
kan.
towards 9. He's not actually close at all
Iya,
to getting
maksud
any
gue
sort
tadi
of
bukan bintang
more
3, Pit,
upgrades.
jumlah
It's just gonna be
Lulunya
about
tadi.
going to 9,
Oh.
maybe trying to get it in Jazz or something along those
Oh iya,
lines.
2.
Maybe even
Udah
just
berapa kali main
Sona or
Lulu
whatever
bintang
for 5 Spellweaver, something
Lulu
like
kayak gini
that.
nggak terlalu kuat
Could
sih.
be pretty powerful, so we'll see
Lulunya
where
harus
he's gonna
banyak.
Tapi nggak
look to,
tahu
but
sih.
definitely has a strong board
Kalau
and
ini
still has
item
a chance
harinya
to win this
jadi
game.
nggak
Could be
tahu deh
going up
apa
against
pengaruh.
Dish, and that Caitlyn in the corner is just kind of
Intinya
wreaking
Lulu tuh
havoc right now. It does get burst
butuh
down.
carry
He's actually
lainnya.
gonna be able to win
Nggak
this.
bisa
Dish could
Lulu
be
doang.
dead.
Ooh, he is dead. That's 4th. We were looking at his board and just how
Lulu
many
Twin
upgrades
Terror,
he himself is so
Lulu
strong, but
double
it is
gitu.
going to just
Ambil
be
Dik,
the Lulu
Dik.
right now. Getting that online, Lulu
Dik.
and Thresh, it feels so good to be able to have any amount of CC because no one really has
Dik.
anything to stop that right now. You look at augments like Silver Veil or
Ambil
even
Lulu tuh.
just,
Lulunya bisa 3 biji,
sometimes
coy.
being able to shut that
Aduh.
with a
Iya,
Quicksilver,
coy.
and you can't do that now.
Yeah, they don't have any real answers to this.
Tapi dia bingung mau cabut. Bisa sih orang spellweavernya sebanyak itu.
Iya.
Tapi bruisernya kecabut.
Lucky Gloves, Rascal Gloves. Basically every unit on his board had full items, and he was level 9, and he got kind of blasted by a Lulu reroller at level 8.
Prismatic,
Like, if
iya.
you hit this, it is just so powerful.
Baru bangun gue
And again,
Yuzuki.
it's a lot of these reroll
Next
players
patch
that are
infonya
alive now.
KDA
We have
7
Ruben
di
3,
buff.
Lulu
Hah?
3, Biri, the lone kind of
Oh.
4-cost player, still alive.
Ada gunanya
On
berarti
1
sekarang
life, you're down to 10
KDA.
health. Malala
Wah,
on
enak
1
dong
life
bisa
as
main
well. It's
7
all
KDA.
about positioning in these
Itu.
final rounds, and we'll see if they can get it done against this Lulu. It is a ghost board here for Malala, so Malala should be fine. So I kind of want to see, what's going on that other board and see if Biri
Apakah
Biri's gonna
worth
be able
it
to
buat
survive.
ngejar 7 KDA memegang
Yeah,
Evelyn
Biri
gitu?
is certainly on last life here.
Tuh,
I'm
kalau saya pakai
very
Evelyn, gua.
eagerly watching that
Kalau nggak dapet.
sidebar to see
Kalau
if
apa,
she
kalau
is
nggak
going to
dapet
be able to
KDA.
stabilize here. Nope, that is going to be a knockout. So Malala and Kyun now are top 2. Biri though put up a heck of a
Lah,
fight.
kok
I
musiknya
feel
udah musik menang
especially
tadi?
with that front line still
Hah?
needing
Lu
a
denger
couple of
nggak,
Iya.
upgrades. That back line putting a lot of work,
Aneh.
especially that Akali.
Yeah,
Udah
Biri
musik
able
endgame
to
masih.
go out with a third, gonna be feeling pretty good about that. There's Q now, has
Andoy.
gone to 9, trying to dig for something, gets the 5 Spellweaver online, so gonna be feeling pretty good about it. It is just a Seraphine 1
Kau
that gets put
nggak sih,
in, but
Bang?
that still is
Gatel
pretty
gitu.
significant as far as the spike for the
Dikit
team,
aja.
because it is that headliner obviously going to be benefiting from it. Has a lot of items here, with the binary, and we'll see. I think he's going to be able to get it done. There's no QSS
Gue
on
setiap
Ribbon, so
ngeliat si
no
Kion
answer
ini ya,
to all the CC that's gonna be able to
selalu
get
gue
spammed out.
ngerasa
And
dia
Ribbon is also
ngekokop mic-nya
opposite
anjir. Lu
side
gitu
to
nggak,
these
Pit?
Lulus, so I feel like Q
Gua
should
nggak
have
pernah
the
merhatiin,
edge,
malah.
but we'll see.
Well, that front line is
Tuh,
starting to get
mulut itu kayak lagi
obliterated
buka
here, but the Lulus
buka
are
itu
so
lagi
strong.
makan
It's
mikrofonnya.
already getting messed up. It's just down to the Caitlyn.
So,
Will that
Ngomong, Ji.
Hextech gunboy?
Anjing!
Woi,
Anjir. No way.
Itu lagi
That was
hoki nih, lagi hoki nih.
crazy close. I thought initially that it was going to be
Anjing.
the Lulu player coming out
Dia
way
bingung
on
nih
top.
apa
Then
lagi
it
bisa gue
was
lakuin nih
gonna
bang,
be
katanya
really
selain
close.
posisi.
In the end, I thought the Ari would have been able to beat that Caitlyn, but
Anjing.
that final all comes through from the Caitlyn and just 100 to 0s the Ari. So now it's just about
Jawabannya
trying to
adalah
adjust
Zik.
positioning, trying to dig for any sort of last upgrades you could get. There is
Zik,
going to be a little bit
oh iya,
more
hyper
gold
popnya
coming in for both these players.
dua ya.
Kyun potentially
Iya
still
sih.
has 2 lives if it's a really
Tapi
close
tadi nggak
one.
diambil sama
But
dia ya.
definitely on a bad loss going into stage 7, you could easily be dead here. Would love to get an Alawi 2. Would be digging for that. There's a Mumu too, but what's he even going to put it in for? We're going to keep rolling, see if we can find any
Cik.
more upgrades.
Nah,
He's still sitting on like Gragas
akhirnya
1, on
katanya.
Lilia 1, on
Berarti
Seraphine
dia,
1. Not that
waduh
they would
bingung
make
juga nih
too
dia
big
mau
a
nyebut
difference,
siapa.
but,
Super fan kali ya.
maybe that little bit
Spellweaver
extra
gitu
HP
kunin.
could mean something.
Dijual
in a
lagi
big fight.
dikit, Cuk. Nggak jadi, Cuk.
Yeah, I'm even just thinking about making sure you still have that 5 spell.
Dia nyari apa
I
dah?
don't think you can afford to take out something like the
Ya, aku
Gragas
juga nggak tahu.
because
Kayaknya
that
mau
Spellweaver
nyari
is helping out
Lawi
a
gitu
lot
atau
in terms
siapa
of
ya?
just how much ability power this board is actually getting. So will this positioning make a difference here? You can see a bit of a swap around of those tanks in the front line as we start to get into this combat with Malala.
Yeah, there's a Kane even picked up as well, so I don't know if that's 7 Edgelord or not on the other side, but Riven again getting the back line. This Viego though getting low, and Riven actually gets stuck on the Seraphine a little bit of time here. So I think this one could be going the other way. The last cast is going to come out.
Oke.
Menang, coy.
No, the
Wah,
ulti
kena.
again from the
Anjing, kita
multiple members.
Caitlyn-nya challenger anjing.
Malala gonna be able to
Milala lagi yang menang, coy.
That was
Challenger anjing.
really got so much work done.
What a roller coaster as well, because like you look at the positioning of that and look at where the Riven's going, and you're like, oh, no worries. This Lulu is still safe. She's getting so many stuns, so much
Bisa ya
across the way,
begitu
but yeah, that
anjing.
Caitlyn, I'm not a Caitlyn doubter anymore. You know, when Caitlyn got changed a patch ago, it was like, okay, but is she still Baitlyn, or is this like an actual carry that you can go for? And it seems to be the case.
Ngeri itu Caitlyn.
She can definitely carry. She was getting work done.
Kalau ada emblem 1 level 8 bisa masukin XC. Tiba-tiba jadi subuh persen. Enggak, ini gara-gara nobar doang nih. Nobarnya jam 4 pagi, Cok. Six over Ari itu masih bisa menang gak bang menurut kamu? Enggak.
Riven lagi. Iya sih.
Mentok
Tapi itu
Serapin.
agak ini sih tadi. Agak hampir kalah sih juga sih dia.
Iya tipis. Mentok kalau mau Serapinnya diganti, cuma itu juga lemah.
Terapin diganti, spell wavernya jadi kurang dong.
Makanya.
Akali gak sih? Tadi dia punya akali gak sih?
Enggak, dia nggak punya akali.
Kalau nggak matiin ini super fan gak sih? Kalau nggak buang ini.
Nggak tahu kalau misalkan kayak gitu tuh super effect kalau dibuang kayak dia kan binary airdrop item udah blue buff. Kalau super fan-nya dihilangin binary-nya nggak nyala. Cari item lagi buat si Lulunya. Tapi
Bisa kalau dia ngebuang itu tadi kan bisa tuh. Kalau dibuang siapa sih teman tadi? Yang si cannon-nya kasih item cannon juga. Tapi item cannon tadi ini sih
jelek.
Protector bow sama apa gitu.
Caitlyn terdamage emang cancer itu mah gak ada terdamage-nya anjing. Mabok anjing mekai.
Tapi itu juga bisa menang gara-gara ini juga tadi. Siapa sih Riven-nya juga nggak perfect item. Gak perfect item tadi kayak auto win deh. Riven-nya nggak ada anti-CC tadi.
Kayak bosan banget ya, tiap game yang menang Riven.
Pos 3 reroll yang kuat Riven. Yoni sekarang masih nggak sih?
Kurang.
Udah kurang ya. Apalagi kos 3 reroll ya.
Lulu.
Oh iya Lulu.
Facts.
Lulu Vex. Udah itu 3 doang berarti. Morde bisa juga sih kayaknya.
Enggak sekuat itu. Kecuali ada Kailu aneh ya bagus waktu D3. Vex kurang bang, stunnya kena nerf kan, stunnya bukan damage-nya ya. Capek deh. Stunnya kena nerf kan yang the point-nya sakitnya nih.
Alright everybody, we are back on the desk. It's me, Gangly, with Boop and Casanova will break down that last game. Boop, I want to talk first about what we saw from the very start, right? We're looking at a triple prismatic lobby. All of a sudden, I mean, especially for people who are relatively new to the game, I think it's important to set the groundwork of how a triple prismatic lobby alters the cadence of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the cadence is a great word. I think tempo is another word that comes through a lot.
Mending 5 KDA nggak sih?
But it's such a unique situation
5
where everyone
KDA,
is going to
5
get
KDA
to
bukannya nggak
right?
terlalu
So
ngebuff
it's
buat
almost
yang
like
non
a
KDA
sprint,
nya.
you know, where other
Sedikit
TFT
buffnya.
is kind of like, hey, I'm going to kind of gauge myself. I'm going to get up there. When I get to the top, I'm going to have a little bit of water so I can sit
Gue
down and like enjoy it, right?
atasnya
But with
dagu,
Triple Prismatic, you don't get any of
tumbuh
that, right?
jerawat,
It's just a
gatel
sprint
banget,
the
anjing
whole
pengen
time, and if you
pencet
fall
dok.
behind, you're just going to lose. And we saw
Dari
that
tadi gue
with this lobby
pencet-pencet
as well.
kagak
So on its
pecah-pecah,
most
anjing
simple
gatel.
aspect,
Cina bisa
it really
jerawatan cuy.
just works the players in a way
Goblok,
where every
anjing.
decision just has to be made potentially faster and a
Nggak
little
ada
bit
teorinya
earlier
Cina
because
nggak
you
bisa
have access
jerawatan,
faster
anjing.
and a little bit earlier because of some of these prismatic augments.
And that's the big thing you have to look at, right? Because the cap ends up being the highest that you can get to in these triple prismatics. You actually just can't cap higher in TFT than in a triples prismatic lobby. That's just the nature of it, is the most power that you can get on a board. So we see multiple boards that would have just won any possible lobby that they could exist in that are all fighting off against each other. And even at the end of that game where we were almost in stage 7, players still had room to
Gue
grow
kalau
this
ada
board.
jerawat udah paling nikmat
There's
nih
so much to talk
dipencet-pencet
about in
terus
terms of the
seharian
actual
tuh sampai
players'
pecah.
boards that we saw
Gitu
here. We
pecah.
don't have time
Oh,
to break down
anjing
every
enak
one,
udah.
but just like, you know, high level, Soju Infernal Contract never hitting the Senna 3, unbelievable low roll.
Cina kemarin di pemilu nggak ada yang menang calegnya.
having this really great high roll stage 3 with the
Yang
KO
Korea gimana?
as
Kan ada
the
juga tuh yang
Radiant
Korea
Ginsus, but then takes
nyalek
egg
gitu.
and isn't able to convert on it.
Omeng
But
tuh yang
Kaz, I
menang
just
tuh.
want to talk about Setsuko for a minute because this is a player who in the standings is behind and opts to
Yang Korea
once
kalau
again
menang
play
sih,
high risk
gua
hard
agak
steal. And
kaget
to
juga
me,
sih.
I love this because I think of
Soalnya
Setsuko
beberapa tahun
as a
belakang menurut gua
fearless
Korea
player.
udah
Even if he
agak
is
masif
behind,
gitu
being able
konten
to pilot
kreator
these really
memanfaatkan
high-risk
orang Indonya.
comps usually goes in his favor. It didn't surprise me that he opted into it, knowing full well
Iya
that,
sih.
like he did in this
Orang
game, he
Indo
could go
paling
God
gampang
for it, but
dimanfaatin
it
sama
feels like a
konten
very
kreator luar.
Setsuko moment to me.
Yeah,
Sama kayak iklan Avatar sekarang nih, lu pernah nggak lihat iklan Avatar? Dikit-dikit, kamu tahu nggak makanan Indonesia? Atau enggak, wih aku dulu pernah ke Indonesia loh. Pasti kayak gitu iklannya.
Iya.
Terus dulu iklan apa lagi ya yang apa ya di Netflix dulu yang rilis yang rame juga ya? Pokoknya tuh pasti selalu Indonesia. Oh, Marvel rilis. Kamu pernah ke Indonesia nggak?
Gampang banget.
Kayaknya kalau Malaysia kayak nggak ada gitu atau apa gitu. Kayak kalau Malaysia kayaknya masih biru Indo lah. Makanan favorit kamu apa? Kayak tapi kayak negara-negara lain gitu enggak deh. Terus juga ini Korean nyoba nasi goreng.
Nah iya anjing. Kalau nggak bule jalan-jalan di Indonesia gitu kan. Pasti viral aja, aneh banget anjing.
Yeah,
kayak gampang banget memanfaatkan orang Indonesia buat viral.
Pokoknya bagi gue yang paling cringe itu adalah nama negara, habis itu tentang Indonesia. Itu paling cringe aja. Orang Rusia pertama kali makan sebelah.
I mean, we heard Wei say at the top of the show, right? That this is
ya traffic bang emang gampangan kita.
I agree.
Ya
I
gak
think that's
salah.
probably why the games are so close. And
Emang
why
gampang
the
kena
lobbies
bait
themselves
kita.
have been so close, and the standings can too. But the other than Dish though at the top, you got to give props to that, right? Especially since so many other people that we would consider along the lines of Dish have been struggling with a 3-point lead right now. I actually think most people would have assumed the standings.
Coba aja gue dulu terlahir sebagai orang negara luar, gue bikin konten gitu juga sih.
Iya cok, langsung terkenal anjing di Indo.
Everyone is that everyone's top 8.
Kalau gue orang Rusia, gue bakal ini. Orang Rusia pertama kali ke Aceh. Mentokin tuh konten itu, mulai dari budaya Aceh, makanan, tarian, tempat. Anggap 3. Abis itu gue ke Medan. Pertama kali ke Danau Toba. Abis ke Aceh lanjut ke Sumatera Barat. Orang Rusia pertama kali melihat jam gadang. Mirip Big Bang. Abis itu singgah ke Pekanbaru. Orang Rusia kaget Indonesia sepanas ini.
Coba bang kamu bilang suka nasi goreng, pasti kamu belum suka. Kagak anjing, orang Indo ngomong suka nasi goreng kagak ngaruh anjing.
Nah kalau bahas nasi goreng gini, orang Rusia pertama kali makan nasi goreng, terus kontennya nanti nasi goreng itu berasal dari Indonesia bukan dari Malaysia. Oh
anjing.
As far as the overall course of the tournament, I think that those are still point totals where it's very realistic that in 3 games either of them can make it to this
Terus
bubble.
lanjut ke
It is so
Jambi.
squished
Jambi apa
together,
yang
and
menarik
then
ya?
it's going to be a big fight at the end. So we're going to have to keep those updates coming on game 4 and 5
Bang,
and
Bandung
really
Open
see
berapa
where
match?
this is going to tie all together.
We've talked a lot about
Eliminasi BO1.
thus far, and I want to give
Finalnya
credit to
di
Dishop. This is a
jadi
player that we entered today
BO3.
talking about these 2 big study groups, 10 of 16 coming out of those 2 study groups. Dishop, I reached out to him on Discord. I said, "Hey Dish, can you give me a breakdown of what your study group is?" He responds 1 word: me. This is a Lone Ranger. He says, "I'm not giving out any more tech to anybody else in this region. Stop copying my homework. If I find an edge, I
Jambi
want to
ke
keep it for
Capricorn
myself."
tempat
And
syuting
Dishop
Laskar
has
Pelangi.
not been able to secure a first
Bang.
place finish. He's come very, very close
Bang.
multiple times. He's now in a
Itu
place to
bukan
make it
Capri,
final day.
acing.
This could be the tournament for Dishop. Now,
Pernah lo berantem asal
is ready. We're gonna hand it off to our
Asal
casters. Necro,
cendol
take it away.
SG VSID VSMY. Anjing gue aja
so
gak
much,
pernah mikirin
Jamie.
cendol.
I'm excited
Cendol
to
yang
be
gue
back
tahu
for
di
another game
tempat
of
gue
TFT,
cendol
especially when,
Elizabeth.
as
Nah
you put
udah
it,
ini
this
cendol tuh dari
bubble
Elizabeth.
is so compressed, like
Anjir, cendol
anybody can
Inggris,
still
Jo.
make it
Iya
at this
cok,
point, even if you're
di
in this
Bandung
bubble
banyak
for
banget
spots.
cendol Elizabeth anjing. Oh cendol tuh punya si Elizabeth. Nah udah anjing, asalnya dari mana? Dari dia anjing.
Weh, salting gitu dia, Cok, bingung. Weh, ini kenapa nggak diganti, Cok, katanya?
Excuse me. Yep. So it does get tougher, obviously, as you go on. Soju only having 8 points is pretty tough. I mean, obviously.
Bisa juga viral orang Indo, yang penting lu ke LN terus jual makanan Indo dan lu konten. Oh iya juga ya. Ayo
We know that they can. Swapping over, seeing some new
Apa?
players here.
Orang Indo ke luar negeri jualan makanan Indo terus bikin konten aja gue.
Nah, kalau itu menurut gua lebih kalau itu di overprop menurut gua nggak apa-apa sih kalau kayak gitu.
A lot of these players really kind of in the mix.
Masih ada
Seenggaknya kaya orang Indo lah.
Yeah, we're even seeing like a lot of people that are at the top end. We're like Kaiwang, Degree, both have 17 points. Rain every replay are still fighting for the top average
Jambi
placement
itu
across
pantai
both
barat,
days.
Capri
And so
pantai
I think
timur.
this is going to be a really interesting lobby to see if it can shake up any
Bang,
of those
Capri
standings.
itu
When it comes to
Batam,
the
Bang.
portals that we have,
Belitung
though,
bukan masuk ke Pri.
Golden Prelude is definitely a fan favorite here.
Palembang ada kapal selam Indonesia.
It's a pro favorite.
Itu pempek anjing.
Yeah, actually, I take Unit Accelerator, actually. What about you?
Yeah, Unit Accelerator is pretty fun. I feel
Pertama
like,
kali
honestly,
makan
low-key,
kapal
actually,
selam,
not even low-key, all these portals are kind
Anjing.
of boring. I don't feel like any of them do that much.
Where's my
Tenggelam
crab
ya.
rave?
Yeah, golden, like all the golden augments ones are just like.
Ada.
Udah tahu belum
Oke.
Siran
Just give me
jadinya
normal
cewek
TFT
apa
that you
cewek?
already give me, even if this
Cowok
portal
kata
wasn't
Peter
here.
cuy.
Jimmy,
Hah, kok kata
Jimmy
gua?
Distributor's okay.
Jadi dia asal mana,
Accelerator,
Pit?
I feel like
Thailand,
is
anjir.
okay.
Nggak tahu anjing. Coba
Coba
aja lu buka Twitch dia atau enggak Twitter dia naruh di deskripsinya, Cok.
Oke, gue cari nih ya.
Iya.
Ryan TFT.
Disco nggak sih, Kaiwin? Halo.
Getting a boot.
Anjay.
Ryan TFT.
That's
Hah?
always a fun little Easter egg when I see that come through.
Masa
But
nggak
as
ada
we head
sih?
into our first couple of rounds here of game number 4, hey, I would take the Tarek. I don't know about you,
Apa
but I
nama
take the headliner Disco
Twitch-nya,
Tarek
guys?
here. Do it.
Oh,
Show us the
right.
disco.
I hate disco, so I never.
Disco
do
nggak
that.
sih?
Wih, ada disco, cuy.
Disco nggak sih? Anjoy, let's go.
Yeah,
Anjing.
we'll see. Oh, there's
Ya
a couple arts
kali
still.
nggak
It's
main,
interesting. So
ya
you
kan?
did grab the disco.
Orang gila
from
mana
Underscore,
menolak
but
disco.
Also with the Felios and Casante, maybe you want to be able to consider some sort of a different line. We'll see over here. Not too much going on right now. On
Ada orang Indo jualan makanan di Cina banyak banget ke konten dia. Iya kan?
Evelyn really
Itu tahu, itu
seems to
namanya
have kind of
Susanti.
fallen out of favor. For a while, people were playing it as just
Eh,
an early
Santi,
headliner,
Santi.
kinda similar to
Santi
how
di
people were
Cina
using
namanya.
Olaf and Vi and stuff, but it feels like
Yang gue
we've seen it's kind of
inget banget
outlasted
dulu
a fair
pernah
bit now,
nontonin tuh ini
and
doang.
no one
Orang
really
Indo
seems to
jualan
actually
Indomie
go
di
for
luar
that early
negeri
headline
aja.
these days.
Terus
I feel like when
warungnya
you're
ramai
taking it
banget.
really Evelyn, it's because you want to try
Banyak
to
sekarang, Pit.
transition
Ada yang
into,
di
like, a
Amerika,
Katarina role. She
ada
could be a
di
great item
Cina.
holder for that, but even in that last game, Katarina just feels
Lawrence
so
Benson, siapa lagi
underwhelming.
tuh?
So,
Yeah.
Orang-orang
Exactly.
Indo
So it's
ke
like,
luar
are you really
negeri
gonna
kan
buy into
jualannya
that early, or
Indomie
you're gonna
anjing.
commit to
Laku
going
itu
that line,
Indomie tuh.
Maybe if you have perfect items, if you already have a couple Katarinas on your bench or something.
yeah.
Karena
There's
itu
some
kemarin
interesting
tuh yang
choices here,
ditanyain
though,
case
for Rain.
avatarnya. Apa makanan Indonesia yang kamu tahu? Indomie, bakso.
Tons of stats week early. I feel like it's vampirism for
Indomie
sure now.
udah
The
internasional
Deathblade augment, I feel
brand
like is
ini.
okay, but
Ngeri
you need to have
banget
a
tuh.
strong board to actually be able to get value from it.
Tapi gue lebih
because you
suka
need to
mie
actually
sedap,
kill
cuy.
things to have a chance
Lah.
really, to do that. And
Oh
over
gitu.
here, this is actually pretty nice.
Iya,
So
cuy.
Gambler's
Lu
Blade
tim
plus a
Indomie,
Heartsteel
Pet.
headliner for
Indomie
Precedent.
gua.
He unfortunately did not hit the
Apa yang bikin lu
set
lebih suka
or the
mie sedap?
ability to actually get Heartsteel online, but Andy's actually not bad at all for
Wah,
holding
apa sih
tech
namanya
items.
bumbunya yang gue ngerasa
And you
lebih
can still
kental
bring some
daripada
gold there.
Indomie
It
sih.
is gonna be a Morello slam as well, interesting. So
Mie sedap
we'll
tuh
see
yang gue
where
tahu
he's
kalau
gonna
si
go
bawang
from this.
gorengnya
That
doang
could
lebih
be
enak
leading you
daripada
towards
Indomie.
something like,
Oh, yang gorengnya ya.
Seraphine
Iya.
Pearl potentially. Can
Terus
obviously
sisanya
just be, held
gua
by
lebih
something
demen
like a Viego if
Indomie
you
ya.
want to play the melee lines, but
Tapi semenjak ada Indomie yang rasa Jepang sih, itu enak banget sih.
Gua malah
Yang
belum
ramen.
nyobain.
Anjir,
Gua nggak nyobain. Si Nardi tuh yang nyobain mulu.
lu mesti beli yang rasa oli atau enggak rasa kobo.
Hah? Hah, gimana?
Lu nggak tahu mereka collab. Collab mereka, Cok. Terus ada foto oli sama kobo di depannya, anjir.
Emang ada ya? Ntar kan gue cari aja.
Hey, this is why we're back here and
Gaspit
Precedent
sudah
is
stream,
playing this
gas
game.
pergi luar negeri
Maybe
jualan
he'll show
goblok
us new
aja.
tech that I can't wait to take to my
Secara
own
interest
games.
gimana bang? Min
Yeah,
berapa
exactly.
kalau
I mean,
chest
one of
rush
the reasons that
50
people
sama
like
kayak chest rush sistemnya.
Morello as a red buff a lot more than Sunfire
Tinggal
is
di
generally
sini nih di
because they have better backline access,
Mouse gua nggak
right? So
kelihatan ya
Sunfire
di angka
generally
di
isn't
gold
big
ini nih.
enough
Kalau di
by
HP
front
kayaknya
line,
nggak bisa
whereas if you
dilihat.
can get something that
HP
has
nggak
good
bisa
backline
dilihat.
access, like a Viego, ult in the backline,
Tapi
applies
sama
that,
kayak chest rush
healing you up to
normal.
multiple things. Red
Magic
buff
chest dong yang
similarly,
aneh
why
anjir.
people like it on champions
Interestnya
like Ezreal, who has
20, Cok.
backline access, you can put it on some of those units
Pakai Augment
that
itu
you
kan?
really want to get that debuff on early.
Low-
Kagak,
get that
low
debuff on
interest
early.
rate.
So
Bukan
that's one of
interest
the
ya.
reasons people do
Nah
kind
iya
of
low
prioritize
interest
it
rate
over
aja.
Sunfire. Sunfire can be good, but it's much more of that early game item. It's there to kind of secure.
Sedap kari
win
sama
streak
goreng
through,
enak.
Stage 2, stage 3 potentially.
Ciri-ciri orang tersesat lu bang.
Morello definitely not bad, and we'll just have to see where he wants
Tapi
Ya.
to go.
emang
He's
gitu,
still
cuy.
obviously
Gue
holding
jarang
the
sih makan
Seraphine.
mie sedap.
Couldn't make interest even if he
Indomie
sold it,
enjoyer
so,
kan.
it's not really,
Sedap,
for sure
kuah,
maybe
enak,
to go
goreng
for
mending
that line.
Indomie.
Still keeping
Rasa
things
gurih
pretty
ada nggak?
open. You've
Mampus
seen
tuh.
Twitch and the
Tuh
Yasuo
ditanyain
hold as
rasa
well,
gurih
so
ada
just
nggak tuh
maybe
Indomie anjing?
wanting to make sure that there is a little bit
Nggak
more
ada, cuy.
direction before
Ada.
actually investing
Kobo sama
into
oli
something.
doang cuy.
As we check over at what
Gurih
Big
gue
Play is
beli
up
itu
to,
sama
this is
pabrik-pabrik.
going to be a Heartsteel hit. You got the Heartsteel
Langsung
Cassandre
daftar
as
anjing
well as
jadi
the
pegawainya dulu, Cok.
and you also have the Punk. So this is going to be a pretty strong Heartsteel board. For some of the
Kenapa
other
Indomie nggak
variants that we've
ngeluarin
seen.
kari?
Yeah, it does have,
Bukannya dulu
the
dibeli sama
support cache
Indofood.
as the first augment, so
Nggak
the
tahu tuh,
support
anjing.
cache went for that Aegis Elite,
Kari
I believe
soalnya
as
udah
well.
masuk
Yes,
jadi
Just give you some
hero
tax,
Mobile
gives you some
Legend.
additional, armor and MR as well, so it is quite a
Itu
nice
beda lagi
item.
tuh.
And relatively easy to play around
Magic
as far
chest.
as the
Chest rush itu
support
auto
items
chest
do
yang
go.
mana?
There are
Itu
some that
adalah
are kind of
sebuah
like much more
legenda auto
inflexible,
chest.
whereas this one I think,
Yang kalau
really
misalnya
keeps
kalian
your
join ke
options
grup
open, you can
auto
basically play
chest
anything
atau
with
ke
it, so it's not that
chest
big of a
rush atau
deal.
kemanapun mereka
As you
selalu
said, it
berharap
does have a pretty strong
aduh semoga
board,
chest rush
but
kembali
I feel
chest
like
rush
he's kind of hit that
kembali
sweet spot
tapi di
where,
saat chest rush
you're
ada
probably
mereka
gonna
nggak
lose
main
most of
terus
your
gamenya
rounds, but
mati
just
karena
kinda
nggak ada
barely lose them.
playernya.
He would
Yeah.
love to lose this round by one
Orang
unit.
emang
We'll see if he can
mengingat di
actually
saat
get that.
udah mati baru
It is
keinget
going to be
sih.
pretty close, but I think unfortunately for him, the Jinx is going to just barely win. That would have been 3 loss.
Itu
though,
salah
which
satu
feels so
YouTuber
nice
chest
when
rush
you
itu
kinda hit that
si
sweet spot where
Murawi
you're
itu
just
tuh.
barely losing every round, so you get that
Murawi.
additional stacks from
Murawi.
Itu Amin Motohar. Murawi ya.
Murawi.
It's hard to tell what kind of win-or-loss streak you can actually generate when everybody at
Kenapa
this
cuma
stage
liatin dia
is
doang
maybe
anjir?
you
Nah
don't
itu
have
dia pertanyaan kita,
headliner in, so
Ja.
that could come into play in
Ini
terms of the power
observernya
level
tuh
of the boards that you're
ngeliatinnya
hitting,
top 7,
but
8 doang
you're still in
biasanya.
a very, very good spot having that Heartsteel online so early. We're heading into this next carousel.
Padahal kita juga pengen melihat top
and,
1 gitu, apa yang dilakuin sama
I
top
guess
1,
I'm
dia nge-slam
really
item
curious
apa
to
sih di
check in
early
on
gitu ya kan.
what kind of
Terus dia
items
mainnya
these players
sinergi
are
apa sih yang
building,
bisa
'cause I think
bikin
we've
dia
seen a
win
lot
streak.
more early
Nah,
slams of items as of late that have started to help with the trajectory of some of these players' boards.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, players, at this level are almost always going to be playing more heavily around their items than they are around their units. Because that's something that
tutup
is
karena
kind of
nggak ada
like
player,
less
gue kira
flexible.
gara-gara
So,
mau
they're
up
really
TFT.
trying to dictate, the way that they're going to play the
Mungkin
game
itu
based
salah
off the items
satunya,
that
tapi
they
playernya
have.
juga nggak ada
That's
di Indo
often
cuy.
how you can
Hidup
really
itu
tell
karena
when people
komunitas
slam
doang
items.
dulu.
You look and you start to think
Coba
about
deh
what they're
YouTuber
gonna be actually playing with that,
paling
what
rame
really
itu kayak
fit into that
Murawi,
sort
cuma
of
gue lupa deh
composition.
view-nya
So,
Murawi berapa ya, ya, kayaknya sekitar 10 atau 20-an ya pas zaman CS Rush.
Tempo and keeping your health high because the players are so good at making strong boards, really evaluating board strength at this level, and that's why so few players are really just like sitting on all their items and not slamming anything. You know, even a Heartsteel player here who obviously wants to lose or is okay with losing at the very least, does still have a support cash item slam. The red buff is down. Even putting that chain component in.
Kemarin kan udah dikasih tahu sama Aji, kopi itu disaranin 6 aja sehari.
Kill off a couple extra units, and with that red buff slam, only a 2-unit loss. So replay going to be feeling really good.
Despite that win earlier, you really love to be able to see that. And you also get the cash out here.
Tiba-tiba ada yang ngomong waktu itu gue, Mbak Surip aja sehari 10 kopi, aman-aman aja.
Actually raise the stakes. He's scouting, as you can see him leave his board.
Gak percaya gue anjir.
Dapat gak lu jokesnya?
Yeah, I mean we've seen it. I feel like almost every single time.
Mbak Surip udah mati anjing.
Tapi kan dia udah tua kan anjir.
Ya, sehari 10 gelas kopi anjing. Aman-aman aja.
Mbak Surip yang mana sih gue lupa, yang nyanyi bukan sih apa yang penjaga ini.
Yang nyanyi tak gendong itu loh.
Oh iya. Wih, Mbak Surip kalau masih hidup dia bakal dikatain LGBT, Cok. Lu inget kan ininya?
Iya, kupluknya.
Kupluknya
reggae anjing, zaman dulu namanya reggae kan terkenalnya. Yang jadi pelangi ya.
Terus reggae ada ganjanya kan ya, gambar ganja.
Iya anjing.
But I think it's really hard from this spot when you already have the punk stacks activated to feel like you're actually going to start to lose these combats, and in fact he was proven right by winning this one against Rain. That
tapi dia juga udah tua sih, dia aja pas terkenal kayaknya umurnya juga udah 50-an.
Iya, tiba-tiba viral out of nowhere tak gendong kan.
Sama kayak Sinta dan Jojo. Lu pernah muncul nggak di FVP TikTok lo Sinta dan Jojo sekarang, Fit? Ternyata mereka kan ngilang kan setelah viral itu, ternyata yang satu ke Jerman apa gitu, sekolah, jadi nggak ada lagi dia.
GA are kind of considered by many to be BIS for Yasuo, but some people do like some different variants. So
di cancel Mbak Surip kalau masih hidup, kasihan aja.
The Echo is a really nice pickup. Of course, you're going to be wanting to play around some of that true damage. You're going to be feeling pretty happy
di cancel Twitter aja.
So let's see, can he actually hit? Because if you can hit right now, without, oh my god, he didn't have to.
Anjing!
That's so good for him.
Wah, nikmat banget.
Anjing, bisa ya kapan ya anjing?
As long as you can start stacking from here, and even got really cool
bikin apa nih di item juga jadi tuh, ada Bloodthirster. Apa mau bikin
iya, harusnya dia combo sama HOJ-nya. Tapi
satunya pakai apa ya?
Oh, dia mau save dulu. Oh, you even get the 4 true damage. Never mind.
Lebih mengutamakan Eon dulu.
But I thought he already had a cannon on bench, so I was a little bit surprised. But either way, 4 true damage, 3 edgelord does slam that Edgenite, which is really nice.
Matchmakingnya lama.
He has a cloak for a potential even shroud. He has a glove, which could be his IE if he wants.
Tapi ini kayaknya udah commit nggak sih ke disco ya?
He could obviously go GS or something with that bow. So he's got a lot of really good components.
Iya.
Itu blink out
anjing. Work on what his secondary carries will likely be.
Oh, mana blink out itu udah siapin Sena mau pindah deh, Cok.
Allow this comp to actually potentially win out. Silver Veil is always pretty strong with these melee comps. So I think Silver Veil is definitely a reasonable choice. The 5% attack speed pretty nice as well.
Kayaknya ngambil tengah di Indomitable ini kan yang main ya sebut tadi kan.
If you have high burst, you get that first kill. Your team is just basically permanently immune. So kind of an option between those. Did look like it was Silver Veil.
Kenapa namanya nggak bisa adaptable?
Dia Silver Veil.
I don't know, more like middle of the road style option, I would say.
Not gonna lie, that
Silver Veil tadi nggak sadar gue.
little picture also looks
Kenapa
like
sebagai pengguna pencinta Inomi merasa tersinggung. Pencinta mie sedap.
Itu kenapa dia masih simpen gendarnya sih?
Well, if you see like a golden helmet, I'm screwed. Like I don't know what that could be out of like 7 different options that all of these different augments could be, but yeah, I think this looks like a really strong board here for Weird as we head over to check where Robinson is up to. He has played a lot of Riven reroll, really favoring some of these 3-cost reroll compositions, and does have the Quirky in the backline, the big shot to match. I wonder if he feels like there is an opportunity to go that direction.
Apalagi jadi di early gini, enak banget nge-stacknya anjir.
Yeah, I think from his spot, with the items that he has slammed, I wouldn't expect him to go towards that Riven reroll. I think he's going to be playing kind of a similar game to what we saw from Soju in a lot of these games.
Belum pernah gue main CS.
Kind of, just pushing levels, using this
CS dulu pernah nyoba doang tapi.
and then going in towards
CS
things
apa
like the
1 titik
Pentakill,
apa namanya?
Diego,
1.6
Ya 1.6.
GA is definitely not like useless by any
Ayo
means,
kita
driven, but with GA
Anjing!
they're definitely not the
Wah,
items you would love to get.
Kapan ya anjing?
3-3
Bisa
ripple
gitu
hits
tiap
there on the
rotas, tiap
Katarina,
rotas
so
anjir.
get some decent upgrades
Kapan
as
ya?
well, but is on a 5 loss, is
Bang,
pretty
jangan
low,
terlalu
so
lama
you've
liatin
got a
bot
win
orang,
streak
Bang.
from here.
Iri ya,
And
Bang.
we'll see if he's going to be able to do it, because that is a pretty quick 3-star cat, like very quick, honestly. And if he can start winning all his rounds from here, and
tapi
kind of
pakai item
rebuild,
itu
maybe
ya?
we could see finally the Katarina have some success.
Apa sih
as
namanya?
it has
Adaptive
just not
Element.
been working out for people.
Gak tahu tuh
No,
kenapa.
and you're going up against this Yasuo as well, who's just able to slash
Biar
through these
tebel aja
one-star
gitu.
units in the front. And when you have the Hand of Justice,
Yasuo
you're
nih.
kind of
Tas.
dealing with sort
Gak
of
ada
some
damage.
body
Heal, anjir.
advance on both
Iya,
sides.
gak ada
But
damage Yasuo-nya
there
kan.
is Katarina is able to get the job done this time
Wajib
around.
mati heal Yasuo.
But you need to certainly shore up that front line if you want to continue to see
Mi
this
sukses
Katarina
sisi 2
success.
pas lagi lapar banget.
Katarina is always
Tambah
it's interesting,
telur.
right? Because a lot of
Waduh.
times you want to actually put it in the front line to have
Mi
people hit
sukses
it,
sisi
and
2.
you have lifesteal on it, and that just kind of feeds it.
Yang gue
mana,
tahu
so it's gonna
Sarimi
be able
anjir.
to spam fast.
Sarimi gue juga
But
taunya.
it gets difficult because as you get later in the game and some of these really
Mungkin
high
Sarimi
single
udah
target
sukses
burst units
kali.
like Ari and things like that are coming online, and people have healing debuffs and whatnot, then all of a sudden sometimes it just dies. So then you can't have it in the front line, which really reduces the DPS it's doing because it's not really dead mana. So it's kind of a difficult balance. You have to make sure that
Udah mulai bersin-bersin
if
gak
you're
jelas nih,
front line,
udah harus
it's not just
tidur
gonna
tadi.
die. And because
Itu
it is
tanda
trade sector for the
disuruh
Katarina as
bangun
well, you
aja.
don't have a combat augment there. You're at 10 gold right now.
Mending
So Ripple
tidur
really
atau
needs to
mending
win
gue
streak.
turun
Like,
dulu
it's
bikin
pretty much a
Indomie
must
lanjut
that he wins
nonton sampai
streaks
game
to
6.
be able to actually rebuild his economy.
Nah,
you know,
saran
get
gue
some
sih
additional
bikin
gold from that, and
Indomie
be able
sih.
to then start leveling up, start adding things
Indomie,
in.
aduh hari Minggu Indomie
Back on
pagi-pagi.
replay now.
Nggak kebayang
Makan
enak
Indomie
cuy.
kuah.
So scouting again.
Gila.
Still a
Terus
fairly
kasih
similar
telur,
board to
terus
what we
kok
saw
telurnya
before,
itu
but now the
dikocok.
Yone
Aduh.
is going to be in play alongside the Urgot, which is now just going to turn into a Zed. That's a great hit. You've got the Crowd Diver online now as well after we do see that cash out come through. But Prestivan,
Indominya kasih telur terus cabe bang ya, Cok.
Yeah, this is something, one of the options
Wih,
I was
satu
talking
lagi,
about,
cuy.
you know, as a possibility when he was
Gue inget
holding
banget
on,
si Robin
so
Zong
he's landed
ngeceramahin
Morello
buat
early,
ngeroll
he's
di
holding onto
7 buat
Extra
nyari
Zerus,
kos
it's like,
2.
well,
Ini
maybe
nggak
he's
ada
gonna be
kayak dari
going
tadi
towards
ngeliat
that.
orang
And he is
ngeroll
in
di
fact
7
going
buat
in
nyari
towards
kos
that
2.
Seraphine reroll.
Ada
Of course,
aja.
he is not hit yet, unlike the Katarina player, but he's also
Bisa,
level 6
tapi
and 60
kayak
gold,
ngeroll
right?
di
So he's
tujuhnya
in
tuh
still
pas
a much better
udah
spot
kayak
than his
min
opponent.
1, min
Kurang
2
satu
doang.
nggak apa-apa
To
lah.
see, you know, how quickly he can
Kalau
hit.
nggak
As
mah
long
enggak,
as he
Cok,
can,
mendingan di
this
6.
comp caps out pretty highly. He's not going to be
Soalnya
too
kalau lu
concerned
ngeroll
about that
ngeroll
loss.
di
He's
6
still very healthy
kedalaman
at
pun
78 HP,
itu nanti lu
and
susah
has a
naik
lot
ke
of gold to
tujuhnya.
roll here if he's feeling pressure,
Yeah.
but I think he's just going to be rolling above 50 and likely sit from there. Sometimes we'll see people also even just push towards 7 before
Di
they
rework
actually
itu
go
kan
for that
adaptif.
final
Tapi gue
unit,
baru
and he
kali
is
ini
in fact
ngeliat
gonna do that. So
Katarina
he's
main
gonna go 7,
adaptif.
he gets in Bruiser, he gets in that Spellweaver
Sama
with the
aja.
Gragas, and of course the Zap
Indomie dulu
Ini
kayak
enaknya
dinding
ditaruh
kok
di
goblok.
belakang nggak sih?
later on, and that would be
Apa?
his 5th KDA. And so he's
Katarinanya
hoping
biar
to maybe
jadi
natural
apa
it,
namanya?
but at the very least,
Nambah
Regen
mana
mana
kan?
tiap
to
setek.
make sure he gets that
Iya,
Seraphine
nggak
3
tahu.
before he would go 8.
What's really nice though is that Seraphine is currently uncontested, so you have
Giant
a
Slayer
very,
banget
very
tuh.
high chance to be able to hit that Seraphine naturally. So it makes a lot of sense here. Just be able to, as you said, work in that Bruiser and make sure that there's going to be some HP preservation here for Prestivan. On the other side,
Makan
we
apa
do have
tidur ya?
Python that has got an Urgot itemized for the most part,
Udah
and this
dilema
country
banget anjing
is
kalau
going to be
jam-jam
online as
begini
one of
tuh.
those traits. I
Makan apa
wonder if
tidur
Kylie's
ya?
gonna stick
Makan
to
sih,
country,
sarapan
go a little more
dulu, ya
vertical
kan?
with that.
No, he's definitely not, because he has blinged out, so he's going to be playing true damage for sure.
Voting bang
Makan
guys.
Indomie sambil telur
True damage
dikocok.
with blinged
Iyalah
out.
telur
But his
dikocok
items
sih.
are weird. Like his items are basically
Nah.
Seraphine, sorry, not
Enggak
Seraphine,
yang itu
Sinnoh
sus
reroll
anjing
items.
makan Indomie telur
So
dikocok
we'll have to see
gimana
if he's
dah?
going to be going towards that.
Kan telurnya
Because he
dikocok.
has a Shiv and he has a Morello, which are like not great items for a lot of the true damage units, right?
Gue tumben gak
Something you would
bikin
want
patch no.
on-
Aw.
Ada Bang Dilan cuy.
Eh, ada Bang
Not
Dilan.
just the Senna that would kind of hold those items.
Kenapa
but it
dikocok
didn't look like he
anjing?
had a lot of Sennas.
kapan
It's
patch
kind
baru
of a
sih?
weird spot.
Ini
Blinged
udah
out is an
udah
item
patch
that a lot of people
baru.
just kind of slam take
Yang
on
yang
it,
di
because it is one of the highest kind
Nggak
of
banyak
expected
sih yang
placement
berubah.
augments in the entire game.
Kecil doang soalnya lagi
But
turun
that
nih.
being
Jadi
said,
patch-patch kecil
you
doang.
still have to hit, and you still
Perubahan
have to
gedenya,
get items
perubahan
for
gede
units.
baru nanti.
We can see Precedent
Maret.
there.
Iya,
Did
Maret
use
tanggal
Maret to
20.
do a
Tanggal
pop-off
20.
trick to be able to
Udah
put the
pusing
PS
lah,
on
udah
and put
udah apa? Tinggal nunggu set baru aja. Udah tamat menurut gua. Master 160.
Anjoy.
Udah warak.
Menang naik 50 kalah turun 80 sih udah nggak mungkin Grandmaster punya lah anjing.
And it's also one of these things where you don't really want to sell off some of your extra copies, like
kangen juga sih
things like
udah lama nggak main.
Mordekaiser. In some cases, you know,
mainnya Pokemon aja. Gue juga kalau main dikit nggak banyak gue main aja.
Wah, ada bocil Ezreal tuh ya tuh.
Dari tadi Ezreal terus yang menang.
Really powerful online that buys time. Because Kale is such a slow unit, right? Like Kale is playing these double rage play builds. You need time to stack those up and really get things going, and that requires you to have a really strong front line.
We saw that happen with Rain when she did win over Pokegom, talking about the positioning of the Kale versus the tentacles from the
Ini turunnya aku bisa pakai patch yang lama.
And so, yeah,
Sekarang memang udah C ya?
What
Udah D ya?
a great augment to have.
Nggak
Just
ingat
kind of rolling to see if there's anything else that's going to be better, but Metalheads is perfect. And there's Kale.
Oh iya, kalau bisa pakai patch lama mah karena kan official, jadi mereka bisa punya klien yang lama.
Dia servernya beda.
Because did take that augment. Vampirism is obviously something that is really nice.
Kailenya udah bintang 3 tuh, tapi nggak punya gunblade aja.
Is really powerful.
Udah pada ngehit tuh, reroll-nya.
Just give you that extra Kale, like guaranteed Kale 3. We can see over on Kaiwang's board.
He berapa nih? 42? Iya, 42.
That Senna 3, so he did have rolling for days, so he probably
emang
had
gitu
some
tuh
free
kalau
rolls
kos
saved up, and he
2.
had blinged out. It was items for
Cuma
that
ini
Senna,
tuh
so
kalau
what I
jadi
was
kon
expecting
4
is going to be in towards this.
susah.
Tapi karena ini juga sih, apa namanya?
I'm not sure if it's actually
Karena di sama pro player, jadi nggak ada yang nabrak gitu. Jadi kalau nabrak, oh pindah gitu.
Udah sama-sama ngerti juga.
Di rank, oh nabrak. Ayo,
Gas,
tabrak
Against Board, who has started to get things like the Caitlyn, as well as the Marlies, still going with Heartsteel though. And while you have this Lux that has access to his Kale in the backline, this frontline, the Mordekaiser is buying so much time for those Rage Blades to start to stack up. So this Lux can't even get that next cast off, and it's going to be another loss here for Replay.
Yeah, Replay does have some decent units on his board.
Si
But he
Ren
had
dari
Malawi,
kemarin
it
spam
looked like he had the Zed headliner, but he was sitting on a pair of
Kalau
Caitlyn's
lu
and had
punya
that
Guinso
upgraded,
di
didn't
awal, lu
have
bisa
Ezreal in
forcing
there, so
Kyle.
still needs to hit some more upgrades. Of course, he still is playing Heartsteel. He's just been cashing out, you know, every time. He's not raising his stakes or anything. He's been playing free Heartsteel pretty much the whole time. So, you know, isn't in the most amazing spot. Here, Robin Song's in a really tough spot, actually. So he took Metalheads. He was playing that kind of style that I was expecting him to go in towards this 80 flex in towards
udah
ada flex dong nabrak.
Iya, ada flex dong nabrak, sisanya yang main recall tuh udah sopan-sopan tuh.
And he's playing rapid fire Caitlyn headliner when that really wants to be a Viego or an Akali with a pentakill spat or something like that. So Robin definitely in a really tough spot. Basically his entire rest of his board besides his headliner is also 1-star, and he's gonna lose this as well. So may actually be on 1 life or the very
Bang, jadi makan atau
2 lives. So he's getting 2 lives, but he's in a terrible spot. He's holding on to these Ezreals, but realizes, you know what, Ezreal isn't going to be a Velo anyway.
Dilema ini
All he
pengen
can
makan
really
sama
keep doing
tidur
is
tuh udah
continuing to
susah
roll. Would have loved to see like a Yorick or something. You know,
Orang
for that
ditabrak malah
pentakill,
makin
or
ditantang.
maybe even, you know, that Akali or Viego, but they're not even there. He sold his Ezreal pair, so that's not going to be anything that's going to do anything for him. Does have the Edge Knight augment and gets a BF, and he had some chains on his bench.
Bisa
So he's
kill
gonna have a
Senna
second
gitu
Edge Knight,
gue
which
kalau
can be
make
quite
kayak nggak
nice
ada
for
damage
Akali
sama
plus
sekali.
Viego, but he still needs to hit, and he's got no gold and like no pairs. So Robin looks like he's heading towards an 8th.
Kagak, selama bintang 3 Guinso jadi depannya begitu udah kuat.
Yeah. I mean,
Dia kan kuat itu karena ini dia bisa nge-heal
Pair on
depannya.
the bench, it's gonna be way harder to be able to hit all of those upgrades.
Selama
when
depannya
you know
nggak
that all
mati,
the-
Kyle
most of the
udah
kills
pasti
are
kuat.
level 2
Stacking
there, but
Guinso
then
ini
we
nggak
lose
akan habis
Kale.
soalnya.
Checking out though, Prestiven's board is creating some space here, has the Seraphine 3 that we saw
Kale
come
yang di
online
patch
a little
ada
bit
Azir
ago,
dulu juga
but
main
just looking for
Guinso
some
kan beda.
nice
Iya.
upgrades. Oh,
Kyle
can we
yang
just
sekarang
try
nih
to
sama
start
kayak
the
set
blue here?
sebelumnya
for sure.
anjing.
Only
Go
2
for it,
off,
right?
and
Persis
does have
banget.
GS as well as a Shojin
Tapi
that could
pakai
be
ini
slammed,
juga,
so
pakai Gunblade juga.
that gives you that really strong secondary carry. Was rolling heavy here
Nasor
at
kan?
8. Really wanted to get, you know, probably like
Enggak.
Ari and
Apa
Akali,
3
you know,
Guinso kan?
upgraded. Didn't even
3
find Ari.
Guinso kalau
Didn't
nggak
get the
salah
Echo
anjing.
upgraded as well. So it's just an
Oke,
Echo 1
Azir
Iya,
ini.
tank item.
intinya konsepnya
So honestly,
sama loh.
pretty rough roll down. All
Selama
things considered
depannya
for
nggak
Precipice,
mati,
because look at he
Kyle-nya
rolled 40, 50
pre-win
gold
aja.
there. You know, we kind of tuned into the board when it was already rolling for a while. But this Katarina is getting CC'd up pretty
Aduh,
heavily.
lagi
We'll see
tuh
if it has
gue
enough
liat-liat
healing to
tuh.
get
Kena
through this
lagi anjir.
Seraphine. It's going to be pretty
Oh,
close.
menang
It
nih.
looks like the
Menang
Cash
mah.
should be able to do it.
Tok.
You have the Morellos though,
Nggak
that was
ketutup sama
burning
anti-healnya,
that
coy.
Katarina, so I was
Kita
a
yang
little
streak
worried
udah
there,
banyak main
but
apa?
Ripple Overdrive still has a ton of HP,
Kailnya,
and he's also
Katarina
still
kan?
win streaking, which you were saying is so important after hitting the Katarina.
Yeah,
Ada
you have to win
Robinson
streaks to
nih.
be able to rebuild your economy.
Makan
And
sambil
Relentless won
tidur,
every
Pit, biar
single round
efisien.
since that.
Goblok.
Here's Robin's board. So Robin's still
Oh,
rolling heavy.
tidurnya
Did sell
ngimpi
off the
makan
Caitlyn,
deh biar
needed to
kenyang,
get that
goblok
Viego, was
anjing.
able to find it, and it was Pentakill Headliner. So that is massive for Robin's
Gratisnya
chances
tanggal
in this game.
20-an
Still,
kayak.
sitting on 3 pairs, really would have loved to have those upgraded. If he had the Akali 2, the Karthus 2, and that
Bekas
Mordekaiser
game
2, I think
ini
Robin would
Indomie
be
dulu
feeling
dah,
pretty
anjing,
damn
lanjut
confident.
dah.
You're still going to be nervous when you run into the
Iyalah,
strongest
gua nggak
players,
percaya
but
Peter
should be
pasti
enough
lanjut
here,
tuh.
I think, with this 7 pentakill
Lanjut,
to get some
tidur,
work done. That being said, there is no edgelord in, which does kind of hurt when your Viego is your main
Ini
damage source. Your
stake
Hazard
udah gede
items is
banget
that
nih
headliner,
di
and
sini.
he just gets obliterated by that Yasuo. Is he
Oh,
dead?
No.
2 HP. Man, that is
Lihat
tough.
tuh, ada ininya juga anjir.
Wow. I mean, it's
Not
so
today,
it's so
not for
hard when
today.
like you just hit most of your key pieces and everybody else is already hit. Like the Yasuo 3
Terus
has been
ada
online
champion
for a
duplicator
while,
juga
with the Katarina 3, the Kale 3, the Seraphine 3.
Robin.
There's so much reroll in this lobby. Look, there's Kaiwing is even rocking with the Senna 3. And you
Bang Robin, kenapa
looking
nih
for
Bang
these more
Robin?
powerful
Sakit
units
kepalanya
and
nih
just don't
Robin.
have the HP to get there.
Yeah, it's really tough, and he's going to be able to get a little bit of gold here, so
Itu
maybe
Nggak
if he
berani
hits,
sih.
he can kind of stabilize. Also, just kind of shocked
Kali
how
dia
bad
mau
that
naik tuh
match
kayaknya
actually
tetap
went for him
lemah.
against the Yasuo. I thought it was
Lemah
going to be a lot
banget,
closer.
kontak
7
7 begini.
pentakill is definitely nothing to
Ditambah juga.
scoff at, but it's 7
Modenya
pentakill
bintang
without a spat,
1.
which does mean you're playing some kind of
Pongin
garbage
Viego
units,
doang
and
di
as I
pentakill
said,
7.
doesn't
Aduh,
actually
Ezreal
have,
nggak nyala.
unfortunately for him,
Cuma bapak bawa pedang anjing.
edgelord in either. So gonna just be continuing to roll.
Terus
Of course, there's
Katusnya juga
nothing
nggak
else
ada
he can do.
ngapa-ngapain
Not
ini.
gonna elect to actually put in edgelord.
Oke.
I guess not too worried about it, but I
Kayak
do
bukan
feel like it's
turnamen
tough when
setnya.
Viego is your primary
Emang
carry, but you
ginian
don't
sih
have
nggak bisa
edgelord.
ngeliat
That
ya,
being said,
jago
he doesn't
banget
really
kayak
have
gimana ya.
space to kind of drop
Hah?
other units, so
Ini mereka yang
doesn't feel
paling
like he
jago-jagonya,
it's worth
cuma
dropping
ya
to
kalau
5
lu
pentakill and trying to
dapet
play
yang
it.
jelek ya jelek aja.
Is going to be able to drop the 5 pentakill now instead for the
Nah,
super
tuh ada
fan,
Sojin
but
tuh dia.
he's not going to get any
Ya,
super
agak
fan
mendingan
value
dikit
this
lah.
round,
Nah,
and that it's just going to mean the items are going to get popped off.
itemnya
This is
Pentakill
Shojin,
gimana,
yeah,
Om?
he's got slam Shojin.
Diturunin nama dia.
Just onto
Okay.
the Karthus,
We'll
at
see.
the very least. And the Karthus 2 feels like a really nice upgrade.
Oh,
If
gila.
it's able to get a cast
kayaknya
off
bisa
onto
deh.
some of those backline units like
Ini
the
udah-
Ezreal, then that is a
udah
great way to be
stabil.
able to chunk them down.
Cuma
It gets
Zed.
another cast off, but that Ezreal is still alive.
Cuma
and if
Zed.
it's able to
Beratan
land
nih,
its
yang
target
terakhir,
the
cast terakhir
Viego,
nih.
can Karthus do
Cerot.
it?
masih
It's not
nggak
the
mati
Karthus
anjir Zed.
versus the set and
Zed lagi-
no the Zed and
ya gitu
that
banget.
is
Goodbye
fits.
Robin Song.
Yeah,
Dadah, Robin.
that's it.
That's tough. So an 8th for Robin Songs there. And I think he already had an 8th as well. Run into some pretty strong people
Robin
there.
lagi
Pentakill
sial
sama
kan 3
Robin
game
nabrak
posisi
pentakill.
8
Upgrades.
ya.
I don't know.
Gimana
I
Nabrak
feel like
pentakill
you kind of
sih,
have to
cuman
question the
carry kan
superfan
beda ya.
choice there. I guess he felt like I don't even know why he was wanting to try to pop off the items. Maybe he just felt like it wasn't
Soalnya
about popping
kayak
off the
bintang
items. It was
2
just
even
about
gak dikasih
getting that
item
3
di pentakill
KDA
juga
in
bantu DPS
for the
banyak
additional
ya.
stats there. But I can't imagine that
Iya
3
sih.
KDA. It's better to have that in with the
Bisa
superfan
tiga
Cuman
M,
not
harusnya
being an
karena
item
dia
for
main
7
yang
pentakill.
kos 4
And that was
harusnya
a
nggak
close
terlalu
round. I
ngaruh sih
really
sama dia.
wonder, does he just win with 7 pentakill there?
Buat dapetin unit.
That's definitely a choice that I'm sure he's going to be kind of questioning. You can see the Yasuo though here,
Yasuonya
getting immediately in
challenger
onto the
baik.
backline, onto the Kayle.
Langsung
Kain
kasih
2
dua.
anjing, kain 2 kok dipakai
And this
duplinya
Yasuo,
anjing.
we have been
Nice, iya
seeing
anjir.
weird, really
Udah
wreaking
menang, udah
havoc in
itu.
a lot of these rounds. And
Udah
that is
sulit
also
sih
a
ini.
Kane 2, by the way.
I
at
was
level
gonna
8.
say,
That
I don't
is-
know if it's the Yasuo.
juga
I think
lihat
that a lot of
itemnya
that
tuh.
is the Beyblade Kane that we see just absolutely
Juga best item gitu.
tornadoing through.
Jewel Gauntlet.
So I would love to know
AOG.
when Weird got that online because what a big unit to have.
Halo
Yeah,
Poltak.
that is disturbing. Like that when someone hits a 2-star
Dapat
legendary
upgrade.
at 8 that
Pentak
perfectly fits
kolom.
their comps and has
Yang lainnya
items
kuat,
is
coy,
just
anjing.
such a powerful thing. So much
Bukan
of a
kayak
high
dianya
roll
lemah,
there for
yang
kind of
lainnya juga
slingshot you
kuat
forward.
banget.
Rain
Gimana,
has
anjir?
gotten to level 8.
Wah ini mau 3
She is
Morde
dead
coy.
broke.
Udah mati kan
Pressman
Robin
and
tadi.
her kind of in
Iya.
that similar position now. Both playing those 2-cost rerolls.
Soalnya
Both
juga di
at level 8,
open, ya.
basically 0 gold. They're gonna
Namanya
be
main
there for the rest of the
TFT,
game,
kalau
just
nggak
trying
dapet
to
ya,
play
ya
for placements
gimana
now. And we'll see who's going to be able to come out on top here because people getting really low on health. Every single point you can scrape up, though, means a lot.
But every lobby of this is so close. We don't really have a huge HP gap in a lot of the games that we've seen on broadcast. So coming down to the wire, look at this Jhin too that Preston has on his board. The Scald comes down to the Seraphine, and it's not able to get that ult off before the
Tapi
Jhin
dulu
is
pas
able
ada
to
sistem
snipe her
legend sih
down.
lumayan membantu sih Pit.
That's gonna be
Nggak
really
main
tough
Mobile
to take
Legends.
care of if there's no backline access.
Nggak main anjing.
What are some of these
Itu yang ada legend twisted fate gitu-gitu.
Oh.
Yang bisa
Iya,
bikin
iya, iya.
augment.
Oh.
Random Jin 2 that's just kind of
Enggak anjing, jadi rusak game, Cok.
So he just kind of hit it.
Ya maksud gue jadi gampang dapetnya. Jadi kalau lu pakai TF pasti dapet ini apa?
Sure, I'll play that on
Cuma
my board.
yang itu tuh gak sukanya semua anjing doa masih ya menang.
Goblok. Weird is that player I think with that Kane too.
Sinergi juga
spot, but the
terus jadi ketebak juga sih orang mau main apa.
First to last right now is 25 HP
Jin
difference.
2. Ini katakan aja kenapa dia punya Jin 2 dah.
Everyone else probably has 2 lives unless you take a horrible loss.
Dia level 8 loh.
But you can see a lot of gold
Jin
here
satu lagi tuh.
for Ripple. He also
Jin
is
4 gas,
playing
beresin requestan gue kok cuy.
with both that Katarina and Jin getting the benefit of it. Goes to 9 here.
Anjing.
Big shot Jazz gets teched in there.
Katarina
Wah, ini berapa nih sinerginya nyala, Cok?
Oh, CD2 doang aku baru lihat. Oh, cuy. Udah jadi.
Hit on the other side for late for Rain is a really big hit.
Wah, ini agak PR
It's
sih.
gonna buy so much time for this KO once again.
Ada Morde juga kayak begitu aja.
Condition for her in previous games. That Karthus is still not a Q-star, but it's casting frequently.
Defense
This
tebel.
Jin though, with just nothing to be able to take it down yet. Maybe this final Karthus cast and chunk that shield. And so the Jin goes down. I think Rain is still very much a force to be reckoned with in this lobby, but it doesn't mean that Ripple is not in a place to be able to get something like a top 4.
2 Winso, 1
Ripple
Hextech.
definitely could.
Bagus banget.
It's also a lot kind of I wonder about the positioning in that one. Because Ripple kind of has to position awkwardly because he is playing around long distance pals. And what happened was Katarina was so far out to the left by herself to get LDP active that the Katarina was actually the first thing the kill was hitting. So the Katarina died, a lot earlier than you would have liked. Of course, it does still mean that you're getting additional mana to be able to cast out and get some more damage until you die. But wasn't able to actually tank through that, and I wonder how the round would have gone had that Katarina not been the first target killed by the Kale.
You will get a chance
Tapi dari
to
tadi
see
sih yang
the
main reroll sih selalu
runback of
jadi ya.
that matchup in particular, but it's going to be Prestivant versus
Yang diliatin
Replay
yang bawa
now.
mulu. Emang gitu dari
Replay
kemarin.
is still grabbing these hearts with
Terus
the
si
heart
Ren ini
steal,
selalu main kill reroll
but
aja.
still can't
Sama Sena
afford to
reroll ya,
lose
Pe?
much more HP just
Kalau
based
nggak
on how
kill
close
Sena,
this lobby
pokoknya
is.
recall-recallan
And it's
dah.
going to be the Akali that's
Gila,
all
Jetnya
that's
tuh.
left for Prestivant, and Prestivant cannot
Goreng-goreng sendiri,
escape
tai.
the beam of death. Will go down in 6th place. Look how tight the race is
Portalnya apa
now
tadi?
between the top 5.
Kalau nggak dapet
Yeah, it
sumpah
is
serapa
crazy.
aja
And
cuy.
Ripple, even with that early Cat 3, able to kind of stabilize, gets a Jin 2 even to try to supplement that comp. It's looking like he might just finish in 5th, so maybe not even
Anjing.
gonna
Enak
get a top 4
banget ya,
from
nggak
there.
ada yang nabrak gitu cuy.
I feel
Jadi
like
kayak
if this
udah
Katarina
pasti dapet
game
anjir.
can't get you a top 4,
Iya.
no Katarina game feels like it can get you a
Ya
top
kan
4.
bukan main ranked,
But
Bang.
weird looking like he's kind of in a one-man race for first right now.
Mainnya sopan,
No one
man.
really contesting him.
Nggak ada yang
Just triple Edge
kena
Knight with the Edge Knight augment, so much value from that. Silver Veil, really nice here as well for these melee rerolls.
banget ini S2-nya Yasuo.
Both from that and the Edge
Tapi
Knight
kayaknya udah
augment.
jadi ya.
He's playing 7 Edgelord as well. Just
Begitu
a
Kane 2
terrifying
jadi
board,
udah
and we'll
kuat
see if
banget
Ripple
dia.
can figure out anything. Deathblade for the Jin,
Bah!
definitely not bad, but
Buat Jin.
just feels like the front
Kayaknya
line was
perfect item
not
juga.
strong enough to really kind of buy time for that Jin. And that's the thing with Jin is can be
Kayaknya
strong,
perfect item cuk.
but it needs such a unique set of circumstances to really work out most of the time, which does make it kind of tough. 'Cause it's like not only do you need the Jin with perfect
Ini
items,
setnya apaan,
you need
Cok?
a
Big shot
massive
KDA,
front line
anjing.
and so much time to be bought
Main
because it
Jazz.
has to build up all these guns.
Ini yang kata kita tadi bukan sih kok? Iya kan?
Apa?
Don't know if
Ini
it's
yang tadi
maybe
kata
something
Rina kan udah ganti deh.
Because yeah, you've got the Yorick
iya.
on the other side,
Iya,
the
iya, ini yang tadi
Hextech
kata Rina
Gunblade
nih.
to help with a bunch of healing for the rest of the front line.
Udah nggak bisa
Those
lagi,
tentacles
Katarina
go
udah pasti
down pretty
ganti.
quickly, but as this
Anjing,
Jin starts
Yorick
to
dua
ramp
aja
up,
tuh,
everything else is
Aduh, Yorick.
fallen.
Hilang
And when it comes down to just the Jin and the Ahri left, this
Oh, iya.
Poppy
Sanggup
is
sih.
gonna smash down that
Lebih kuat
hammer.
banget
And
anjing.
so Ripple does go out in 5th place. I don't believe anymore. Like I don't think
kasih
I'm
tahu
gonna go
kekuatan
Katarina
Ezreal,
reroll
ngentot.
ever again.
Yeah, Katarina reroll is on the
Wah,
bait. On the
jadi.
self-ban list. You're not
Jadi
allowed
deh.
to play it. Don't get baited.
Itu lebih
It
ngeri
does
nih
not seem to work.
dibanding yang 7
Golden
S2
Yes, of
Prelude.
course, if there had been like if that was a Kiana 2 instead of a Jin 2, obviously you're in a better spot.
Yang Yasuo
but you hit
sampah
that
menurut
level
gua. Kalau
8, you're gonna
Riven
play it
ini masih
regardless.
bisa bunuh.
But the front line
Mati nih
obviously just
kalau
not
lawan
enough
Riven
to really get
B3
anything done.
perfect item.
You
Ya,
called it
berarti
out.
kalau
It's like by the
posisi
time there's 4
Yasuo yang
violence
benar
alpha, you're
bisa
actually
bunuh Kain
doing damage.
selama nggak ketahan
Basically, the whole
diri.
board is dead, right? Like there's just the backline left, so you don't
Tuh,
really
lihat
have
yang
any time to
ngintip-ngintip
do
angka itu.
anything there. we'll see if replay can get something done here against Rain, who is positioned
masalah
well.
pentaktil tuh posisinya nggak bisa berubah.
That Kale is trying to buy as much time as possible, but this Zed on the other side has been doing so much work. It's just kind of punching through a lot of these
Mati
units.
nih, Zed nih goreng-goreng.
Yeah, and even the Akali that was trying to get that backline access onto the Caitlyn is just not quite able to do so, but it's still two very powerful units. The Zac is still doing its best, but it's going to come down to the Kale versus the Caitlyn.
Buat Toaster sama Hextech, double heal, regen claw juga, itu item gacha loh padahal.
Yeah, the Caitlyn ult not quite enough there.
Kalah ini kalau mordenya nggak bintang 3 cok tadi.
At this point in the game, you know, is very,
wajib
very
makan menurut
low,
gua.
so you're getting so much from that. And she's on a win streak. There's a Ziggs too for Degree. He's going to be feeling pretty nice about this. Is sitting on that spat. Could just reforge it.
Nggak gitu loh, gue
anyway, so
ini Sentinel 2, jadi kalanya lebih keras. Lumayan.
Ini Yoriknya jadi 3 menang. Menangis
kayak kamu di turnamen kemarin.
And he's going to be going up against the 7 edgelord Kayn. Is positioned opposite side, but that Kayn is going crazy and is getting close to the back line.
I just keep shredding through everything. Like, I feel like it's just cast after cast after sickle slice, and all just like that. It is going to be a huge loss, and Rain actually going to take a loss to Degree here as well. So we have our top 2. Replay going out in 4th, and Rain going out in 3rd with exact damage.
Yep, gonna be able to get that kill.
Yang Yasuo udah mati ya?
You have to feel like Degree doesn't have too much chance in this one. We'll see if he can make a miracle happen, but
pendapat lu Garen item Artengel gimana bang, sampah tuh.
Cuma
bisa
doang.
Iya, cuma bisa dipakai di ranknya di bawah gold aja.
At this point in the game, like 7 edgelord with that so much value here. Being
atas gak ada gunanya
triple Edgenite as well. You know, he's 3 carries. You've got the Morellos in now,
tapi
so he has
stacknya
healing
mungkin udah
debuff
tinggi
as
ya,
well.
Yasuo-nya ya.
It's just
dari awal dia udah komit
dia
Yasuo.
to be able to win this game.
3 strip 1 udah Yasuo.
How you're supposed to actually be able to deal with this Kayn. It's itemizing his Ziggs now on the other side.
Udah 100 harusnya ini
Ziggs too. It does have red buff Nashers, so not bad items whatsoever.
Sebenarnya dibandingkan 7 Edgelord, 4 damage mendingan.
I mean, Degree's backline is so squishy, so any sort of edgelord that's going to be able to get back there is going to be able to slice them down very quickly.
Kayak gue misalnya 48 bit, 5 Edgelord aja, jangan 7 Edgelord 28 bit
then maybe you're also in a very, very good spot.
Anjing,
Is going to be taking a loss though. Degree able to find a positioning difference there to get the job done.
Lembek banget Yasuo lihat. Riven mah masih hidup itu.
Kayn also never really spun to the backline until everything else was pretty much killed. So that's kind of the thing with edgelords, is there's super high variance. Like the fights can go wildly different one fight to the next. Because one fight Yasuo and Kayn get instantly to your backline, you just get 10-0'd, and the next fight they just get stuck on the front line and you can actually win. That was still an incredibly close fight. But does have some good units to buy time, right? Because there's the tentacles here from the Alawi. There's York too.
Kalau satu lobby main recallnya banyak tuh, yang main pas 8 pusing semua.
And that's kind of what you're hoping on here as Degree. You're just tucking the Ziggs away in the corner, hoping that these edgelords can't get back to it. For now, the Yasuo and the Kayn aren't there yet, so the Ziggs is getting a lot of damage done, but we'll have to find out if it's going to be enough.
Oh, the Yasuo is now going to be able to get access to that Ziggs, and it is going to be an execution. So there you go. When you're able to get the Ziggs down, you are able to win. So Weird with a win in this game number 4.
Yep, going to be able to grab that first place. So congrats to Weird. Was at 11 points, so definitely wanted a big win. He's going to be able to move up to 19, which is going to put Weird squarely in the middle of the pack there. And you can just see how different every round can be with edgelord. There is some positioning that you can do, obviously, that can make a difference, but edgelords just have so much variance with their dashes if they get back to your carries. This time it just felt like everything got nuked on Degree's board. It wasn't even close.
Well, when the edgelords feel like doing what you want them to do, then things work out great for you. Well, Weird is certainly going to be feeling better being in a spot with that first place, but we'll have to see where the standings actually shake out after these first 4 games after the short break.
Wih, apa nih? Baru lihat nih gue video yang ini guys. tidur, gue baru bangun anjing. Toilet dulu deh.
When I DJ at different shows, there is no greater high that I get than doing anything else. Because when I leave that stage, I am bursting with endorphins. Gaming is also another high. You got your headset on, you're listening, you're talking, it's strategy, and there's a lot of adrenaline. Gaming has always been a constant through my life, even before music. My dad, he was traveling the world, and I was raised by my mom. And
Well. 4 games have passed, and it's the 3 of us back at the desk. It's Boop, Casanova, and me, of course, Gangly. Now, Boop, before that game started, you made a really interesting comment where you had said if you look at the standings right now, you would actually expect them to be in reverse order. You expect it to be flipped. At the end of that game, Degree and Weird are the 2 players that are on top. And I feel like it's kind of a fitting cap to that statement, right? Weird, a player that I think may not be getting a lot of credit going into this tournament, and Degree, a player that's been wildly inconsistent since their breakout back in set 7. And I feel like there's something to be said about the way it happened too, especially with Degree playing such a wide and kind of flexible creative board, that you really can't count out anybody at the regional finals right now.
Yeah, now that I'm kind of thinking about it, if I'm going to be philosophical about it all, I think this might be the power of Vegas.
Kenapa caster kalau habis jeda selalu bilang well?
People have that chance, have that opportunity. I think it was a lot easier for players to see themselves up there for the next time. And now there's like something that is tangible that they've been to, that they've seen potentially one of their friends win one of these things. That they come up here and kind of put themselves in that upper echelon. Because something I've noticed in TFT in the past, there are players who'll be like, I'm just not as good as them. Right? And when you go into regionals and when you go into worlds, right, you can't do that. You're the best of the best. You have to believe that you're the best of the best to get there. And I'm seeing that belief from people that I've not really seen it from before. And I think that is the power of just what the community has brought overall, and why we're having, again, I'm going to say it again, in my opinion, one of the highest skill capped regionals that North America has ever seen.
Cass, I want you to break it down for me real quick, because we've seen a decent amount of Yasuo reroll this weekend. Yeah. We have not seen the open court variation succeed until this game. So what did Weird do differently?
So I think what happened for Weird was it started with kind of a fortunate circumstance, and then it was converted extremely well, right? So Weird kind of naturaled into 6 Yasuos heading into the stage 3-1. He didn't have to roll for any of them, and he anticipated rolling down to just hit the headliner and then get it from there. The first shot, he just naturaled the Yasuo 3, and so at that point, he can just decide, okay, well, I can use this tempo now, and the extra gold I've bought myself to keep my econ very high and try and push to cap out this board as high as possible by extending to vertical edge lords, especially because aim is so incredibly strong. So the idea would be to ladder from playing around a Viego as a secondary carry and then go to a Kayn, and that's exactly what Weird did. As we saw, he had Kayn 2 Viego 1. It's because he played that Viego. He had a healing item and an AD item on it, and then he's able to move that healing item and AD item over to Kayn, add an AP item, and then you've got the perfect kind of setup for that Kayn to make things work. And realistically, it wasn't so much a Yasuo reroll because he didn't actually roll any gold
tinggi
for this
matchmaking berapa lama
Yasuo,
kok?
but it
Dipat
was
masih 3
Yasuo
menitan.
3 that turned into this,
Nah, kurang tahu
really
sih
strong
gua kalau di
Yasuo
master ya.
competition.
Peter tuh yang tahu
Alright, as we have
membantu.
the standings here, there's a few different players we really need to have
Kasian
our
dong
eyes
yang
on.
udara yang
On the
gede-gede
bottom
kayak
half
Dilan.
of those standings, there are players
Sebenarnya
being
nggak
kind of usual
kasian juga
suspects,
sih.
people you are really expecting to see perform well. Zetsuko,
Gak tau ya.
Robinson's
Kalau gue sih kayaknya ngerasa emang gak gitu
masalah
masalah sih, cepat juga naiknya. Soalnya kalau emang lu bagus mainnya LP itu gede banget pas 5 match awal.
Dish Soap, Replay, Wajan Iverson, all in this top 3 right now. So
ya,
we have a
semuanya start
really
lagi.
interesting split, and the most important thing to keep in mind is that with only 2
Karena kalau
games
misalnya
left,
turunnya
these players
kayak
are
ke
going to have
Diamond
their
nih, terus
backs
Vanilla
up
naik
against
lagi
the
ke
wall.
Master, kayak sekarang
In
nggak main
those
lagi kan
times, I
dia.
love this part of TFT
Pengen
because
main
that
tapi
is
males
when
main
the
gitu.
real personalities, the real play styles of these players get to shine, and they get to show what they have hidden up their sleeve.
Robinson
Now,
itu Peter
we're gonna get ready for
bukan
game
anjing.
number 5, and guess what? It's 3 of us still. So we're gonna go to a quick break as we get the lobby ready. We'll be back in just a minute.
Gak ada reward rank gitu. Katanya sih ada taktisian sama emot, cuman aku nggak tahu ya. Minimal go, tapi nggak tahu dari rewardnya apa. Everybody get it up. Bagus juga sarannya kok. Saran. Ini musik itu kok kayak kenal gitu ya. Ini nih. Oh ini anime itu apa namanya? Ciki bam bam itu tuh openingnya tuh. Ada board bagus nggak? Mau all in core? Oh gua kalau ada Soul Arena mungkin gua all in. Karena sebenarnya ada ini sih, ada apa? Guardian itu. Cuman kayak gue lebih nunggu Soul Arena lah. Mana tuh Soul Arena di comebackin.
Ini analisis udah nongol tuh.
Udah tadi kalau nggak salah. Belum ya?
Alhamdulillah
Udah.
makan cuy.
Oke, sampai kesini bawa cowok.
Gila. Sayang nggak ada yang kuah, adanya yang goreng ya. Udah.
Gue juga jadi lapar cuy. Hari Minggu gini di tempat gue nggak ada yang jualan. Pit aneh banget anjing.
Lah pesen gue Grab, emang
Nasi
nggak ada.
uduknya kagak jualan, yang mie goreng gitu nggak jualan.
Masa Grab kagak ada yang jualan pagi-pagi?
Ada sih Grab, cuma juga yang sekitar sini tuh orangnya nggak jualan aja, bingung gue.
Lagi pada nonton Doraemon.
Benar-benar ngarepin ini orang-orang yang belanja tuh dari anak sekolahan. Kita yang tidak sekolah ini jadi nggak bisa makan.
Oh jadi lu nggak sekolah tuh?
Agak cuy. Nggak ada gift code lagi kah buat PC? Ada nanti giveaway yang itu. Apa sih namanya?
Uli ya? Kanci.
Ya Peranci. Ini beli KFC. Aku ikut memboikot guys.
Gua
Welcome back. Thank you for that wonderful throw, Gangley.
Selagi ada bisa diboikot, gue boikot guys.
Nice to have you here.
Gue lebih baik meramaikan produk lokal aja daripada meramaikan produk kayak begitu cuy.
But we have a lot on the line. We've been talking about it all day, how good everyone has been playing, but there
Ini
have
beli
been some people
Sabana.
who I think came in today with a lot of
Gak
confidence that
doyan
they might not
tuh gue
even
Sabana,
be making it
Sabanan.
until tomorrow, Casanova.
Tapi gue juga nggak ada sih beli Sabana.
Gue kalau terakhir gue makan Sabana ya, si ayamnya masih ada yang merah-merahnya gitu, tau gak gue jadi kayak
guarantee he's
gak mau
iya,
lagi
tahu.
gue.
right now, but it is pretty much to that point generally.
Nggak cuman Sabana, anjir gue waktu itu pernah beli Hungry, kalau lo tau Hungry itu enak banget, tapi sering ada merah-merahnya gitu anjir.
Hungry,
Yeah, and I just want to
nggak pernah kena gue merah.
our portal. You know, we've kind of been tracking
Hungry, gue makannya Sanju anjing, lebih enak tuh.
Soju on the up and up, right? Is there anything
Gue belinya
that you
Moon
kind of
Chicken
think
juga.
in this particular lobby that we should really be looking at?
Sanju udah the best, enak
create
anjing.
a potential result later on.
Yeah, I mean, just right off the bat, there's a lot going on.
Darah,
This is a
kayaknya itu darah deh, nggak tahu deh itu apa.
You have players like
Iya, kayaknya darah yang ayamnya belum terlalu matang gitu, ada bagian gak matangnya.
making up this big 3 plus replay, right?
Itu
That's kind of
Jogja
the
Kor,
biggest story of the
kagak lah.
weekend. Replay is among one of the best tournament performers, and there's been a lot of
Jadi champion TFT yang rank sama board kedepannya ada ganti championnya nggak atau sama aja, ganti semua. Sinerginya juga ganti.
Yesterday he had the best average placement
Namanya
across the
ganti
entire
ya.
day, averaging a 1.8. This time around he's
Apanya?
sitting in
Yang
the
mainnya
top
juga
8
ganti
in good
ya.
standing to potentially make it to tomorrow.
Siapa yang
With the
ganti
top
anjir
8
yang
finish in
mainnya?
the regional
Eh,
finals,
yang
that
mainnya
might
ganti,
actually
Cok,
be enough
playernya.
for people to really start giving him enough
Siapa
credit
anjir
to
yang
be
ganti?
among the greats. On the other hand, though,
Bentar,
there are
set
so
depan
many
Kurohiko
players that I think
ganti
people give so much
jadi
great
free
credence
to
to when it
baru.
comes to their knowledge and ability to
Waduh.
perform.
Waduh.
I'm looking at people like
Asemo mana? Nggak rame gini pro playernya.
was one of the players in set
Udah
9
capek ini
was
aja,
looking to go
jarang
all
dia
the
main, dia
way, and
terlalu
then he took the
overacting.
last set of the tournament of the cup off, got day 1 at regional.
Asemo nggak lolos, makanya nggak ada.
2 cups right back to back. Robin songs.
Ini sama kayak Magic Chess, iya.
Final lobby placements,
Paling meta sekarang apa cuy? Banyak sih. Kalau pemula main pang aja, nonton video gue yang soal pang. Main Jing bidang 3. Ada deh gitu.
Lebih abang-abang lagi
Yeah, the
tuh
players
anjing.
do not get worse based on where they are in the leaderboard, right? They're still going to come through. They're still
Apa tadi
amazing
portalnya?
players,
Nggak
right? They're
lihat
still going to be challenging those that go to the top. Also in TFT, whoever's eliminated in the last lobby almost assuredly wins it. I feel like that
Prelude
happens
ada
a
nggak?
lot
Nggak
too.
ada ya?
So really, everyone
Nggak ada.
still has an opportunity to show up and show everyone
Iya,
why they
kayaknya
belong
ada
here
deh.
because they've already made it through a cut already, right?
nggak
We
tahu
had
kayaknya.
8 less people than
Weh,
we did
Disco nggak
yesterday,
sih?
and now let's go ahead and add
Wih,
some
too big to
augments
fail
to
tuh.
these
Wah,
8 people right
tergoda
now.
nih.
Really quick
Ya.
pick up Casanova.
Tapi ini di shop kagak bakal main disco, ini di shop Cok.
because it was incredibly broken.
Kata
It
di
had
shop
this
disco
most
jelek
crazy
anjing.
win rate because
Gak
of it,
akan
but
main deh.
still, it is a really great way to just play from tempo early on. You
Pang
can
rebutan
craft yourself
terus.
a very good win streak because
Iya sih,
you are now
semua juga
playing with
rebutan kalau
double the
dapat
amount
mereka.
of components as anyone else, and they are crafted into full items instead of just being components all strewn about. And so,
Oh, item payout
Scrappy
ya.
doing a really good job, right? It takes that component, turns it into a full item. And jumping over Biri. Biri actually grabbing stationary support. And we talked a little bit about this earlier, Gangly, on like the value of support items and how it feels like people have kind of shied away from them. But we are still seeing a decent amount of pickups.
Nggak
It does
digeser
just
itu
support
jingnya,
your
Bang.
front line so much.
Yeah, you definitely get
Lupa
the
geser
base
anjing.
power out of the board, and I think it's also
Coba lu
important to keep
ngomong
in mind
di
because we're playing on
chatnya
a
dia
item
kan.
payout.
Pas chatnya
We're
dia
going
di
to see
Twitch.
players
Oh iya iya.
a little bit more
Jangan
having
geser,
something like
Jing.
the stationary support.
Bener
lines
juga
up with it,
nih.
right? It kind of plays along the same kind of
Nggak bakal baca
flow of
komen
the
ini
game,
dia
right?
kayak.
You have
Iya
base
nggak sih?
power in stage 2. You're going to be able to try
Lu
and push
ini,
things for a
donate
streak.
media share.
We saw Biri even slamming
Voice
something
note,
like
voice note.
Morello on
Bang,
Jinx
Dingsnya
that you
gesek.
may not typically expect. So I would expect to see a
Bang
lot of
Bagi,
players
woi,
playing
Raya,
higher
Bagi.
tempo in stage 2.
Tapi kalau streamer gede gitu cuy, jarang baca komen sih.
Item payout in this
Itu kita
portal is
kecil.
pretty intense. Well, item payout is the portal, and then Scrappy Inventions is the augment that goes along with it
Enggak
on
sih.
that other board.
Gua
Right? That's
kecil-kecil
pretty
juga.
good. Everyone's going to be nice
Lagi
and
pusing
powerful
soalnya
there.
bakal
So moving
baca
on over
aja.
to replay, and like you said, Casanova,
Iya
you
lah,
said
apalagi
it
kalau
just
udah
now.
dilihat diam
Star
aja
is
nggak sempet
born.
baca
We've
juga.
seen a lot of
Iya,
people
iya.
convert this into some pretty good reroll comps.
Yeah, I'm actually interested because Replay had the option to just pick up 6 Annies on that last shop. Because he
Ini
had,
main apa nih
he
ngambil
had
Star
an Annie and
Arbor
dropped
nih?
an Annie headliner, and it was Emo headliner. I feel
Ya,
like
kalau
that's,
pos 2
I would have
kali.
been tempted to do that,
Iya
right? You're
sih.
on tier as your item component. I feel like I would
Nggak
have been really
jauh-jauh
down.
kalau
So
nggak
I'm curious what Replay's tech is
Serapin,
with Stars Are Born that he's
Bar,
playing
Kel.
for. We see Lulu is being played around right now. Is he looking for Seraphine specifically? Because what it can do, Stars Are Born, it gets you 6 copies of a 2 cost instantly, right? Like that is the big strength of this. And then I guess the 1 cost would just be a super fan. So maybe this is just replay playing around Seraphine, because we've seen him do it before already in this tournament. And yeah, exactly. It's a really quick way to just get 6 copies of Seraphine on
cuma 2
even
orang yang
stage 2.
co-stream kemarin
That's a
rame.
great call
Tidur
out,
semua,
probably
Cok.
angling towards a Seraphine, even thinking
Orang
about it a little bit
Peter,
more.
halo,
If you use your
Pandora.
1-cost Stars Are Born on something,
Tapi
Senna is
sarapan
also
nggak
another
kebelet
option,
bete
right? You
banget.
can flex if you have this tier, you can flex between either the Seraphine or the Senna. But regarding the Annie, I think it's important to note that if you use your 1-cost Stars Are Born on something like the Annie and you can't pick up the Superfan instead, you are still using your 2-cost on Seraphine, but because you're not using your 2-cost to star the Seraphine, I think it feels lower cap and lower value as a whole. Whereas, like you said, if you can use it to all of a sudden get 6 of a single unit,
Hasan main TFT juga, Kor.
you'd have to
Ada
feel really
Hasan.
good about that, especially going into
Tadi
stage
Hasan
3,
menang kan
if you can hit really
game berapa tadi? Game 3.
Spencer gonna be tenderizing some front lines. We got a collector on that Olaf.
game
So
berapa?
every
Game
time
5.
that Olaf is able to get a kill, there could be some economy going that way. But hey,
Soju kalau udah pakai tactician Moldiver tuh mode serius. Iya.
Unit loss is not.
Susun ini
Ya,
tuh.
klien PC-nya pakai low PC cuy.
Live dong lu nontonnya biar gak delay.
Later, it's just generation in general when you have
Nonton dia
access to
live-in biar gua nggak nonton di YouTube delay.
economic increase that other people don't. Even if it's just a couple
Lu
rolls
nonton di
a
YouTube
turn,
mana?
it's still going to potentially be a difference maker there.
Males
Yeah,
buka
it
YouTube.
really adds up. And Gangly, I mean, we just saw a Yasuo reroll potential from
Gua lagi main Tekken.
Soju, and it's
Anjoy.
extremely hit or
Lagi
miss as to whether or
bertinju,
not this
eh.
comp is good right now. Right,
Halo,
that
Bima.
last game from Weird, it's debatable on whether you can even call it a reroll comp because there was not really any gold rolled. And then this time, I mean, Soju
Ada yang
just kind
punya-
Ini berarti lobby cuma 2 ya, Pet, ya?
the Yasuo
Lobby 2
reroll.
iya. Kan dia
Yeah,
top
I'm not
16,
sure, 'cause I know
16
he has
besar.
the even shroud slammed as
Dia
well. What
lobbynya
that does say to
dua
me is
lobby
that
doang.
he can probably still look to
Ganti-gantian.
play around the Yasuo, but he could flex between other melee reroll as well. The Rich Gets Richer feels a little bit weak to me because I do feel like no matter what you're
Ada
playing, whether it's
Dylan terus
Yasuo
ya.
or the other
Cok,
3-cost
ada Bang
rerolls,
Dylan lagi
you
tinju
really
ya.
want to play around tempo, right? You want to be able to stabilize very hard once you hit.
Anjing, ini
Rich Gets
apaan?
Richer is something that does make it a little bit trickier because without an additional
Empat
combat
rapid,
augment,
Cok.
you basically just have to hit. And if you do not hit, you are entirely going 8th. But even if you hit, it doesn't quite mean you're out of the woods yet. You need something else to supplement your board. So I'm
nggak
not
dapat tuh
entirely
Arcel.
convinced that Soju's locked into Yasuo unless we're definitely seeing him not level through the rest of stage 2. I
Kalau
feel like he actually
ganti-gantian,
might find a little
jadi
bit more
lobby
success
dong. Hah?
playing around one of the 3-costs and just
Enggak
praying
dong,
he can hit
lobbynya
very,
2,
very hard.
dua-duanya main. Ganti-gantiannya tuh
Alright,
kita, yang
now
kita
let's go ahead
tonton
and talk
ganti-gantian.
about Weijin.
Dua-duanya
A
sih
bunch
tetap
of
main,
rapid
cuma yang kita
fires
lihat tuh
right
ganti-gantian
now. So we've
lobby.
got 4 on the board. So Weijin won the last lobby, had a little bit of a middling start to today, but is able to recover from that last lobby. So go back over to Biri Biri, and this comp is
dampak-dampakan aja
exactly
tuh
what
gol,
it was
anjing.
when we last saw it, right? Moderately
Catur,
good
cuy.
front line, especially with Heartsteel. We're probably going to start losing
Woi,
here in
Yasuo-nya.
just a second with the
Jadi dia.
Morellos on that Jinx. So
Apa?
Gately,
Bintang 3, Cok, Yasuo-nya.
when you have an
Nggak, dia
opportunity
tuh
to
yang
play
mana
your
ada?
game, right? How does that
Iya,
interact
kayak
with
Soju.
people who might be going after it, right? Because you might technically be putting yourself under some people who are willing to take more risks.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think in Biri Biri's case in particular, playing around this type of opener, you can even see it,
26
right?
jadi. Dia ada muncul gambar Yasuo,
prioritizing
terus ada bintang
utility
3.
above all
Kelihatan
else,
dari-
right? She has this Aegis in her front line, opting to just slam something like the Morello instead of trying to make something like Guardbreaker or Jeweled Gauntlet or whatever else she might have been able to slam. I think it's worth mentioning that if you do opt into early utility, you keep the game significantly
Habis
wider,
makan nih ya.
which does
Nah,
make it
game
harder
6
to get
game 6
contested.
nanti
But
gua
the
makan
flip
mentekur
side of
nonton
that
deh
is
anjing.
that when you are just building around wide compositions and utility, it means that you are not going to be able to have really clear direction. And we're looking at Soju,
Yasuo
Cax, you called it out. It is, in fact, the Yasuo 3 pretty early, too.
Yeah, I saw him hit it. It was 2-6. It was on the sidebar there while he was rolling down, or not rolling down. He naturaled it, right? So he's still on 50 gold at level 5. So this is exactly how we saw it happen with Weird last time. This time it is true damage, which usually is the better version, right? So we'll see if Soju can leverage this into an eventual Kiana. That's kind of the way that you cap out this board. And Soju in a really good spot. We saw exactly how Weird was able to convert it. I think Soju
di
can
kill
do the same
monster
thing.
nambah nggak stack
He's
Yasuo?
on Hodge alongside the Even Shroud. This is really good. Prugs gave him a slammable item if he wants to. I don't love Sterix on Yasuo, but we know Soju has been a fan of this item for the early to mid game. I'm curious if we'll see him slam it or just hold on. Honestly, I'd probably greet it because I think you can just get much better items, and I do think that Edge of Night is pretty important for Yasuo.
I think the reason I would slam it is only because your board right now is not very good. Even though you have this Yasuo 3, it's a one item Yasuo 3, and you won the last round. So in my mind, it feels like Soju might want to start winning right now, and I don't know that he's going to start winning.
Mana minyak udah habis, Cok.
On this Yasuo, but even looking at his matchup right now, this board from Biri with the Heartsteel in may have the support item, but I think Soju's probably safe in this one. Does have the healing, although the Morello cut can make a difference. I think Soju's probably fine to just greed out a little bit, and yeah, maybe
yang pentakill enggak sih.
Something like
itu spesifik Kylo soalnya.
He will get the tempo. I'm
kalau
a
yang
little nervous that he
kayak
might
main
play too slow.
Vigonya.
It's an interesting give or take, right? Because it's a scaling unit that has to do well early, right? That's not usually something we see with a lot of the scaling units. With Yasuo, it definitely provides itself some interesting developments, especially through the mid game on how to play it. You know, like kind of keeping those tier 1 units around so Yasuo doesn't get kill stolen from them, and the stacking can keep on going as we get some offense choices.
Yeah, Robin going for the portal forward. I didn't actually get a chance to see what he picked there. We've jumped over to replay, and he grabs just an item here, and he is going towards Senna. He did pick up the Senna earlier, it looks like, with Starborn, and now he's found the Senna headliner to go with it. And Kennen seems to have been the one-cost choice, which was exactly what we expected, right? You grab a super fan with the one-cost, go for the reroll line, and now he's very close to hitting the Senna 3. He's just 2 copies away on 3-2. This is very early. We did see some success out of the 2 costs being hit on, you know, like 3-3. This is incredibly early for the comp to come online, and the itemization is still there, right? You have the ability to go for either a Nashor's Tooth or a Giant Slayer, and we end up seeing a Reforge. So now it can actually be both. It can be Nashor's Tooth and Giant Slayer as a pretty reasonable way to just slam now, but Red Buff instead will be the choice. And I still like Red Buff quite a bit here, and just hold on for another item later.
Okay. What are those items going to be, right? They still have to come, they still have to do their own thing, right? And we'll see if like the best case scenario is going to come through for replay, who's had a different kind of day than yesterday. It's funny to think about the fact that he's got 20 points, but compared to yesterday, that's significantly lower than what he was producing, and still having a good day. So replay doing fine in my opinion, and so let's see where this comp is going to go. This is Stars Born 2, so once we kind of committed to that Senna, we're only a couple away. We have to keep going, and with the rest of these synergies, I do think this comp should be doing all right for the future as we continue to roll down a little bit, Giggly.
Yeah, he wants to start digging here. I think, you know, like I mentioned before when Soju had won that previous round, you do really want to try and maintain your streaks when possible. The fact that he was sitting on the Nico pair, sitting on the Echo pair, doesn't actually upgrade his board in what I would is that meaningfully of a way.
Besok main disco,
your board gets significantly stronger. The fact that he hits the Nico, don't get me wrong, is great, but because you have 2 items on the Echo, you would benefit significantly more.
Mungkin karena dapat itu tuh,
Regardless,
dapat
though,
BC.
it is
Waduh.
enough to be able to take out Dishop's board, and I believe was that actually snapping? Was
Coba ini pertama kalinya gue lihat dia main disco anjing.
Okay. Either way, decent spot, lots of spatulas, and an Ari with a rod too.
Oh, Soju has open sword.
Harusnya dari tadi nih kayak begini banyak spatula lagi nih.
For Soju, but they are getting
game rusak anjing. Gue paling males nih kalau udah di game ada 3 spatula begini, pusing deh.
Itu di ring kayak begini nih. Ini kan baru berasa nih, biar kesel nih para top 1, 2, 3, 4-nya. Alah anjing gitu.
And we've got Spencer with one. So I'm sure we're going to be hopping onto one of their boards as we put forward. It's going to be Soju though.
Apalagi rerollnya juga mendukung kan.
This Yasuo still doing its thing.
Yeah, well, rich get richer, and you know this Yasuo is just kind of naturaled with 50 gold in the bank on 3-1. So Soju, even though yes, you want to play from tempo and not lost streak too much, he also is rich get richer, so he can just try and speed run to level 9 to try and put together this true damage board. And I do like that angle quite a bit, because you're not actually playing around this Yasuo. You're playing for those late game carries that you can put together, and the Yasuo is just trying to help you not bleed out early.
Yeah, it's important to note that TFT is not just a game with static positions, right? It's a very fluid game, and the situations you find yourself in from game to game will change. I think this is a really great example of exactly what you're talking about, Cass. Soju is saying, I don't have the ability to play from tempo from this position. I do not have 3 items on this Yasuo. I have no way to really do that without griefing my item economy. And instead, I need to try and play around level 7 and 8. If Soju gets this 6 damage online pretty early, that might be enough to kind of slingshot himself and get more of those stacks on Yasuo.
Yeah, notably, that was a true damage emblem on the other side for replay, so that's where one of the dispatches have gone. Here we see Biri. She's waiting to commit hers because she has this Heartsteel cash out coming up from this round. This is a raise the stakes, so this fight is very important. We've seen Biri scouting quite a bit, so I think she should be safe. She should know what she could run into and feels like this board is weak enough. And this board is horrible, right? So it should be weak enough to lose to anything that comes at it, but just have to continue to scout and make sure that there's no one on lock.
Orang nge-slam Heartsteel emblem di turnamen
aja. You know, but that's a compliment though. It's a compliment for this playstyle, right?
Yeah,
exactly. It's a compliment at the end of the day because if it wasn't looking like that, then you're not giving yourself the opportunity to find all that value.
Tergantung dia dapat Highlandernya nanti
but
sih kayaknya.
It's all about trying to get a couple units off. We do
kalau
take a
misalnya
unit
kalau
down
dapat
B2 with this next auto attack that is going to happen.
So
that is really good. So you know, while again we're purposely losing, we're purposely not playing best on board. It's always good to kind of check in with TFT, Cass, and the fact that losing by just a little bit less has been a huge difference at the end of these lobbies because of how close
Kalian HOD anjing
here can actually be the difference in the late game between a fourth and a fifth place. A lot of pressure, but now we have some items here. We're starting to pivot. We got our cash out.
Robin main apa?
That was the Radiant Hand of Justice, correct? That very cashed out.
Fist of Fairness.
Fist of Fairness, thank you. Yeah, so here's the thing. I will say, in terms of value of where her board wants to go, it's quite valuable, right? If you want to play around those melee carries, which you traditionally see in the AD Heartsteel collection, right? You're talking about things like Zed, Viego, Poppy. There are a lot of units that hang out in the front line.
Ngejadiin item apa yang ada dulu.
Bonuses of both the healing and the damage multiplier is very valuable.
Baru setelahnya mikirin mau main apa.
World where Biri could have raised the stakes.
Yeah, once again though, this is a raise the stakes completely kind of faltering on what the player wants, right? Biri kind of wanted gold.
Iya, tapi kan tetap berusaha. Masa tiba-tiba misalnya lu mau bikin kayak item yang gak jelas.
It's like we saw those other raise the stakes. You need so much HP.
Misalnya nih, lu bisa bikin Sunfire, tapi lu juga bisa bikin item apa sih namanya? Event Shroud gitu ya. Lu bakal berusaha bikin Event Shroud dulu kan.
Than those previous kind of
tergantung lu mau main kayak mana. Lu mau main AP apa AD. Soalnya kalau lu udah nge-slam Event Shroud lu udah pasti harus main AD.
Yeah, we've seen it with in the past.
Jarang tuh orang mau
a really precarious situation. Pandora's balance budget and stats. They had some choices here. We were talking about the lack of items for Soju and that Yasuo. It's been doing fine so far, but that's kind of the expectation as healing orbs, which is also very good with this comp, and unified resistance is next gateway.
Yeah, I was gonna say actually, I feel pretty okay with all 3 of those choices there. What Soju really was just looking for was some sort of combat power. The healing orbs is fine, definitely very valuable on melee carries because you are up close and personal. Super valuable. But right now we're looking at Biri doing the big transition, and Cass is kind of exactly what you called out, right?
Bingung dah udah dijol-jolin dah udah.
Actually hit, right? This is Viego. This is a carry that uses all of the items that she has. And this is the thing that everyone else missed on those rolldowns. They couldn't find a carry to get all those items onto, and instead just had to settle on some terrible kind of frontliner and a 1-star unit to carry the items. But now, this is a Viego. You just set him loose and have him try 1v9 these fights, and it's not always going to happen. Biri might still lose a couple fights, but she'll kill units, and that is the important thing, right? Because this is an actually strong unit for your damage items, and it's just a matter of can Biri hold on even longer, because this last stand will continue to function well with that Viego. So you now need to find some support units to work with him.
Hitting the Kale there is really nice. I'm curious to see if Biri does actually hold on to that, because she needs to have that Kale. She also has the Olaf on her bench, but that was a completely that was a Viego with no trait. So I'm not sure exactly how well that will hold on. On this side,
karena dia dapat spatula gitu terus main country, tapi
that is where the stat was committed, but currently sitting with no headliner.
Gol kagak ada, Samira masih jauh, agak PR juga sih.
Because of the fact that that fight was actually relatively close with none of Diego's traits active. So if you activate Edgelord and you activate Pentakill, I think you're reasonable. But now we're looking over here at this country board, which has come together, 5 country. We can play for 7.
Gak apa-apa sih, Edgelord bintang 1 doang gitu. Dapatnya Jin 2 anjing.
Itemnya juga perfect aja.
Anjing, kalau
Mirror 3 very quickly here, and this Jin 2 from Weijin. I think I missed this in the last fight against Fury. But this is an upgraded Jin at level 8 that Weijin is working with, and he is absolutely monstrous.
Jin 2 at 4-3. Why not for me? Why not in my games? But Weijin, said he was coming in confident. I think we got a little bit of confidence. Even more so after that. Looking at this carousel, his last one had 3 spats. This one has none, but it has some pretty good components, I think, for some of our friends.
Disco-flex
at what everyone is running right now. Still not a lot of disco. I don't think we've seen disco again for a second day in a row. Weijin telling us why in the pre-show, if you want to check that out. But looking at this little bit of a reset here, this is one of those carousels where we're kind of finalizing things. It's more of a cherry on top situation for a lot of our players, and so we're going to see the results of what that means here on Keygod's board or Press Event's board here with this Heartsteel console going. Look at that cash out too, 397 out of 400. That's definitely going to upgrade.
Yeah, big cash out coming through, and Press Event also on that vampirism, right? So this is going to be really good that he's gone on this loss streak. He's gotten a lot of power for his board. He actually has a good amount of gold for this, so even if he does get the same cash out we saw earlier of 2 items, he's level 8 and can actually roll down quite well. So Press Event's held on to a really solid amount of HP. This is very impressive at this point because a lot of other players were not able to be level 8 this much gold in this same situation.
Oh iya, dia langsung pivot ke Pentakill ya.
He's gonna lose, of course. If he doesn't, well, it's trouble. But Biri has improved her board quite a bit, so she'll find this win. And then from there, we're gonna have to see how Press Event can find these upgrades.
Wow, just enough to hit the 500 hearts too. Does hit that next threshold. Press Event. Listen, we've seen a lot of these transitions, right? This is not a PvE round. He's going to have to do this during just the 30-second timer. The cash out hits. He's got a lot of stealth to move. Lots of item anvils coming through. This is going to not only make it more difficult to actually get your items on, it doesn't make it to you just fewer spots on your bench. Pressman does not have a lot of room to work with. He's going to have to be very, very selective with what he's grabbing. Has Caitlyn won? He's trying to just make room, get more stuff on the board. Wow, finds Caitlyn. That's a huge upgrade, definitely. He has some decent front line and some really strong back line.
Keren ya, tiba-tiba jadi ya, ini dahsyat bro.
Tapi dia salut juga sih, dia nggak terlalu ngebuang buat nyari yang lain.
He immediately finds 2. Even Shroud's an option. I love
it. Tapi hoki juga sih dapat popinya emo.
And now it finds some damage for your secondary carries. Your poppy's itemized. There's an edge of night. Beautifully done from Press Event. Getting the items on now.
Kebahagiaan, dia tinggal nunggu level 9 nih.
Still getting things done in time.
Nah gini kan enak gitu, kita bisa lanjut level 9, kagak ngeroll terus aja mentok level 8.
We can all see it, right? But what specifically is so nice about that? Was it the control? Was it the intention? Was it how the forecasts were picked and getting those upgrades? Like, what specifically was so nice about that?
Yeah, I mean, if we can get a look back at Pressman's board, the thing that was
really item kayak gini udah Viego, terus ada item magicnya, jadi dia tetap bisa ke Pentakill. Tapi kalau misalnya itemnya masih physical tadi ya bisa jadi nakali. Akali juga Pentakill, anjir. Tinggal nyari siapa nih dia?
This is what I want. You can tell everything that he committed from there from the shop was only buying things that would supplement his backline. He held Ezreal pair, held Caitlyn pair. Once he hit the Caitlyn, he said, you know, I need to itemize this right now. And as soon as he said this is enough board power, he instantly went to getting those items on, made snap decisions at the start of the fight, and got 3 items on every important unit. Very beautiful transition from Preston, and for someone who has not made it past day 1 in set 10, this is the way you need to play.
Really great breakdown, Gangly. So let's go ahead. We're entering the late game now. We're stage 5, so we're going to be seeing some kills. We're going to be seeing a lot of damage going on, and we're also seeing Biri and Spencer TFT. I'm actually going to be looking at this Urgot since we haven't gotten a chance to really look at that just yet, and how good it's going to be, especially with something like a Collector. It's going to be able to rip through that front line along with the Dreadsteed coming through like the Kentucky Derby, going into the backline that's actually protecting the Urgot too, and now the Urgot trying to rip through even more HP doesn't happen, and then on the other side it's going to be a 1v1 here, and Biri's going to take it down.
Yang kanan B1 Viego anjing banget tuh.
on the other side of the fight, Boop. The Viego on the other side got to her Karthus right away. Took it out, and it came down to a 1v9 with this Viego left with the Radiant Hand of Justice. Insane fights on both sides of the board here, and Biri is able to maintain the last stand for a little bit longer, and I think that is so important on this total game.
Ooh. Crazy shenaniganery happening right now. That was super close. Spencer having a hard time with that Urgot. It looked a little promising at the beginning, but it just wasn't enough throughput on that damage. Based on what I saw last time now, especially against the Jinchu, I'm going to be looking at Biri's board right now. That Karthus is very close to ulting. We already have some units onto the backline. The Akali is going to help get some executes onto the carries and the backline as well. But is it going to be enough so far? The Jin is still alive. We see Jin been able to come right back on this, but it's going to be close, and it's gonna take him down 3 units. You know, there was a little bit of help there, especially with so many charged up turrets on the bench that Jin might be able to steal that round, but the Kali got there just in time.
Cass, you called it out. Every single life that Biri can maintain before going into that last stand is going to be absolutely huge, especially because at this point in the middle of stage 5, everybody's starting to bleed out. We're seeing it right now. Soju did not find 6 true damage, or does have it actually online, but was not able to maintain enough tempo, like we said so many times, to get ahead, to find the Kiana 2. At this point, Soju's on his last legs.
Anjing di soap main di spot
cuy. He was too clumped and got blown up by Senna, but here we go, Boop. Dish Soap trying to take out Soju.
BC-nya min 1 tai.
Yasuo, that's where your eyes should really be. How much damage can that Yasuo do before it can be taken advantage of? So far, he's been so good, especially with that Hand of Justice.
Wah, dikentu. Wah, dikentu, Cuk. Waduh.
On stream is so far, and it's going to
oh ya bang disco, aduh dia itu udah tahu Pet, mulai sekarang dia gak mau main disco lagi tuh Pet.
Dia dari awal bukan penyepong disco tuh.
Ya itu dia udah bukan penyepong disco, nggak mau main disco, sekali mainnya rungkat, nggak bakal mau lagi.
Itu kayak si Nardi anjing persis anjing.
He's pretty solid. A 7th is okay here. He wanted to play.
Dia itu udah ngasih kesempatan ke disco Pet, tapi dikecewain.
Kayak si Nardi itu persis mainnya begitu.
However, this composition uses those stats so well, and we have seen some last stand win outs happen in this set, and this is an opportunity that Biri maybe has for that. Soju just clinging to life, trying to get as many placements as he can, but without that Kiana, I think he's on his last legs.
Man. Go ahead.
Set the stage too first here, right? Because you got to keep in mind the bubble players right now, right? You've got players like Biri on the bubble himself, but Robin currently 5 points down at 14 points. Does not mean that he's out of contention, but it does mean that if he wants to get back into this top 8, he has to have a good placement starting this
ada last
game.
stand juga, emang anjing,
I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Oh, goodbye, Soju.
Oh man, we picked the last stand aboard. A lot of times when a last stand is triggered, it's all about avoiding it for as long as possible. It's actually already in the back line. The Karthus isn't even going to finish that ult, so it's
Oh
my goodness, Viego! And it's going to be the Viego that takes it down. Last stand is going to continue. And we have some eliminations.
Aduh, sedih banget itu aja, anjir.
Very, very bad. I mean, you're talking about just 3 points, bringing him to 17. That might actually just be the end of the road for Robin. Unfortunately, Soju as well, not getting it first. We said even 1-1 might not have been enough, but certainly 5th place is not going to do it. However, I think it's important to keep our eyes on players like Prestivan, also sitting at 14 points going into this game, and currently on a win streak. If someone like Prestivan wants to get back into it, a top 2 right now really puts them in a good spot going into the final game of the day to make it into the top 8.
Half the lobby also on fire, but that is a big Kiana on the other side, especially with that QSS. We're going to be able to stack some items onto our back line, but it's been moving back and forth. It's not being able to focus on anyone specifically, and gets taken down immediately. So this is going to be another victory for Biri. Last stand, I feel like in these circumstances, almost assuredly competes for that victory. And Biri trying to make sure that does happen.
It's just the stats check, right? You've got all these extra resistances, the Omni Vandal. You can just see Viego's health bar. He takes a big shot from Jin.
server bisa nggak pindah bang? Apa yang kita lihat dari sini bang? Orang 3 gol ngapa-ngapain anjing.
Even though it's so high, just raw
Pemalas
damage
banget
numbers,
observer
it just doesn't
Cok.
matter because Biri has these kind of evasive units that are being able to heal back up, use the Edge of Night, use Akali's dash ability, right? It's so incredibly good at utilizing Last Stand. Tentacle has kind of consistently been that comp that really just works so well with this augment.
Last Stand win kah? Malah Stand tuh main gol yang bagus banget sih.
Woi, Vigo reroll cuy.
March to victory. We have another item that's going to be going on to this comp, but we have an Akali already. We've already got a Karthus, and we already have a Viego. But we're going back to replay, and this was something that we knew was coming ever since Star was born at the beginning of this lobby. Senna 3 is online, but look at that true damage stat, Gangly. That's looking pretty scary.
Seriously, yeah, replays board looking really good, but I think all eyes need to be on Biri and Prestivin right now. Prestivin had that enormous Heartsteel cash out. Biri with the Last Stand. Prestivin sitting at 14 points. He needs to be able to slingshot himself, but now he's running into the strongest board. He still has multiple threats. Multiple threats on both sides of the board. It looks like Prestivin will not be able to cut through. Last Stand is enough. Prestivin
OBS gabut.
7 HP.
So Biri's Akali just dashed back and forth between the entire row of backline. If you look at Prestivin's position, this is really not good into the Akali. The tentacles can work as that angle back and forth, but what happened there instead is she gets to the board and then she's just ping-ponging between the backline, only getting value. And so now we need to see some second row, some third row. We need to see more creativity out of that.
Ini yang ketemu sama si Biri, aduh,
cool once again.
Is that going to happen? It looks like we have a pretty good advantage going through. But now we got to see if we can rip up that front line. We've got a lot of hurricanes on that board, but what category are we seeing? Are we seeing a tropical storm instead? That Caitlyn is already starting to get ulted, and that backline on that Jhin is starting to rip through our friend Prestivin's front line himself, but now the Caitlyn's going to have an opportunity to potentially get through into that Jhin. It doesn't happen. Oh my goodness, it's still not over. Finally, the Jhin falls. The backline, the hurricanes. Category 4, I would say, here for Prestivin. We squeak it out. Look at where Biri fell. Last Stand will end in 4th place.
Biri's fight was so close. The Akali got onto the Senna really early on, dropped her incredibly low. But Senna was able to hold on a little longer by the time, and Biri ends up falling in 4th. So gonna be squarely on that bubble going in to game 6. And I mean, now it's up to Prestivin. How many points can he earn to set himself up for game 6?
Every point matters from here on out. At 14, he's definitely playing from behind, and is he going to be able to eke it out? Now it's going to be all about this true damage, Zed, and how much of damage is that going to do onto Prestivin's side? Lucian was recently upgraded into tier 2, already starting to tag some damage onto that Senna. The Senna is vulnerable right now, but the Zac is bouncing around too, and we're going to see another win from Prestivin. It looks like Weijin was able to get that dub as well. 3 people
belum ada yang mati anjing ini. Sekarang semua
very tied in the standings going into this game, right? So Weijin needs to be able to build a gap between him and anyone else that was at 19 points. The difference between 3rd and 4th might actually not be enough right now to put Weijin in a place where he can sleep at night. If you can get a 1st place right now, though, that will put Weijin at 27 points and potentially just lock him in straight up into the top 8.
Here we go. We've got one setup phase between these two. Prestivin looking for a fight potentially here against Weijin. He's just trying to make sure he can maximize the DPS for his backline. 3 item carries, 2 itemized frontliners, Vampires of full value, Martyr. This is a brilliant setup for Prestivin to still get there. But the other boards are no slouch either. And Prestivin on 1 life, he gets the ghost.
This is the definition of a heavyweight fight because, you know, with that ghost going down, I'm going to be focusing on Weijin's side just for now. Is this backline going to be enough? Is that Jhin going to continue carrying Weijin to potentially locking up a spot into tomorrow if we're able to compete for that lobby win? So far, so good, but not so much anymore as the Kiana finally does get into that Jin's face. And if there's any way to take down that Jhin, it is by accessing that backline, and that's exactly what that Senna was able to do. And now we have 2.
Replay taking out one of the big three, saying your time in the sun is not quite yet. I'm going for first. A first place finish would put Replay at 20 points. Again, keep in mind, all weekend long we've been talking about it. Replay says enough is enough. People are not ranking me high enough. I was a point leader yesterday. He could be in the top 2 points on the day. This is going to be one of the last fights, Replay's last chance to really lock himself into that top 8.
Precedent looked to spread out there, trying to avoid the Senna. It's all about the clumps.
It's all about the clumps, as you said, and we do get some stats because of that clumping. But I'm really looking at how much attack damage this backline for Pressman is able to achieve. The Senna, though, doing way too much. That front line fell, but now it's going to be it as Pressman is going to fall. Man, that was a good game, Casanova. There's a lot that we could get excited about. I was hearing you get so hype in the back. Tell me exactly, how are you feeling about everything? Because that is only going to be even magnified for these players.
I mean, Riri taking another first here on the tournament. 28 points. He should be locked for day 3, pretty much whatever happens in game 6. And the big thing with Replay is he's already built such a lead on AVP that just making it to the final day is a big step for him in making it to the World Championship. Because if he can do one more good placement to end the day today, he might not even have to be in the top 4 tomorrow to lock in that spot.
Enggak,
right, and Gangly, one thing, we've seen a lot of really good TFT. If there's anything specific in that you kind of want to point out, just to kind of show how good the TFT has been, or even if it's just the lobby in general.
I mean, the things that really stand out to me right now, we've been talking about these kind of main characters, Dish, Soap, Weijin, Replay all weekend long. We got to see all of them, those 3, not Setsuko, unfortunately, in that last lobby. Right now, all 3 of the ones we just saw are in contention to make the final lobby. I would love to see a world where we get 3 of this big 4 going to the World Championship. We actually have a world where it may happen. I cannot wait to see what the final game has in store for us.
Like you said, Gangly, final game. We will know who the final 8 going into tomorrow will be after this next lobby. But first, we're going to take a quick break, give the players a little bit of a break, as this is North America Regionals Day 2. We'll see you soon.
Curang
Sabar, Pit.
Tidur anjing. Aduh, ini 2 menit lagi, masih goceh-goceh dulu, dan nunggu lagi 3 menit anjing. Tidur gak sih?
Bikin Indomie dulu sih.
Udah anjing. Beres makan Indomie ini gua ngantuk anjing. OP banget.
Game lagi.
Lu kayak replay dari kemarin. Itu aksan kan? Lo lebih susah ngantuk buat reset jam tidur atau gimana? Kalau nahan ngantuk reset jam tidur tuh sebenarnya nggak susah. Tinggal menyibukkan diri sendiri, ngapain gitu, main apa gitu. Kalau nonton nonton Avatar. Kalau nonton doang gue lebih ngantuk, lebih gampang ngantuk.
Hello everyone, we are here in Las Vegas, Nevada for the first ever official TFT LAN.
Rendo, second place on day 1. I'm back in my comfort zone.
512 competitors flew here from all around the world. They're taking the stage.
Dari samping sih kelihatan cewek, Pet.
TFT Vegas Open Champion, as well as for a $100,000
Kalau dari samping mukanya kayak cowok.
They've got a lot of games to play. You're not gonna want to miss it.
Dengan teori yang sama, lu lihat gue dari samping, lu lihat gue cewek aja.
Vegas is a good choice for TFT event because
menipu
people
je.
just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
That missed way cost you the top 4.
I'm winning the tournament. Keep winning. I'm winning the tournament.
Always says that.
I've played in tournaments on LAN for God knows how long. I definitely think it gives me an advantage over the other players. I saw them, kind of like buckling under the
Saran
pressure.
champion buat pemula. Champion Wild.
Welcome back, everybody.
Gue pernah lihat lu di kolam renang, gue kira lu cewek. Hah, lu lihat gue di mana anjing? Lu lihat gue di kolam renang mana itu?
Kenapa nggak lihat langsung Twitternya? Males, mager sih.
Lu lihat gue di kolam renang mana, Jovi? Kapan terakhir gue renangnya kapan?
It's definitely tough, right? When you see some of these players who need one of those really high finishes to be able to kind of keep in the running there. Robin Song's likely to finish top 2 in this one. Definitely had a bit of a rough game, finishes 6th overall. Needed to roll so much gold for that Kale. Didn't actually hit the Kale 3 until stage 5 and had to use a golden Nico to actually get it. So definitely a bit of a tough game for him. Disappointing finish. Soju as well, was already mathematically eliminated before that game started, but had a pretty incredible start to this one, and obviously you still want to play for pride. You still want to be able to put yourself in a position to get some wins, to be able to show what you can do. But unfortunately for him, ends up going out pretty early as well. But it was an interesting game, and there were so many different lines that were being played.
Yang menang replay.
I think you were actually one point this out. It was the first time I think we've had a 2-cost reroll win today, right?
Yeah, it is. Previously, what we've seen is 80 flex as well as twice being able to win these lobbies. So it's very interesting to see a composition that a lot of people called out for being really stable for getting a top 4 in a lobby to actually win out. And I think that there's a couple of different things we can point to from that center reroll, which is replay having really high value units to try to round out that composition.
Yeah, absolutely. He did play Stars Are Born, which is one of the first times I've actually noticed that being played today, which was interesting. So got the Stars Are Born, was able to hit that Senna 3 relatively early on, and push levels and really cap out his comp very, very high. At the end of the day, he ended up getting a true damage spat, which I think was a big part of that first place, and had true damage Zed in there, had a really strong secondary carry, had so many items in that I think he even had, third carry itemized as well. Was able to kind of outcap
Emang kapan kamu stream di kolam bang? Goblok enggak anjing.
It was looking like was probably going to be able to win this out because he got an over 500 stack Heartsteel cash out
kali gue
and put
berenang
himself in a really good spot to win. Hit Lucian 2, had Caitlyn 2, Ezreal 2, all fully itemized. Had 2 really strong frontliners as well. I think in the Poppy and Zac, both fully itemized as well. So it was looking like he was going to be a good spot to actually take it down, but some really crazy boards didn't even end up doing that well in this one. Like, it was pretty shocking.
Juta doang.
Yeah, even like when we look at Biri's board, who had the last stand activated with a pretty powerful pentakill board, it wasn't enough, was just barely able to secure her a top 4. But like you look at the Viego, the Karthus, the pentakill Akali. This is a composition we haven't seen a whole lot of in this tournament.
Yeah, we haven't been seeing it that much, but the last stand really working well. The casters talked, about the synergy there, with a lot of these melee carries. They had the Akali, they had the Viego.
Efek lasa post deadlock bisa dibeli apa harus gacha?
From the last stand, trying to put yourself in a
Rasernya itu dari ini kan, dari Cibilas kan ya?
So these are the players that are not going to be currently moving on. Of course, there's one more game to try to change things up.
Saya cukup streamer yang batuk malah gak lolos, gak seru lah ya gimana bang?
Catapult yourself into the top. Players likely aiming for 28
aja nomor 9
there.
Sih, tapi masih
So
bisa
it's definitely
9.
possible
kalau nggak ngehit ya
and
emang ya
above.
udah.
For everyone kind of below that, it is probably
top
already
1 yang
lights out for Ripple, Robin Song, Setsuko,
yang kata
and
GG
Soju.
kan Setsuko tuh,
And
cuman
pretty
gimana?
surprising to see some of these guys who are doing so well on the first day, go out so early. Setsuko really was kind of struggling today here. A couple of 8ths really sealing his fate. You can see the same thing for Robin, same thing for Soju. If you finish 8th when you have to get top half, it's just so hard to come back
Saya masih
from.
pemula baru main 2 minggu WR bang.
Looked at how high they placed on day number 1.
Ini main
like,
selain
this would have
support tuh biar
absolutely
bisa
wrecked their
belajar.
average placement as well, just being at the bottom of the
Kira lu mau ngomong mending main
on the
TFT.
flip side of things, you look at that 23 points currently being the bubble, but everybody else on the top
Kurang lagi
is
belajar.
really just kind of going for a victory lap here. Dish Soap has had a phenomenal day.
Udah capek-capek belajar,
even with
bulan
that
depan ganti.
7th place in that game number 5, like wow, it feels so difficult to believe that he's not going to be able to complete the day. Replay as well. Rain, they're both continuing to better their AVP.
Yeah. I mean, Disco is basically already through. I think he is actually just already through. So we can feel really happy about that. It was the first time we've seen Disco on stream in NA, and it got 7. So unfortunately for him, maybe showing us why they are not actually playing it. But he's already in there. He's already gonna be feeling good about his chances here. Coming into that final day, really performed well on day 2. But the lobby is ready for the final game, and the casters are ready to go as well. So we're gonna hand it over to them to close out the day.
Kemarin gue beli
beli
ayam kebuli.
It's my first time in the whole season. It's my first time.
Nasi kebuli,
you know what that
ayam
means?
rempah.
Hey, I was about to say,
Tapi
thank
yang
you. The
dikirimin
multi-hyphenated
ayam
desk there on
bakar.
Azale
Gue
and
komplain terus gue
Nekra.
dibalikin.
Maybe my multi-hyphenate is blind to red when it comes to that view. But that's about me and more about this lobby. Unfortunately, some of our friends have been eliminated, some of them on the bubble. But we're going to go ahead and start, talking about, from top to bottom here. Degree having quite the day and been pretty consistent throughout it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Degree, right? I think the most important thing when I'm looking at this lobby is that nobody is locked. 26 points means that if you're looking at a 27, 28 point bubble, if you go 8 and you are one of the many players who's sitting at 26 points, you are not going to advance, guys.
Yeah, the big thing I'm looking at is from
Kasian dong ayamnya dibully. Nggak apa-apa, ayam suka dibully.
It is 1v1.
Caster yang namanya Blue kalau botak mirip Coach Justin ya.
Bodoh. Right? In a single game of TFT. You can beat out
kalau set baru orang
if
bisa
they're at 26
udah pasti.
and they go 8th, they are at 27.
Ntar lagi lah set baru, Cok. Nggak lama-lama banget.
So incredibly close on the bubble between all of these players.
Dukung
And we
siapa?
even can look at someone like Ripple
Nggak
getting
ada
a
sih
first
gue
place.
dukung.
It's probably not enough.
Gue nonton
ini sih replay karena di Asia.
With so many
gue
players.
nonton ginian nggak pernah dukung siapa-siapa, gue cuma mau belajar doang.
Okay, now let's take this. I like taking this early game to talk about the people that are playing it, right? They all have that history, they all have that background, and someone here with Ripple is one of kind of like our returning to form friends.
Yang prestige Indonesian.
Ripple, you think back to set 8, there was this rise of what Cass and I know we talked a lot in the set 9 broadcast as this new guard, right? You're talking about players like Ripple, players like Malala, Wajan Iverson really making his breakout in set 8 as well. Ripple was one of those players that made the final lobby in set 8, and like Malala, like Deepay, just fell short. He was not able to clutch it up when it mattered most. However, this time, he had a really strong set 10 across both cups. Incredible average placement. Unfortunately, though, at 18 points, like Cass said, his destiny is probably not going to make it.
You called out Malala as someone, in that same group. And Malala
nyobain set baru pas puasa, let's go, nggak ngehit batal.
Similar in the sense that it's been successful, but different in the fact that he's the king. He's the set 10.
Marah-marah pas puasa itu nggak membatalkan puasa, cuy.
He's got the belt. Look at the. Yeah, you're right.
It's in the picture.
Aku nggak tahu atas dasar entah dapat dari mana
He
info
won
orang.
TVO. He won KDA. Heart still left a little to be desired, but
ada bang jadi jelek ya, kayak visi birunya bagus.
And 23 points. He needs a good game still to make it
Lebih
to
ke
this
kuning nih, kayak
top
putih
8,
kuning,
this
cuman ada
final day
biru-biru
of
dikit.
regionals. And how awful would it be for him to miss it, but submit to the pit?
Submit to the pit?
Kayaknya nggak
Ditonjok.
bakal diambil deh.
Submit to the pit, ditonjok nggak sih? Tinju, brother.
Cybernetic uplink.
Yo,
diambil, Cok.
Tinju.
Punya Vi. Tapi Vi-nya pang. Udah lanjut.
Santuy, tonjok bos.
Ini ganti yang mainin nanti.
Really strong spot for Malala, and something I think we need to call out. The highest scoring person in this lobby right now is 26 points. After Setsuko and Ripple who are not able to make it, the lowest is 23 points at Kai. So the margin between the top and bottom of who can go on in this lobby is extremely narrow, and every single placement is going to matter.
All right, every single placement. It's the last lobby. This is the last chance,
Nonton live
right? The
action
last
tuh
thing
gue
that you
suka
want to
gitu
do
kalau udah
is
tahu
leave
cerita
something
jadi
on
males
the
nonton
table,
gitu,
right? The last
males-malesan.
thing you want to
Tapi
do is have
itu
to think back and say, if I did this thing,
prajurit
I
Kyosinya
could have
cakep kurang.
potentially made it. So you got to give it all.
Udah nggak
You're
muncul
all.
lagi,
You're
udah
one of
selesai
those
Kyoshi,
bubble
Jo.
players. If you're on the top, then maybe a mulligan is fine, or maybe just a little bit of relaxation. You know, playing that top 4
Gue udah di
just so
bumi
you don't
sekarang.
bomb out is going to be okay, but that's not going to be the
Jangan
opportunity
gue
that a
Makanya
lot of
kecewa.
these players do
pergi
have.
lagi ke Mars, saya ke Mars jadi bumi
Rain
kan.
on what doesn't kill you. Gonna be making some extra economy. Rain has been really loving the reroll lines.
Gak cuma menahan lapar, hawa nafsu, menahan marah juga, Kur. Bukan menahan amarah itu mengurangi pahala, bukan membatalkan puasa.
And currently, her components are not screaming
Orangnya
any
sampai dapat
line, but
pahalanya
what
satu
doesn't kill
doang.
you makes you stronger, of course. The augment is
Seharian
giving you some
marah-marahan.
additional components, and we'll see what Rain actually
Action
brings
apa tuh,
together. Because
kucing?
she's had a lot of
Iya, lucu
success
tadi, apa tuh namanya?
playing around Kale, and she
BIS
just needs a decent
Nampol
placement here to try
apa?
and push over the top, as she's one of the
IE,
players at
HOJ,
26 points.
Eon, atau enggak BT
Interesting to
Titan
note, she is playing what doesn't kill you, but not the lost
Dan
streak.
Slayer juga bisa.
I guess
BT Titan
version
Slayer.
of it, which you would typically expect. This is an
Gen
augment
Slayer
that
kurang.
will reward you by giving you gold, and like Cass mentioned,
Malah
a
menurut gue
component. I
enakan
forget
ini,
exactly how
enakan
many rounds you need to
broadcaster,
lose in order
IE
to
mah
get
Giant
the
Slayer.
component, but Rain's
Dibanding
not
Star
going to be
kayaknya.
lost streaking. She goes up against
Kalau IE harus
against Weird
bareng
TFT,
HOJ
who is
biar
once
nge-stack
again
crit
playing the
chance-nya
heroic grab back
gede.
that we saw him play
Sama
with the
udah ada
Riven
live
reroll
goal juga
earlier
kan.
on in the day. Weird is going to be playing that hard
Nah si
loss streak with the
satunya lagi
stabilized
tuh
at 3-5, and
kenapa
I actually am a
Eon
little
jadi
bit surprised
mainnya
to see our
nge-burst
two
doang V-nya.
26-point
Burst
players
depan
playing loss
udah
streak
loncat ke
into
belakang
some sort of snap
gebuk
back in the
kalau
middle of the
misalkan
game.
mau mati
These
dia
are
jadi gak
playstyles
langsung
that
mati gitu.
historically you would consider more first or eighth, and these two
Tujuannya
players are
itu.
really just not playing for eighth.
Kalau yang BT
So we'll have to see. It's a
Titan
little bit.
emang
I would be
nahan lama di
sweating if I
depan,
were Rain
lebih
and
tahan
Weird
lama
and
di depan.
opted into this
Cuma
line.
kalau
I think
sakitan
it's
mana,
a little bit
sakitan
scarier
yang IE.
than it normally would be.
It reminds me of that. If you watch
Jadi
Futurama,
Titan
there's an
kurang
episode where
damage ya.
Zoidberg just keeps going all in until he loses, right? And
Ini
this
berapa
might
round?
be a
6.
little bit
Udah
esque
game
of
terakhir.
that, right? You don't want to take those risks, especially
Karena
when
TFT
you
Core
don't
lagi
have
rame.
to. Those risks should be, I
Nggak
think,
tertarik.
saved for
Belum
moments
nonton
when you have to launch yourself forward. So
Gue sebenarnya juga
maybe
nggak
that's gonna
tertarik
be a
ini
good
nonton turni
thing.
gini
Maybe
nih kalau
that
ada
really
kasih akses
secures them,
aja.
because ending the day like today
Kalau gue
with
dikasih
the
akses
win going
VCT
into
mungkin
the
gue
finale
nobar
of
di
tomorrow with that kind of momentum, I don't think can be understated either.
Ini hitungan poin turninya gimana? 1v4 doang yang dapat poin. Semua dapat poin 1-8.
with risk, right? You could just
Poinnya
miss,
juga
not
1-8.
hit. But a lot of players have been considering the reroll comps. The more consistent
Cara
top
match
4
lama
comps
banget
right
ternyata
now,
pada nonton
whereas
ini.
playing around 4 costs just requires like
Rank apa
this
tuh?
lottery of a roll down. And so I'm wondering if that's
Ada
kind of
update
the
kali.
thought that Weird and Rain are having is as
Lupa
much as it is
follow,
like you were
Dulu
saying,
gue main
Boop,
follow
the
dikit-dikit.
all in until you know
Cuman gua doang.
until you miss. But the
Untungnya
odds
dua
are
aja
almost
kalau
better
halnya nyala
to be
Moser.
going for these
Wah.
kind of comps anyways.
Ya
Yeah,
intinya
I wanna
Moser
talk
6
about
sisanya
Weird for a
masukin
second. This
apa
is something
yang
that just clicked
ada.
in my mind, okay? I looked just then and saw no units on Weird's board,
Pang
and it
2
occurred
karena
to me.
ini aja itu. Karena
I said it
punya
earlier in
Yorick
the day
terus
when
yang
the
penting jalan
pressure is on,
Guardian.
kind of the truest version of you comes out. When Weird made himself
Moser
known
yang
on the ladder,
penting
it
Moser
was
6
during the
pangnya
open
berapa
fort meta
terserah
where
ya.
everybody was lose streaking. Weird hit rank
Tapi kalau
1,
main
was
Vice ya
one of
emang
the
butuh pang
pioneers
sih.
alongside players like Spencer and Pocky to really own this open fort style. And now in game 5, when Weird needs to be able to perform and not go 8th, it's actually really funny because I think people may consider this to be the higher variance, the higher pressure line, but Weird is just saying, no, this is where I live.
You know what, Boop? Never mind. You're right. I think Rain, maybe
Sejauh
not
ini belum ada
gambling.
cost 5 bintang 3 ya.
Going open for it when all you really need to do is not go 8th? Look,
TFT kalau jarang lembut dikit langsung DC. Gue gak ada sih main TFT Mobile.
Here we go.
Weird or Force and Smurf account, as you see it on the scoreboard. Same person, by the way.
Gue juga tanya kalau
But yeah, I
DC
mean,
dikit
to get a
langsung
fully new thing,
apa
like
lemot
we've had
dikit langsung
2
DC.
days of broadcast so far, and we have not
Terus
seen
nggak bisa
this yet.
reconnect.
So that is really, really exciting. Just goes to show that some of these players
Nggak
might have
pernah
these little
kembali
lines that they
gitu.
have that only maybe 1% of them might, feel comfortable with, and Weird decides to do it in arguably the most impactful time of his tournament.
It also
Mau
looks
main
like it's
Riven
driven
deh ini
again,
ya.
right? Just based on the
Forsen.
itemization, obviously
Bentar,
there
gue baru
are
sadar
other
anjir.
things you could play,
Mukanya
but
muka
this looks like a Riven game to me. We saw
Forsen
him
tapi di
pilot
kanan
it
bawahnya
earlier.
Weird.
Obviously,
Jazz
Iya,
last
dari
time.
tadi
It was
ini.
Biri that played the
Aneh.
Riven with her
Sesuai nama di
He
kanan
played
bawahnya
Jazz
Weird.
with her
Right.
grab back, yeah.
You're right. Yeah. So So Weird was comfortable playing her on the 3-2 roll down earlier. This time around, though, especially holding the Kale, he's definitely signaling that he wants to play around this Riven. We'll have to see if he's still able to do the 3-5 roll down, because there is a certain APM check too, because you may not get exactly what you're looking to play. I remember when Fury played Riven, something I found really fascinating was that she didn't play the standard 8-bit Riven board. She actually played around Jazz, going to levels 8 and 9, not instead of like the vertical 8-bit or edgelord, and found a different way to cheaply build her Riven board. Weird may need to do something very similar, especially if he's able to get that Riven online quickly. Find out, oh, that's one way to do it.
Okay, there's a Riven.
I mean, actually, you have to make sure you can beat this thing, though, right?
You can lose to one Krug. That's one of my favorite
I think
sayings.
it's like free. I think it's actually like very easy to win.
Sure. Right. We got 5 units in a tier 2, so that's locked in. Doesn't matter from that point. So we made sure it happened, but it did bring us below 50 gold, especially with an open fort. Sometimes you want to go into stage 3 with that 50. Maybe the Krugs are going to get us those items. Yeah, the Krugs got us. You know, the PayPal go through is the Krugs are already trying to take down that front line. I almost considered casting this like it was a regular round. Oh my goodness, though.
Wah,
gratis 3.000 tuh anjing. Apaan ya?
Enaknya
anjing.
Tuh udah ada itu juga tuh ya, apa namanya? Hijab nih.
Iya tuh, hijab ada. BT ada, kalau mau dia tinggal bikin Titan tuh anjing, enak banget
tuh. It's also going to be much easier to get the Caitlyn 2 and the Viego 2. We saw, what was that, the Biri game where the Caitlyn up against the world was able to clutch it out? Having the additional threats on it
langsung dikasih dari game ini deh main.
Dia udah niat banget itu main Riven ini dari tadi Riven menang terus, Cok.
Target damage like Ari or Misfortune, where Riven can struggle, and in those moments you do have to rely on the Caitlyn.
If Ramadan bakal ada nggak WR? Nggak tuh katanya bakal ada cuy.
So they were able to avoid each other through stage 2 and are both bringing that momentum into stage 3. Degrees side right now. We're playing 5 Heartsteel to make this happen. We're locked in, but you know, we know that this doesn't mean it's going to be a guaranteed, you know, first, second, third, or 4th place, because we saw someone get 5 Heartsteel super early, got 8th.
Yeah, we've seen some struggles from Heartsteel today, but not as a whole, as a line, right? It's been quite good, but the raise the stakes version specifically, right? When it's been that loss streak, when you've been hunting for those big cash outs, multiple times we've seen a 2-item no-goal cash out come through, and that caused a lot of problems. And now Degree just needs a small finish here. Tiniest Titan off of Heartsteel is a very position for Degree.
Is also really good though.
Bingung nih, terlalu bagus
take
semuanya
a risk
nih.
or take like the standard one, right?
Yeah, I mean, you take Harmesis and all of a sudden the melee carries that you're gonna, wow, it's gone,
Okay,
it's gonna
skip
be
yang tengah.
Nggak ngambil
Holy cow, I was not expecting that whatsoever. In my mind, you're playing the 5 Heartsteel, you're gonna be getting additional resources. At some point, don't you think your units might be a little bit inundated with all these things you're throwing at
I think
them?
items is maybe a strange choice there. I just want to, Setsy's having fun this game. We've got that Jazz final reserves. Setsuko knows he's out, and definitely having a very spicy game, but that's very Setsuko. I think he would play around final reserves regardless of the situation. He's one of those players who absolutely loves that augment.
Setsuko, you know, having some fun, but still causing some trouble, right? Of all the lobbies, again, the last lobby is almost always likely to be. It happens so much that when an eliminated player will win it, and that makes the final standings even crazier at the end. But finally walking through, that should be a good win here for Weird, who was our open forter. So we did have a ton of money in stage 3 as we move on over to Setsuko, who looks like he picked up a tier, I think, on a cash out there.
Doing a transition here, looking to play around the Jazz, finds the MF, doesn't have a headliner yet, but all the pieces are on the bench. He's looking for Heartsteel?
Yep.
Is he actually, you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think he was. Now he's going to just, he didn't find the first few rolls. Now he's just going to go for Seraphine and put the Jazz board together. There we go.
And that's Jazz, baby. you have to say it like that, right? Like if you're not putting like an effect to it, you're not really saying it right. But let's go ahead and see if the Seraphine is going to be able. At least for the Seraphine, a lot of those units are already grouped, but we have a pretty beefy Gnar there. That's going to take pretty much no damage. Setsuko falling to below, I think.
Oh ya, Milala ternyata beneran main Jax ternyata.
From top to bottom, we've got a pretty big split between 4th and 5th.
The other big thing I want to look at,
gue juga nggak yakin
lobby
masa
once
main Jax
again, Ripple has binary airdrop. It's been one of the most successful prismatics we've seen in the tournament so far.
Jax pakai stasis aja gue udah main kemarin kagak kuat aja.
On top of that, you know, we gotta call out the spatula, of course, right? What is Weird playing again? It is gonna be that 8-bit, right? It was the Ribbon, so 8-bit spat is pretty crazy. And you said open bow, so perfect spot for Weird.
Katanya kapan TFT Mobile UI-nya kayak TFT Cina, nggak bakal.
Perfect placements before. There have been a couple times where, you know, in the early game or even in the mid game, something will happen and you're like, oh my god, this is definitely gonna go through. But because every single person on this in this lobby is also going to be playing to their, you know, potential perfection, again, you can't make any micro mistakes. As it looks like we're going to go in back to Weird. As this roll down at 56 gold looks like it could be commencing. But this is really good though, Gangly. I think we expected that to happen, but it's not. What is your theory on why?
So, I mean, to be honest, I think maybe he just thinks he doesn't have quite enough money, and he does have the heart maybe by scouting the boards, he's convinced he's not going to take an absurd amount of damage. I mean, even this board, while it does have binary airdrop, there's a lot of one-star. The Thieves Gloves, the Lucky Gloves, a lot of damage on your Aphelios. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter if you win or lose at this point, right? Because you have the heart steal in. If you win, great, you get to preserve HP. If you lose, you get a little bit additional a few additional resources on your level 7 roll down. But I'm just a little bit scared for Weird because, like we said, the only thing Weird is looking to do is not go 8th, and by playing with less health, he's going to have that many fewer lives when he does hit. He's gonna have to stabilize very, very hard in a lobby that is prismatic and people are going to cap out high.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kiyun has already hit this Senna 3, right? So some of these
ini bukannya Ari yang serapin tadi kan?
So if Weird doesn't get soon, it could be trouble. But Weird is giving himself the most amount of gold for the big roll down. So we need to go back 3-7-4-1 and see exactly when he rips this, goes to 7, and goes for that Riven, because currently we've been jumping around to boards. Nobody else is on Riven. It's uncontested. The line is open. He has the 8-bit spot.
Nah, ini nih di 37 nih kita lihat nih. Bakal jadi apa nih orang sudah 41 lah jadi.
It's gonna be for the Urgot, and currently not having the Urgot
yet,
but does have a lot of copies of Jax.
Yeah, that's something that allows you to go pretty wide, as Azale said, has one of the best.
Kalau dia beneran main Jax dan menang, wah.
And so, you know, these losses now are just going to be kind of that tempo oriented. Now's the time to use some of that.
Gue sekarang jadi monster flex bit. Enak sih main viral, gagal viral, upgrade jadi Jax, gagal Jax, upgrade jadi Urgot. Enak banget aja.
Oh, we can see Weird is starting to roll down now. Finds the early Caitlyn, which is nice. Probably not going to go too deep during PvE.
Tinggal Riven doang, anjir.
He will just roll a little bit, just start it, get some of the groundwork laid, and from there go very deep on 4-1. But
udah nggak perlu mikirin Caitlyn lagi, tinggal mikirin 6 Riven aja. Satu headliner tambah 2 Riven. Nah, kelar.
So I would expect a
atau mau ke Pium nambah dikit lagi tuh Riven nih.
After this PvE round is over, gonna kick it off.
Mana?
Oh my god.
Aduh, enak banget. Oh, tapi dia edge lord. Nggak mau dia, Cok.
Dia maunya 8 bit
down, try and find that 8-bit version. You have to roll quite a bit now because he saw it. He didn't buy and sell it like you normally do.
Ini yang bikin rungkat nih.
Oh my goodness, is the risk going to pay off? You're putting all of your eggs in one basket right now. At least we get the upgrade.
Wah,
we really want the headliner. We need 3 more. And the fact of the matter is we
udah 2 kali nih, Cok. Garen udah muncul. Oke. Harusnya udah pasti muncul Riven di nanti nih, Cok. Masa kagak muncul-muncul aja.
But this is where we're at now.
It's 3-star if he just finds the headliner at this point, right? Yep. You can just use the 3 duplicators and go. And so he's going for the
darahnya berapa sih? 35 ya.
Playing for as much AVP as possible, but really, I mean, this is so risky. We talked about he just needs to not go 8th.
terlalu ini sih, padahal dia udah punya emblem 8 bit, padahal dia tadi bisa aja ngambil edge slot.
I am horrified by
Tapi dia masih copium cuy untuk membuang satu unit.
Not today actually sounds pretty good here. Know your enemy also pretty decent. You're going to be running the sentinel, but you know he's going to have the combat one way or another.
Wah, baru diomongin langsung jadi nih, nggak mungkin nggak.
In North America, I thought that Setsuko was
masih mau
fearless,
nyari dulu.
but that move from Weird. Listen, this is 6-8.
Dapat satu unit lagi biar nggak terlalu pakai semuanya. Oke, pakai aja semuanya katanya. Soalnya Catherine udah bintang 2.
6-8-bit is so powerful. It will be an extremely there's the Corki. That is now.
Nah, itu Corki masukin 68 bit.
Anjing.
Case out.
You just go to like you're saying
itu ganti.
I feel like most people, absolutely, we gotta slam that.
I think that's a really good point based on what we saw. Sometimes going to take a risk, feels like the right play. It didn't pay off. It took an extra round, I think, to do it. We ended up with the correct ribbon, so now we can push this. We've seen how successful this ribbon has been all day today. In terms of an increase in ADP for
dan masih belum menang.
ribbon is going to be fine, but it's gone. It's already done. We take another loss anyway, right? So we celebrate the risk taking. It seems like he's proven us wrong, but at the end of the day, he still lost that round.
So instead of playing 6-8-bit, he actually went down to play Heartsteel to try and greed out for more components.
Dude, there's no way.
And instead, he ends up losing this fight. And the thing is, he took teaming up instead of not today. So he sacrificed power on his ribbon for team-wide power. It's crazy, and now he's on 1 life in stage 4. I don't know if the ribbon gets it done on 1 life.
Might be calling him the nutty professor after today. If, with a lot of those moves, if it works out, then he's going to look like a genius. You know what I mean? Hindsight's going to make him, historically someone who had it under control, but we only have 10 HP left. We're going to see if that's going to be the elimination here, Cass, as we're seeing Ripple and Malala battle it out.
Yeah, and Malala, really good setup for the submit to the pit, right? When he decides to go for the roll,
unit belakangnya sih disco
to find the headliner. He just needs to drop the Gnar headliner and roll it down, and he can find that Urgot, put this together. He's in the perfect position for this comp to cap out really high, and I'm curious though, considering the itemization, if he ends up wanting to play around Gnar 3 as well. He's on 6 copies, so there is an argument that you actually just play for both at this point, because you're actually 7 copies of Gnar. And so maybe you actually don't even swap for headliner, and instead you actually do play around this Gnar 3 because you have that Radiant Thieves gloves.
Oke, udah guys, dia udah dicabut dari sini.
On the carousel as well. Not sure if Malala will actually be able to get that. The 6 Mosher spike would be pretty significant.
Tapi tadi gue juga ngerasa Rivennya bakal menang sih tadi.
That's on his board currently. Still there to Rain unfortunately going to take it. And we haven't really talked about Kiyun, who's currently sitting in first. This is another player, I believe, currently sitting at 25 points. Definitely in a spot where he's just trying to play tempo. If he can get a top 6, top 5, likely has his way into final day, but obviously most likely really wants to try and get that top 4.
All right, Weird might be on his last life here, guys.
Nah, ini dia cuy.
Because he has the lucky gloves, he can 8-bit he already 8-bitted the VAO. I thought he did not have a unit to 8-bit there for a second. I do like the choice of getting rid of the guard breaker now, moving that onto the Viego, and instead using the Titans. Man, I do feel in general that Weird would have benefited significantly more from just getting something like raw combat power instead of teaming up. He was obviously looking for something like a Zeke's Herald, but he already has the QSS, so Banshees wouldn't have been that valuable either. I feel like Harmesis would feel so much better, but at this point,
banyak
with
itu nambahnya coy.
cast right off the bat, the Titan stacking up quickly, and 6-8-bit online, he's probably fine unless someone caps out.
Darahnya 2 anjing, 4 per 5 tidur bang, tidur anjing udah pagi itu.
There were prismatics here that people could play around for sure. That would be
Dia masih nggak jelas aja mau main apa, cuma semua pegang
in this case, especially because it's still 1 life and there are other players that are hitting. We do see the Bard back up by sets ago.
Ya aman, dia punya itu
silly man right over there. We got that Bard hanging out. The last time we saw that didn't do quite well, but we have a couple players on elimination station. Ripple, I think, is on 2 HP right now. Weird on 10, so this could really go any other way, especially if Weird is able to finish in his 7th. That's still going to be an extra point compensate, maybe.
Masalahnya masih level 8 bang.
More.
Masih level 7 tuh.
Diskon
up against a Disco disco comp. It's going up on the other side. So let's see if this ribbon
Oh
should
iya,
this is
main disco
literally
aja.
covered
Kau main
that comp, so
main
I'm
disco
sure
biasa
everyone's gonna be
hero
fine.
ini.
So I'm just gonna go back over to Setsuko on this point with this Jazz. And that's
Gak ada
Jazz,
mana
baby,
itu.
with this
Itu.
Bard. And unfortunately, it seems like the backline is starting to get targeted. It's all up to this Ezreal, and is going to be able to take him down. Setsuko takes the L, and as we thought, we are just going to take the W on that side.
Oh, Ripple went down. Ripple falls in this fight. Ripple, we knew, was already not going to be making it to that day 3. But that does mean that Weird has survived and escaped 8th. I'm not convinced 28 points is guaranteed locked. I think there's too many players that can reach that figure. But it is still a hell of a lot safer than taking the 8th in this game.
Oh, portalnya ini item on.
I mean, yeah, when you get 8th place, the only people who don't
Portalnya
gain
item
on
support apa
you
sih?
is the other 8th place player. With only 2 lobbies, that's just one other person. Literally every single other person would have gained
Ini orang dapat
Itu dapat dari mana nih?
Iya
Damage-nya
juga,
dari
itu dari mana?
So now we're gonna get to see a little bit more items come through. We have good units
Oi,
on the board.
bedrill.
Pops up. That's gonna get passed over as we see
Dia
this
udah
roll
fokus
down.
ke ini. Z.
Highwing's got a lot of good pieces on their board. However, Malala finds the
Bang, preman nih bang. Masa ke flex?
It is in fact country.
Roll
right
the
now.
country.
You get to horse on
Ini
his
yang
board
baik tadi
now.
kan ini?
Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I like
Yang
that.
katanya mau jadi
That's actually totally fine.
That's
It's
pretty
horse
neat.
in time.
Yang kurang sekarang
I
anti-healnya
mean,
nih.
it's probably still
Bisa nggak ya
good
dimenang
enough.
lawan ini,
It's
Riven?
submit to the pit. 4 Mosher is like completely fine, and at this point you have enough HP. But Malala sitting at 23 points. You called it out before. Cast at 28 might not be enough at that point. The Malala is actually looking to play something.
Tapi yang gue
around
nggak tahu sih kenapa sih formasi itu harus dibikin ngelinker gitu sih.
man, if
Gue
he
ngeliat
does not
guide-guide
go
juga
top
disuruh bikin
three
ngelinker anjing.
because Country Urgot was not enough. I think he's going to feel
Masa-
miserable about that. But
Itu
now the nice thing
gara-gara
is because he was able
open
to
ya,
do it without having to
yang
send to
submit to the
0,
pit.
he has the opportunity to
Kalau
try
misalnya
and cap
dibikin
out his board
rata
at level
depan
8.
juga bisa kan?
That also like informs the
Jelek.
decision to go for this Country Urgot though. Look at the HP.
Lu anggapannya
If
tuh
he's just
kalau
strong
ngambil
right
yang
this very
Mosher
second,
ini
it
submit
is
to
the
the
best
pit
possible thing that he can
kayak
do. He finds the Yorick.
Oh
not
iya,
only
dia
a
depan
6
belakangnya
Mosher, but
dihitung
still
juga ya?
can play
iya
around
adjacent
5 of them,
unit
can
kan,
play
jadi
around
kayak
Yorick in
anggapannya bola
general.
disco
And so
itu,
now it's
gue
just
tuh
about
bola
how
disco
hard
anjing.
can he hit these people who are low? He needs to finish them off before they can hit.
Kayak ini lah
He
berarti.
needs
Dia
to find some
dia ngebuffnya itu
eliminations
berarti
here. We also get a quick little upgrade
satu
to even
hex
just
ya,
try
bukan
to,
ke
this
kiri
game's a game
kanan
of
gitu ya?
inches, right? It's all about those little
ada
advantages.
segi
kayak-
6
And then our Rascal's gloves
Yang di
over
buff yang
to the
segi 6
Yorick
lebih
too.
ya.
So is Malala going to be able to eliminate our friend here? It's going to be that Caitlyn in the
Outmannya
backline
Golden
versus
Final
Submit
Core.
to the pit.
Oh,
That
portalnya.
Urgot's already pretty
Nah, ini
vulnerable.
lawan
The
Riven
Dredzy's
bisa
actually
menang
going to be
nggak dia?
behind the rest of the team, and the
bisa.
Riven's already
Bisa,
there, but the
anjir.
Riven is already
Enggak, enggak,
low as well. Is there enough damage though for the Submit to the pit to
Ah,
break
nggak
through it?
bisa,
The answer is
Okay.
no.
68
It looked a
bit,
little,
cuy.
it looked a little shaky there for a second.
I mean, that's one of those fights
Berapa
where
tuh tadi?
if
Udah lumayan
Riven
juga sekali, udah
falls,
sejuta
then
tuh kayak.
Malala
Iya
just
bener.
takes over the
Sejuta apa
fight,
100
right?
ribu?
It's like as soon as Riven is
100.000.
dead, the fight is over because the Moshers are going to be able to, well, in
Sejuta.
theory, they should sustain
Cash
past
out
the
aja
Caitlyn
3, 4,
damage
5,
and
6,
make
7,
their way in the
8
backline.
gue.
That was
Nggak nyampe
very
sejuta
spooky
ya.
for Weird, who is probably good for top 8 with a 26 point going into this
Monster
game.
mah
But
nggak terlalu kuat.
man, if you
Iya,
are Malala
walaupun
and a
lu
little
punya
bit
Mos
stronger with the
submit to the
Yorick
pit
too,
juga
I'm
nggak
not
begitu
convinced
kuat.
that Weird
Auto
still
top
takes
fuck
that.
That was actually the big thing too. The Yorick actually allows you to go 6 Mosher without even hitting the
Tapi ya itu,
Mosher,
dia
right?
kuat
So we
tadi,
actually do
early-nya
see 6 Mosher
kuat,
online.
mid-nya
It was actually
kuat.
such a massive hit. So Malala
Rednya
can still
kuat kalau
cap this
kopi
board
2 itu 2
completely, and the
doang.
Country Urgot is largely irrelevant at that stage. Because now it's just Highwing survive against Rain here
Tapi
with the
Yorick gue emang
disco
kuat
board.
banget sih.
Yeah, let's see where this ult from this Ezreal's going to go. The way that Disco is
mau
formatted, that's
kemana
going to go
Bang
through
Disco?
every single person, but it's going to be up to that TF to try to charge back up with that Hextech Gunblade. However, it is just too much
Goodbye, Ren.
damage. Those Disco
Ren
combos
dapat
have
poinnya
not
2
been
aja,
doing well
28
on
nih Ren
stream.
kayaknya.
We gotta go to
Cuy.
Setsi
Level
after this
9
carousel.
itu
to find out
tiba-tiba
what
bilang
he
dua
does
semua.
with it, right? I mean, I know he's eliminated, but we have to see what he does.
He does have a Lucian
Wah, ada
on his
tangan tuh,
bench,
yang
so
Lucky
I'm
Glove ambil
assuming
tangan
that
nih.
does mean he gets to go level 4. Potentially, go level 9,
Dipegang
get that
itu.
Lucian on, and maybe an additional
Cash out
Jazz
bisa
value.
jadi
Malala
konten.
does also get to get
Iya,
the
dia
Yorick
bisa ini,
pair,
Cok.
which is
Cash
nice.
out di
Exactly like you're
turnamen,
calling out.
anjing.
With that Yorick online, 6 Mosher is huge.
Terus di turnamen
and it's
juga
important
harusnya
to
nggak
keep
bisa
in
nggak
mind,
boleh surrender ya
Highwing and
kayaknya.
Malala
Iya.
both sitting at 23 points. It means
Ini
not
udah
only are they
pasti kan
contending for
menikmati
best
konten
place in the
gua
lobby, they're
katanya.
contending against one another for that spot. So we have to keep an eye on that as that continues.
Rain
Yeah.
just went to level 9. Kaiwing also rolling down 0 gold on either of these boards. They're
Naik
both
level
on 1 life.
9 gak ngehit apa-apa nih diskonya pusing coy.
1 life remaining. 1 life to try to prove in this last lobby that you belong in that final 8. Who is it going to be able to bring that success to? Kaiwing is someone that needs some points here, that needs a really good result, needs that top 2. Is it going to be enough? And now that's going to be the ghost board. So, you know, I'm going to be keeping my eye on that, but I'm looking on over on Rain because we're going up against Malala. Malala needs those eliminations as well. Will they submit to the pit? Will he be taken down by the King Crab? My Little Pony comes out since that's Country 3, as well as already on the back line. That's not looking very good for Rain Implosion. It looks like submit to the pit is going to be enough, and Kaiwing does defeat that ghost.
Kaiwing lives, and that puts Rain also... Oh no, Setsi went down. He did not complete the transition with the final reserves. Rain gonna be at 29 points. It is a very notable figure. Not landing on that 28.
Siapa tuh yang final reserve?
Okay, but also the fact that Ripple and Setsuko go 7 and 8, I think if I understand the math correctly, doesn't that mean that the threshold will be higher?
It can be.
Kalau gue main monster minimal ada 2 carry, monster beda 3. Ya.
So similar to one another, we have the grouping of 26 of
Gue
Rain.
bahkan kayak pernah 3 cuy, masih belum kuat. Tapi itu gue ini sih lagi main buy sih pas itu.
There's still a world where
gue fight sering gue.
Satu.
Ya gue juga beberapa kali sih.
26-point player, yeah, he
Tinggal
is
6 monster 6 pang menang.
Needs to hold on 23 points, needs to outlive Malala. It's a big fight, but the submit to the pit is just too much.
Oh wow.
Gotta bend the knees sometimes, and unfortunately Kaiwing will do just that to Malala. And Weird falls too, but what a crazy game from Weird, by the way. Just from beginning to end, there is content for the people, but now we're in our dragon round. Degree, Kiyun, and Malala, the only ones remaining.
Yeah, so Malala actually just denied Kaiwing. Kaiwing needed 4th to go to 28 points, but instead Kaiwing goes to 27. Weird surviving all the way through. He should be locked in, right? Weird was one of our 26-point earners coming into this one. Just needed to not go 8th. So Weird has set himself up to make that top 8. And now Malala, really the big one still fighting for it, as Degree was already at 26 coming in. So Degree's already got the spot. Malala just fighting to head on.
What happens in Vegas?
GG. Yorik 2 Radiante.
We want another opportunity to prove that we belong amongst the best of the best in TFT. We have a pretty nice HP lead against Degree, so does Kiyun, as we do see a couple 5-cost
Ya dikasih itu Jax bintang 3 gak guna anjing.
This fight is going to be awesome.
All right, we're jumping into it. Malala will just be against the Ghost here, so Degree fighting up against Kiyun. But Malala clearly the strongest in the lobby right now with the submit to the pit. Having Yorick too with those Rascals gloves. And you can see even the big damage coming through seems like the healing could be enough,
bintang 2 Radiante submit to the pit kawang
It's giving
kaki
a lot of trouble to Malala because of it. But one more cast from the Yorick, one more auto from the Urgot to get the
bisa menang
2. This could be busted for Malala if that board is a
udah 2 cuy.
Oke, Poppy juga udah 2.
On that side of the equation, Gangly.
Gila.
Powerful
Abis
boards left
ini
in this lobby right now.
pendeknya
The thing
2
that
banget
really
tuh
stands
anjir.
out, though, we've talked about Kiyun, or sorry, we haven't talked about Kiyun because of all the other players that we've seen on
Lumayan lah
the
nambahin
board.
damage Jax ya.
Kiyun, if you think back to set 9, just narrowly missed out on regionals. Think to the KDA Cup,
Main kur jadi
narrowly missed out on
pembalasan.
top
Malam nanti
4.
gue
We
live-nya
used the phrase
wild
snatching defeat from the jaws of victory for Kiyun. This time, though, finding himself in a top 3 with a very strong board that nearly beat the other person, even as a ghost, you have to feel good if you're Kiyun right now.
Kalau ada slot buat P5 gue ikut deh.
With Degree, and of course, in the last lobby, the person with the lowest HP remaining is the one on fire. So there is nothing set in stone right now. Pretty easy.
Ini jadi banget, Cok.
Should be once we get this ultimate.
Banget, Cok.
To see what that other board is looking like. Malala and Kiyun seem to be fighting. Still, Kiyun with a loss here will be really vulnerable to that 3rd place, but it's not going to happen. All of a sudden, from 1st to 3rd is just 17 HP.
At these boards, I'm not entirely convinced that Malala will be able to actually go top 2. Both Kiyun and Degree have some insane boards, and with Malala being at 23 points, 3rd place is what, 6
Yang ngalah dia tadi kan si Degree
should
kan?
be enough, but I think
Iya.
Dia bisa menang lawan Kyun, tapi daya Kyun masih banyak anjir.
Ketemunya siapa. Tapi tadi kayaknya gak posisi sih.
Feels like a circumstance where it could, but Malala is going to be fighting for his life here in the tournament to guarantee a spot with one more placement. And he's doing
Kemana aja lu Bagja anjing.
And it's up against Degree. A comp
Dari
that
tadi
hasn't
reroll
lost
semua.
quite a
Dari
while.
tadi high roll banget anjing, tiba-tiba level 8.
Baru ini sih yang nggak
and
terlalu
his
reroll
front line
sih.
being able to keep that damage away from him so
Enggak,
far.
ngomongin
And it
reroll,
looks
cuman
like
lagi nggak
Degree
masuk
is
empat
doing a
reroll.
little bit
Ngomongin
more on
high
that
roll.
front line, but Ezreal does not hit that Urgot. Our
Ini aja itu kan
Ezreal could
level
have made that a
8
little bit
Yorick
quicker, but
2
Malala
anjing.
does fall once more, and
Kalau
all of a
ngomongin
sudden,
ketemu
high roll,
Degree
we're
lagi
only 9
anjir.
HP separation.
Iya kayaknya.
Malala does not have a good way to further improve
ada
his
emo
board,
tuh.
right? He's looking for whatever items he can get,
Emo
but
aja.
really, all of his important units are pretty stacked up. Maybe Poppy item, but there's not anything necessarily that good for it. Well, the other two have pushed to level 9. Malala has
Lah, aku sering bang level 8 Yorick 2. Ya, berarti lu cupu anjing kalau kagak menang, Jo. Level 8 Yorick 2.
This is going to be the end of Malala in this lobby. He hasn't been able to pick up that victory since the top 3 was defined.
Level 8
Is
Yorick
Malala
2.
again going to repeat the
Wah,
magic
sering
that
bang
he
ya.
had? Because remember,
Kontol
21 though, that was not locked in
Dikasih
at
4
all. A
Yorick
couple other
aja.
people hit checkmate before Malala did. And so let's go ahead and see if Malala's going to be able to pull off another victory here once this portal goes through. Who's it going to be? Where is he going? Is he going to be able to get the ghost? It looks like he might have lucked into that. Malala now would submit to the pit, might have gotten an opportunity to continue on with their life. But anytime you see that Sen of 3 in that backline, things can go totally differently, especially with the comp like submit to the pit that's already all put together. So that's just to hype you up on
Itu kalau terasa nggak dipisah tuh masih nempel-nempel kalah tuh ya. Karena terdamage Sena nempel semua meletus aja.
Loses, that means we're probably going to be around 2 to 3 HP separate from
Kenapa masih
everyone
itu
else
jadi
who
Urgot
does lose, and will probably fall into 3rd place. My math was a little wrong, but look at this, it's still single digits.
Kenapa banyak yang pakai runaan?
Find the ghost board
Sedapatnya.
is what's really helping
Dapetin dan
Malala because
Ronan
it seems like he's
emang
not
ya,
beating either
bukan yang-
board in
bukan
person
yang
right now, but maybe he can beat
Main
Kyun.
kayak
Maybe this is
Urgot,
a board
Caitlyn,
that is actually
lokasi Ronan
reasonable for
bagus.
Malala to get through. We saw him take
Bahkan
out the
sekelas
ghost
Pang
a
pun juga
lot
bisa runaan.
easier than he
Nih,
did with
Jing juga
Degree's
bagus,
ghost, but still, it's been quite difficult for him to find these
Bahkan
fight
itu
wins, and
nanti
now
di
we're
LoL
getting to
PC
the
juga
point
melee pakai
where
runaan.
it could be just
Oh,
one fight
mana
that changes
anjing.
everything. Kyun on one life. If
Lah,
Malala can
kemarin
survive and
bukannya kita
Kyun
udah
goes
bahas
down,
ya?
it makes all the difference. And he's fighting Kyun.
Runaan
He
bisa
can
di
be
melee
in
nanti di
control
LoL
of his
PC.
destiny right now. Just needs to
Kapan
find the win.
kita bahas itu
Is he gonna
anjing,
be
gue
able
aja
to
nggak
find it?
tahu
So
kok.
far, it's been a little rough once we see the
Lah,
player
itu
in a
kemarin
person,
sih ada,
but the
jadi nggak
Urgot looks
tahu.
like it's already been CC'd. It's not being able to put a ton of damage on just
Lalu
yet,
mana
but a
kemarin,
lot
Fit?
of damage has been done throughout the rest of that team. But slowly but surely, that Urgot is breaking through that
Urgot
front
mati,
line, but
Cok.
his front line gets broken first, and it's up against the world right now. While this might delay the departure of the trade, Malala
Posisi
does fall but lives.
He's alive,
Gue
but I
baru
mean that
sadar dia tuh
matchup
nggak ada
is
anti-heal
very
ya.
different.
Iya,
Right?
Cok.
Senna is an
Oh, ada
AoE
di set.
champion.
Anjing,
She
di
wants to
setnya.
deal damage to things in clumps. Submit to the pit requires you to put your things in clumps. No matter how many stats you're getting from that, Hyun's board is essentially a direct counter to Malala's. And I think what Malala really is praying for right now, as
Itemnya
we
nyari
go
apa
into
nih?
stage 7, is that
Protector
he is
bow,
the
kalau
person
enggak
that gets the
itemnya
ghost and just pray that
buat si
Degree
ini.
can kill Hyun. One more placement should actually lock it in for
Tristana.
Malala. He's probably pretty good right
Poppy
now.
aja,
But
Tristana.
I guarantee you ask him right
Ini
now,
ngantuk lu
he's
deh keburukan gue.
sweating, praying, please let
Iya,
Degree
ngantuk
just
gitu.
kill you one time.
All right, so here it is. I mean, he's also got a Bloodthirster being able to be
Dia masih level
on
8
Yorick,
anjir.
but unfortunately, he
Nggak bisa
didn't
naik level
hire
lagi ya,
two
anjir.
good items
Bener kan,
with those
Protector bow?
Rascals gloves going into that fight. Now he gets an additional
Si
tank
gitu
item on
level
top, but I don't
10
know how
ngeri
relevant
banget,
that will be.
Cok.
Degree has gone to level 10.
Mm-mm.
He's so powerful. Everyone wants to dodge Degree because
Oh iya, ini
Degree
bukan yang
is
K-Spot
looking to
ya?
run away
Iya.
with
Lah,
this
ya udah
victory
pulang,
here.
anjir.
And now Malala goes in
Nggak
and
ingat
runs
gue, Cok.
into the beast himself. Malala's gonna have some trouble with this one.
Anjing,
Here's the
level
thing,
10
there's
3
a world
jis.
where Hyun is also
Level 10
playing
3
the
jis
ghost
gigi, anjing.
of Degree as well, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Mati,
but
ya,
still,
bener
though,
kan,
even
top
though that
3
might
aja,
be a
Cok.
double elimination, Malala's still much more likely to get that 3rd place regardless. Let's see how much this Urgot can do.
Enggak,
Before
nggak
it falls,
mungkin.
is actually competing a lot more than I think we
Bentar!
anticipated. Is this it?
Loh!
The-
Apa yang nggak mungkin,
submit to
Pit?
the pit
Hah?
instead. You love
Lawan
when
level
expectations are
10,
broken.
3 Jess.
How did this happen? How could he have actually won this?
Wah, game yang rusak gue ngebak
and now look at the radiant items that are picked up for the Yorick. This time around, that Yorick is an absolute monstrosity. This becomes a lot more winnable.
Bang,
right?
level 8, bang.
You got the radiant titans.
Wah, lu lihat item ininya, item Yorick ya.
This is it.
Yorick.
Malala finds the win over Degree. He might have bought
ganti
himself a
headline gak sih bang?
and
Aduh
Degree
enggak
could
ya.
fight against
Anjing.
Kiyun. And
Anjing.
change to put in the Yorick.
He got the
What
ghost.
is it gonna be? He got the ghost.
He got the ghost. Malala got the ghost. So this
Waduh.
is a potential elimination round for Degree. That Lucian is going to try to get through that front line. We have a good front line with that York as well. But is there enough damage? Is there enough time for him to go through all of that HP from Kiyun? That back line is still staying alive. The front line already trying their best, but the Lucian's already trying to feed a lot of bullets into her face. And Degree and Kiyun is eliminated. Malala and Degree are the final two, and the Ghost Board might have been one of the most impactful ghosts in Regionals history here for Malala.
Guaranteed a spot
Waduh.
where he should be
Akalinya.
to the final day. TVO winner,
Akalinya
KDA
buang gak sih?
nangis
and now he's making it to the final
anjir.
lobby of Regionals.
Jual tentakel bang.
Why Malala may not be in the big three,
Anjing balik lagi.
big four, but what matters most is that this is the
Masih
first
kurang
step to
duitnya.
Malala's career.
This is it. This is the final fight. Can he lock it in with the first place? Get himself even more
Males ngitung tadi tuh,
EVP
Cok.
going into the final day.
Final fight of day 2 in North
anjir.
American Regional starts right now. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Malala? Is it going to be Degree? So far, it's been back and forth. We have underestimated Malala this entire time, but is he going to exceed expectations once more? It doesn't look like that damage so far has been enough for that Urgot. The Ezreal goes. This looks so very similar to the last one, actually.
Menang udah lawan 3 orang, 4 orang, 5 orang anjing.
That red buff is not going to be
Why?
shooter the healing. One ult is determining this lobby, and Degree will win with 4 HP.
Deg-degan
Level
banget.
10 wajar lah menang ya, level
I thought
10
it was
udah.
it. The Gabagool body blocking for the Urgot. The Lucian's going pew pew pew, but it's not enough.
Itu udah males
Ultimately,
ngitung
that
tadi, Depet
final
jual, beli,
Ezreal
kurang.
was able to take out the Urgot. What an unbelievably close fight.
Oh, last true shot barrage,
Ngeri banget.
firing through, taking him down. I mean, we saw the power of that Urgot the whole time. Just
Look.
pushing and pushing, getting the lifesteal on the autos. He just couldn't do it a second time around.
Tapi tadi itu bagus sih, dia
that is
dapat
absolutely
dapat submit to the
insane. So as
pit,
we
yang
kind of regulate
keduanya dapat
ourselves,
apa
do
tadi
some
lucky glove,
mindfulness,
terus
I
yang
can
ketiganya
only
dapat
imagine
itu.
how they feel. That
Caster
was
seal
hype.
namanya apa sih?
Couldn't have asked for a better last game in day 2. I
Yang
think I said that
ngasih
yesterday about
yang
day
ngasih seal
1.
tiap
But
skill.
Casanova, some thoughts. Is this HP separate from
Meta TFT apa bang? Ada banyak, cek di kureko.lol guntur.
Oh iya itu namanya combat caster.
But Casanova, some
Ah, ya,
thoughts.
combat
This is going to
caster.
be our last cast for today.
Crazy thing, because of where the point totals were, I have no idea at all who has made this final day unless they're just like above 29.
Besok
Like
ya.
above those players were like, okay,
Lagi
we're
besok lagi ya.
confident. Everyone who reached that 28
lihat ini
figure, I
standingnya dulu,
fear
cuy.
for you
Oh,
that this
iya,
is the
iya.
time where we have pushed over to a 29. I
Standingnya.
just can't wait to see who will be making that
Kita
final day.
lihat